Section 13 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1, Section 13. G. Misuse and attempted misuse of government agencies by the White House, 1969 through 1972. 1. Introduction. In this section, the committee will outline just a few of the attempts by White House personnel to use government agencies for their own political ends. Elsewhere in this report will be a fuller examination of the use of the incumbency to aid in the re-election of the president. The results of these White House attempts to misuse agencies are not always clear. In most cases, the committee did not have either the time or the resources to investigate fully the results of these attempts to abuse governmental process. However, the committee presents these examples because they are illustrative of the attitudes and approaches to government which prevailed in the time leading up to the campaign of 1972, and which created the environment in which the events now known as Watergate occurred. 2. Internal Revenue Service. A preferred target of the White House staff in its attempts to politicize independent agencies was the Internal Revenue Service. The Political Enemies Project, White House efforts to have the IRS focus on left-wing organizations, White House attempts to get IRS information for political purposes, and the White House concern with tax exemptions given to liberal foundations all attest to the serious efforts made by the White House to use an independent government agency for political purposes. A. Political Enemies Project. At the same time that early organizational efforts began for the committee to re-elect the president, staff people in the White House were busy organizing the Political Enemies Project. Dean testified that on August 16, 1971, at the request of H.R. Haldeman and John Ehrlichman, he prepared a memorandum entitled Dealing with Our Political Enemies. Dean is quite succinct in summarizing the purpose of his memo. This memorandum addresses the matter of how we can maximize the fact of our incumbency in dealing with persons known to be active in their opposition to our administration. Stated a bit more bluntly, how we can use the available federal machinery to screw our political enemies. Dean goes on to say that he has reviewed the question of how to screw our political enemies with a number of persons possessed of expertise in the field, and he concludes that the requirements for the project are to have an individual in the White House with full access and support of the top officials of various independent agencies and departments in order to effectively deal with individuals who are giving the White House a hard time. Dean recommends that Lynn Nofziger be the project coordinator, since he appears the most knowledgeable and most interested. Dean then goes on to recommend that the White House staff develop a small list of names that could be singled out as targets for action by various departments or agencies of the government. The potential of such an operation is clearly recognized by Dean, who advised, "We can learn more about how to operate such an activity if we start small and build." In response to Dean's memorandum, Charles Colson forwarded to Dean a list of 20 enemies that had been prepared on June 24, 1971, by George Bell. In response to Dean's suggestion that the White House focus on only 10 names to try out their techniques, Colson checked off 11 priority targets that he would give top priority. Lynn Nofziger, formerly a White House staff aide, denied any involvement in the Enemies Project with John Dean or anyone else. However, Jack Caulfield's memorandum to John Dean of August 12, 1971, explicitly stated that Caulfield had asked Nofziger to come up with a candidate to assist in the Enemies Project. Nofziger stated that he was aware that Joanne Gordon was working on an enemies list in the White House while doing political research for Charles Colson. Nofziger said he saw no need for a formal enemies list because anyone with political savvy would be able to name Richard Nixon's opponents with no trouble. Nofziger also felt that it was fully appropriate for the administration to ask government agencies to review carefully the projects of individuals who were unfriendly to the administration. Scores of lists were prepared in the White House from the spring through the late fall of 1971 of enemies and opponents of the administration. Most of these lists were prepared by Charles Colson's office, particularly by Joanne Gordon and George Bell. They were sent to Dean's office, since Dean had the action on the Political Enemies Project. Dean testified that he did very little to carry out any attacks on the so-called enemies. He testified that the compiling of a list was merely an exercise that I had no intention to implement. Dean said he was unaware if any of the specified individuals on the list were subjected to any harm or injury, since he said the lists were principally used by Mr. Colson and Mr. Haldeman. In a September 4, 1971 memorandum to Larry Higbee, Dean notes that he will await the review of the names on his attached list before taking any action. Charles Colson has stated publicly that these lists were compiled to ensure that no opponents of the administration would be included on the invitation lists of the White House. H.R. Haldeman testified that the enemies list was compiled so that it could serve as an exclusion list for extending White House privileges. Haldeman explained that these lists were compiled since they were a part of carrying out the effort of the White House to carry out the policies of the administration rather than to provide a forum for the expression of opposition. However, a quick glance at the memorandum headed Opponent Priority Activity shows that the individuals targeted for action were destined to lose far more than their invitations to the White House. For example, under the name of Maxwell Dane is the comment, "They should be hit hard, starting with Dane." And under the name of Mort Halperin, a former Kissinger aide whose telephone had been tapped by the administration, the memo says that a scandal would be most helpful here, in a reference to Common Cause where Halperin worked. In light of the comments appended to the individual names on the enemies list, it is dubious that Haldeman's characterization of mere exclusion from White House privileges was what he had in mind when it came to dealing with enemies. B. The enemies list and the Internal Revenue Service. At the same time that the Political Enemies Project began in the summer of 1971, John Dean testified he was asked to use the Internal Revenue Service on an increasingly frequent basis to get political information for the White House or to initiate audits on opponents of the administration. Dean testified that he had little success in his efforts with Commissioner Johnny Walters. The objective of a briefing paper Dean prepared for Haldeman was to make IRS politically responsive. Dean cataloged the White House woes with IRS as follows. We have been unable to crack down on the multitude of tax-exempt foundations that feed left-wing political causes. We have been unable to obtain information in the possession of IRS regarding our political enemies. We have been unable to stimulate audits of persons who should be audited. We have been unsuccessful in placing RN supporters in the IRS bureaucracy. As part of the means for making the Internal Revenue Service politically responsive, Dean suggested that Walters should be told that discrete political action and investigations are a firm requirement and responsibility on his part. In the White House reconstructed version of John Dean's meeting with President Nixon on September 15, 1972, as relayed by Fred Buzzhart to Fred Thompson, the memorandum states that Dean reported on IRS investigation of Larry O'Brien. Dean testified that at the meeting that day with the President and Bob Haldeman, the President discussed the use of the Internal Revenue Service to attack our enemies. Dean also testified that the President wanted to place individuals in the independent agencies who would be responsive to the White House requirements. In the White House Judiciary Committee transcript of the September 15, 1972 meeting, Haldeman reported to President Nixon that John Dean was working on the list through IRS. On September 11, 1972, 4 days prior to his meeting with President Nixon, Dean met with IRS Commissioner Johnny Walters at Dean's office in the Executive Office Building. At this meeting, Dean turned over to Walters a list of 490 individuals, many of whom were McGovern campaign workers, and informed Walters that John Ehrlichman had asked IRS to determine what type of information could be developed concerning those individuals. At this time, according to Walters, Dean was hopeful that the Internal Revenue Service could acquire the information that was requested without creating any political problems. Walters subsequently discussed the matter with Secretary Schultz, who directed Walters to do nothing. Walters has testified that he did nothing after the meeting. After Dean's meeting with the President on September 15, 1972, Dean once again called Commissioner Walters on September 25th. On this occasion, Dean wanted to know what progress had been made in checking the list that had been provided, and Walters advised Dean against any checking, but agreed to reconsider the matter again with Secretary Schultz. The matter was never taken up again, and the list, which was given to Commissioner Walters, was sealed and locked in his safe in the Commissioner's office. Despite the reluctance of Commissioner Walters to involve the Internal Revenue Service in carrying out the political demands of the White House, tax information and income tax audits were still requested by the White House staff and supplied by other IRS personnel. Many of these requests came in the summer and fall of 1971, during the same period of time that the Political Enemies Project was being started, the Sand Wedge proposal being considered, and the 1972 campaign being organized. C. Tax information and audits requested of the Internal Revenue Service. In the study of the enemies list by the Joint Committee on the Internal Revenue Taxation, the staff report concluded that in none of these cases has the staff found any evidence that the taxpayer was unfairly treated by the Internal Revenue Service because of political views or activities. However, the investigation of the Senate Select Committee has disclosed a number of instances where information from the Internal Revenue Service was inappropriately provided to the White House. Dean testified that Jack Caulfield had a contact inside the Internal Revenue Service, and that it was through this contact that they were able to obtain confidential information and learn how to initiate audits whenever they wanted to do so. Caulfield has testified that his main contact inside the Internal Revenue Service was Vernon Mike Acri, formerly Assistant Commissioner for Inspection. However, Acri stated that he sent Caulfield no copies of any tax returns, never discussed initiating any specific audits other than in a general sense, and that the only information that was provided to Jack Caulfield was on Type X checks, an inquiry to see whether or not an individual who was being considered for appointment by the executive branch had tax problems. These conflicting stories will be discussed in more detail in the context of specific cases further on in this report. One of the means by which the White House kept abreast of IRS activity was through the sensitive case reports prepared by the IRS according to long-established procedures. 1. Sensitive case reports. The IRS maintained a list of individuals who would be considered sensitive cases: senators, congresspeople, entertainers, associates of the president, and certain citizens in high income tax brackets. Sensitive case reports are filed from the field office each month on investigations concerning these individuals and are then routed to the appropriate IRS division. The heads of each division select the more significant sensitive case reports to send on to the Assistant Commissioner of Compliance. His staff subsequently reviews these files and prepares a cull section, which are those cases which are worthy of note by the Commissioner of the IRS, usually between 20 and 25 such cases. Subsequently, the Commissioner of the IRS and/or one of his assistants met with the Secretary of the Treasury to determine whether any of the sensitive case reports were significant enough to bring to the attention of the President. For example, cases involving the President's personal friends or large contributors were usually important to bring to the President's attention in order to avoid any embarrassment for the President and the executive branch. When Roger Barth was assistant to the Commissioner of the IRS, he would call John Ehrlichman directly, and sometimes John Dean, and the Secretary of the Treasury would contact the President directly to bring these sensitive cases to the White House's attention. Barth stated that an average of one sensitive case report per month was forwarded on. Former IRS Commissioner Johnny Walters testified that he was unaware of Barth showing or sending sensitive case reports to John Ehrlichman, and that it would have been out of the routine at IRS. This sensitive case reporting procedure was important in the case of Mr. Charles G. Rebozo, and the IRS investigation into Mr. Rebozo commencing in 1972 and 1973. This matter will be discussed more fully in another chapter of this report. However, there were other channels by which the White House requested information or tax audits from IRS. 2. Requests for audits. Newsday reporters. In the fall of 1971, Newsday completed a long investigation into the affairs of Charles B.B. Rebozo that was to be published in early October 1971. The prospective publication of an unfavorable article about the president's best friend caused ripples of apprehension throughout the White House. For example, on September 10, 1971, Caulfield wrote to John Dean a very detailed memo concerning his inquiry into the background and circumstances of the Newsday article. Caulfield noted that a discreet look at the newspaper's publication calendar has been accomplished. In the same memorandum, Caulfield notes that Robert Greene, leader of the investigative group, has been in both Washington and Florida within the past 2 weeks. This information was provided to Caulfield by an FBI agent and is discussed in more detail in another section. Dean testified that after the article about Rebozo was published, he received instructions from either Haldeman or Ehrlichman that Robert W. Greene, head of the investigative team for the article, should be audited by the IRS. Caulfield testified that Dean asked him to see how an audit might be done on Mr. Greene, how it might be done in a way that might not be illegal. In response to Dean's request, Caulfield called Mike Acri at the Internal Revenue Service to determine how audits were initiated on individuals. Acri explained to Caulfield that they were often started from anonymous informants' letters, which were received by the IRS. Acri recalled that the conversation only involved a general discussion of the audit process, without specific names being mentioned. The results of Caulfield's discussion with Acri are contained in a memorandum from Caulfield to Dean. The memo states that a knowledgeable source at IRS was contacted by Caulfield, and that the source suggested that a priority target be established within the group with preference given to one residing in the New York area. Dean then asked him to initiate the audit on Robert Greene. Caulfield said he spoke to Acri to ask him to send an anonymous letter to the Internal Revenue Service about Greene. Caulfield believes that the letter was, in fact, sent on Acri's direction. Acri denied that he knew of any request for a specific audit on Robert Greene, and also denied that any anonymous letters were sent at his direction. However, in light of Caulfield's suggestion to Dean that a priority target be established within the group with reference given to one residing in the New York area, and in light of the fact that Robert Greene resides in New York State and had his return audited by New York State under the Federal State Exchange Program, the question arises as to whether the audit in fact resulted from Caulfield's efforts. On another occasion, Dean asked Caulfield to initiate audits on 3 or 4 individuals. Caulfield says he brought Acri over to the White House to discuss the matter with Dean and Caulfield. Caulfield stated that Acri was quite reluctant to get involved in these audits, and that he remained evasive when specifically asked to do these projects. Caulfield testified that the matter apparently died shortly thereafter because of Acri's lack of interest. Harold Gibbons. On June 12, 1972, Charles Colson wrote a memorandum to John Dean, requesting that Dean initiate an income tax audit on Harold G. Gibbons, a vice president of the Teamsters Union in St. Louis. Colson's motivation for wishing to start the audit is rather clear. Gibbons, you should know, is an all-out enemy in McGovernite, ardently anti-Nixon. He is one of 3 labor leaders who were recently invited to Hanoi. Dean testified that he ignored this request from Colson and that nothing was ever done to initiate such an audit. Emile D'Antonio, Daniel Talbot, and New Yorker Films. Caulfield felt sufficiently confident of the White House's ability to initiate income tax audits that on at least one occasion he recommended to John Dean that a discreet IRS audit be done. Following the release of the film Millhouse, a number of individuals within the White House became quite concerned about the political impact of this film showing reruns of old Nixon speeches. As a result, in the summer and early fall of 1971, Caulfield directed Anthony T. Ulasevich to view the film and to make discreet inquiries of New Yorker Films Incorporated, Daniel Talbot, the film distributor, and Emile D'Antonio, the producer of the film. Finally, on October 15, 1971, Caulfield felt that the success of the film posed such a serious threat to the White House that he suggested to John Dean that they initiate discreet IRS audits of New Yorker Films Incorporated, D'Antonio, and Talbot. Caulfield stated that if his recommendation to John Dean was agreeable, he was going to approach Mike Acri about initiating the audits. Dean, however, did not agree with Caulfield's recommendations, and Caulfield said no further action was taken at that time. Dean forwarded Caulfield's suggestion to his assistant, Fred F. Fielding, and Fielding reacted quite negatively to the idea of initiating a discreet IRS audit or leaking derogatory information about the film producers. Nothing in Fielding's memorandum indicated that his reaction was because such tactics would be ethically improper, but rather because doing IRS audits just doesn't seem to be a solution that will help us. Larry O'Brien. There is evidence before the Select Committee that an audit of Larry O'Brien was encouraged by White House officials in the summer of 1972, and that O'Brien's tax returns were specially inspected by IRS personnel at the direction of John Ehrlichman. However, this activity is more fully described in a later section of this report. Other requests. John Dean testified that he was asked by several people in the White House, and particularly Rosemary Woods, if he could do something about an IRS audit on Dr. Kenneth Ryland, President Nixon's osteopath. Dean testified that he requested that the relevant officials at Justice and IRS keep him informed on the matter after he learned of the serious allegations, but that nothing further was done. Dean also testified that he was asked to do something about the audits of Reverend Billy Graham and actor John Wayne. I was told that I was to do something about these audits that were being performed on two friends of the president. They felt they were being harassed and the like. Finally, when I got around to checking on it, Mr. Caulfield sent me some information, which I think is evidenced in the exhibit, and a note went to Mr. Higbee. Mr. Higbee sent it in to Mr. Haldeman, and Mr. Haldeman wrote a note on the bottom, "This has already been taken care of." So, obviously, things were happening that I had no idea on. Roger Barth testified that he knew of no request from Reverend Graham for help from the IRS, but that Barth had brought to the attention of the Secretary of the Treasury, and possibly Jack Caulfield, a discrepancy in the sensitive case reports concerning how an audit on Graham was initiated. Documentary evidence received by the Select Committee shows that Jack Caulfield received type reports from the IRS indicating that neither John Wayne nor Reverend Graham was being harassed. In addition, Barth testified that he was not aware of any action taken to impede the audit on Reverend Graham, and there is presently no evidence before the committee showing any action taken to impede any investigation of Mr. Wayne. 3. Requests for taxpayer information from the IRS. Individuals working in the White House requested taxpayer information as well as actual returns from the IRS. Early in the administration, Clark Mollenhoff, then a staff assistant at the White House, asked IRS if he could examine 9 individual tax returns. Roger Barth testified that Mollenhoff was given access to these returns only after Commissioner Randolph Thrower received written requests on behalf of the president. After Mollenhoff left the White House, Barth noted that only individuals who worked directly for the president, such as Ehrlichman, Haldeman, and Dean, would have access to tax returns and audit information. Barth added that other individuals on their staffs, including Jack Caulfield, also had access to the tax information. Among the requests made by Caulfield for specific taxpayer information from the IRS were the following. 1. In the fall of 1971, Larry Goldberg was being considered to head up the Jewish Citizens for the Re-election of the President. Caulfield did a background investigation of Goldberg to determine his loyalty to the re-election campaign and his involvement in Jewish organizations. Among the information obtained by Caulfield in the course of his investigation were actual copies of pages from Goldberg's tax returns from 1968, 1969, and 1970. Caulfield testified that he obtained this information from Mike Ærik, but Ærik had no recollection of providing any specific information on Goldberg. Roger Barth testified that he had no specific recollection of sending that information to Caulfield, but that he may have sent that over. 2. In late September 1971, an individual wished to donate a wine storage vault to the Western White House. John Dean asked Caulfield to check out the individual. On October 15, 1971, Caulfield wrote a memo to Dean, which reflected that Caulfield had obtained access to the individual's income tax returns. Because of the information contained therein, Dean noted that Kalmbach would call the individual and tell him we are not interested on October 19, 1971. Caulfield testified that the tax information was given to him by Mike Ærik, and that Ærik had obtained the information from a pretext interview conducted by an IRS agent. Ærik recalled being asked about the individual by Caulfield, but has no recollection of conducting, authorizing, or knowing of any pretext interviews of the individual. 3. Caulfield requested and received specific taxpayer information on 5 individuals who were seeking to involve the White House in a scheme that claimed the recovery of the fabled Lost Dutchman gold mine in the Southwest. Caulfield, at the request of Peter Flanagan, investigated these 5 individuals, and he was given access to their Internal Revenue Service tax returns. Caulfield testified that he obtained this tax information from Mike Ærik, but Ærik denied that he furnished Caulfield any inappropriate information and did not recall any requests such as that described by Caulfield. 4. In December 1971, Caulfield was asked to do an investigation of Stuart L. Udall, former Secretary of the Interior, and the Overview Corporation, of which Mr. Udall was chairman of the board. In a memorandum of October 8, 1971, Caulfield informed Dean that he asked for an IRS check to support this material. Caulfield testified that he meant by that comment that he would sit down and speak with Mike Ærik about any tax problem that Overview Corporation or Stuart Udall may have had. Dean asked Caulfield to find out if Overview had any federal contracts, and so Caulfield checked with 5 separate federal agencies, including IRS, only to discover no record of any federal contracts for any of them. The testimony of Caulfield suggests that the motivation behind discovering whether or not there were any federal contracts given to Overview Corporation was a desire of the White House to cancel these contracts if any existed. In his sand wedge proposal, Caulfield described Mike Ærik as a strong Nixon loyalist who has proved it to me personally on a number of occasions. Ærik's potential assignment in the sandwich operation was to provide IRS information input, financial investigations, and other federal law enforcement liaison information. Therefore, according to Caulfield, many of these requests for IRS information in the fall of 1971 were in part an effort by Caulfield to demonstrate the potential effectiveness of his organization. While some requests for IRS information were apparently legitimate, the ready access to such highly confidential information should be more effectively curbed in the future. 4. Special Service Staff. On June 18, 1969, the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations of the Senate Committee on Government Operations heard testimony from its staff and from a former member of the Black Panther Party to the effect that the Black Panthers had never filed income tax returns and had never been audited by the Internal Revenue Service. In response to some of the testimony, Senator Carl Mundt commented that it seemed that the Black Panthers get pretty special treatment. There was also testimony in these hearings from Leon Green, IRS Deputy Assistant Commissioner of Compliance, who testified about the tax-exempt status of certain politically active groups and raised the question of whether or not they should be tax-exempt. Following these hearings in the summer of 1969, on about July 1, 1969, Tom Charles Houston, assistant to the president, telephoned Roger Barth and requested that the Internal Revenue Service begin reviewing the activities of certain activist organizations. IRS also received a list of organizations from the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations that the committee felt the IRS should investigate. Houston noted in a later memo to H.R. Haldeman that the president had indicated a desire for IRS to move against leftist organizations taking advantage of tax shelters in early 1969. As a result of these various pressures, the IRS established the Activist Organizations Committee on July 18, 1969, whose principal function was to assemble data and monitor the activities of certain organizations with reference to their compliance with IRS laws. The committee was established on a very secretive basis. In a memorandum of July 24, 1969, that discussed the first meeting of the committee, it was noted, "We do not want the news media to be alerted to what we are attempting to do or how we are operating, because the disclosure of such information might embarrass the administration or adversely affect the service operations in this area or those of other federal agencies or congressional committees." The memorandum also noted that, initially, a type of organization in which we are interested may be ideological, militant, subversive, radical, or other, and one of our first problems will be to define and to determine what kind of organization we are interested in. In 1970, the IRS altered the name of the group to the Special Service Group, and subsequently the name of the organization was again changed to the Special Services Staff. On August 14, 1970, Tom Charles Houston requested a progress report on the project from the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, which he received more than a month later. In that report, Commissioner Thrower explained the history and purpose of the group as follows. The function of the Special Service Group is to obtain, consolidate, and disseminate any information on individuals or organizations, including major financial sponsors of the individuals or organizations, that would have tax implications under Internal Revenue laws. The sole objective of the Special Services Group is to provide a greater degree of assurance of maximum compliance with the Internal Revenue laws by those involved in extremist activities and those providing financial support to these activities. However, it appears from Mr. Houston's memorandums that he was not anxious to limit the activities of Special Service staff merely to tax matters. On September 21, 1970, Houston wrote to Haldeman that what we cannot do in a courtroom by criminal prosecutions to curtail the activities of some of these groups, IRS could do by administrative action. Moreover, valuable intelligence-type information could be turned up by IRS as a result of their field audits. Houston also noted that while he had been pressing the IRS to move against leftist organizations taking advantage of tax shelters, his efforts had been to no avail. By September 1970, the Special Service Group had information on approximately 1,025 organizations and 4,300 individuals. The existence of the Special Service staff was known to certain congressional investigating committees, but its existence was not announced to the general public until April 1972. In August 1973, the Special Service staff was abolished by the Internal Revenue Service, and it was announced that financial information about tax resistors and protesters could be adequately obtained by the regular divisions of the IRS. However, the compiling of vast files and information, coupled with White House intentions, demonstrate the potential abuses and show the need for restraints on the use of such information. 5. Tax-exempt foundations. As is obvious from the memorandums of Tom Charles Houston and Patrick Buchanan, One of the major concerns of the Nixon White House from 1969 to 1972 was that liberal and left-wing foundations were using tax exemptions from the IRS to sustain their political activities. The difficulties experienced by the administration were examined in a March 3, 1970 Buchanan memorandum to the President, which discussed how to combat the institutionalized power of the left concentrated in the foundations that succor the Democratic Party. Buchanan's basic theme was that a number of the large foundations had been using their tax-exempt status to build huge reservoirs of capital to fund political or quasi-political undertakings that were almost uniquely liberal in their direction, thereby causing a serious imbalance in the political process. These foundations, notably the Brookings Institution and the Ford Foundation, were, according to Buchanan, controlled by individuals with definite liberal philosophies which are reflected in the public policies, public attitudes, and public undertakings sponsored by the foundation. To remedy the problem, Buchanan proposed a number of recommendations, including the utilization of the Internal Revenue Service to place checks on those foundations that were hostile to the Nixon administration, the removal of what Buchanan perceived as a pre-existing Democratic bias at the Internal Revenue Service, the selective distribution of government funds to those foundations friendly to the Nixon administration goals, and, most importantly, the creation of a new foundation to serve as a haven for conservative intellectuals. Buchanan also suggested that there be a strong fellow running the Internal Revenue Division, and an especially friendly fellow with a friendly staff in the tax-exempt office. I'm not sure we have this right now. Another of Buchanan's suggestions for curtailing the influence of certain liberal foundations was to disperse selectively federal grants by the administration. The administration should begin to initiate a policy of favoritism in all future federal grants to those institutions friendly to us that want work, and we should direct future funds away from the hostile foundations like Brookings. Buchanan suggested that the president direct a study of the top 25 foundations in this country, which, among other things, would reveal which are friendly, which are potentially friendly, and which can be co-opted to support projects that the president supports, and which are hostile to us, which are the arms of political adversaries. Buchanan also recommended that the president direct the Bureau of the Budget to come up with a listing of all federal monies from each department that go to foundations for studies and research. Thus, with the creation of an administration-oriented conservative foundation, Buchanan envisioned all federal contracts now going to institutions which are essentially anti-administration would be shifted to this new baby and to other pro-administration foundations. Anti-administration foundations should be cut off without a dime. One good talk to the cabinet would be all that would be required to get cooperation here. And Budget could be on notice to notify the West Wing of the White House if Brookings gets any more money. Other individuals in the White House also gave thought to the problem of liberal foundations. John Dean asked Jack Caulfield in the summer of 1971 to consider how the administration could most effectively deal with the Ford Foundation and the Brookings Institution in 1972. Caulfield's solution to the problem was, similar to Buchanan, to apply pressures to have the Internal Revenue Service strictly enforce existing statutes and promulgated regulations designed to threaten the tax-exempt status enjoyed by these organizations. Caulfield also observed that Commissioner Walters has not yet exercised the firm leadership they expected at the time of his appointment. Additionally, there appears to be a reluctance on his part to make discrete politically oriented decisions and to effect major appointments based upon administration loyalty considerations. Much of the input for Caulfield's observations came from Roger Barth, according to Caulfield. On July 20, 1971, shortly after the publication of the Pentagon Papers by the New York Times, John Dean wrote a memo to Bud Crow which stated in part, "In your work on the Pentagon Papers and related issues, you will become aware of the fact that there is a publication out of the Brookings Institution indicating that they are planning, for the fall of this year, a study of Vietnam, based on documents of a current nature. Chuck Colson has made some efforts to determine what Brookings is up to, but I don't think he has produced any solid evidence of the nature of this publication. I requested that Caulfield obtain the tax returns of the Brookings Institution to determine if there is anything that we might do by way of turning off money or dealing with principals of the Brookings Institution to determine what they are doing and deal with anything that might be adverse to the administration. Caulfield did other checking into tax-exempt institutions at about this time for John Dean. On July 6, 1971, he reported on Potomac Associates, an organization that the White House feared would develop into another Brookings Institution. Caulfield noted that the building where Potomac Associates had offices appeared to have good security with a guard present in the lobby at all times. However, Caulfield noted that a penetration is deemed possible if required. Caulfield was also asked to investigate the Fund for Investigative Journalism. Caulfield wrote a memo to John Dean on February 17, 1972, that a discreet inquiry determined that the Fund for Investigative Journalism had a tax-exempt status granted by the IRS in April 1970. In addition, Caulfield said that the fund was the principal source for financing stories of the My Lai massacre, and that it was primarily financed with extreme left-wing money. Caulfield noted that a request for more detailed information will be in hand on a discrete basis during the early part of the next week. This reference concerned the investigation conducted by Tony Ulasevich at Caulfield's discretion. The request for a tax exemption by the Center for Corporate Responsibility, a nonprofit organization designed to promote corporate social responsibility through educational and research activities, was denied by the Internal Revenue Service on May 16, 1973, despite unanimous approval by the Interpretive Division of the Chief Counsel's Office at IRS. The opinion denying the tax exemption was written by an attorney with no prior involvement in the case, at the direction of Roger Barth, then Deputy Chief Counsel. Notes of the Assistant Director of the Interpretive Division found in the IRS file on the case said, "Perhaps White House pressure." Finally, on December 11, 1973, Judge Charles Ritchie ordered that the center be recognized as a tax-exempt organization by the Internal Revenue Service. End of Section 13. Section 14 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1, Section 14. 3. Federal Bureau of Investigation. Another technique of the White House staff was to obtain derogatory information about individuals from investigative agencies such as the FBI, and to disseminate the information to the press by way of selective leaks. Caulfield referred to the process of disseminating derogatory information about individuals to the media as a Nofziger job. Caulfield testified that he meant that Lynn Nofziger, whose talents in that area were much greater than anyone else around the White House, would make the derogatory information available to reporters to do stories on the individuals. Nofziger explained that he merely provided significant political information to reporters and that there was nothing unusual about doing this in either political campaigns or in government itself. Some examples of White House use of the FBI to obtain information on individuals for non-law enforcement purposes are related below. In the summer of 1969, while John Dean was working at the Department of Justice, he testified that he was directed by Deputy Attorney General Richard Kleindienst to call Cartha DeLoach, the Deputy Director of the FBI, and obtain from him some information for the White House relating to the foreign travels of Mary Jo Kopechne. the woman who died in the Chappaquiddick accident. Dean said he called DeLoach and subsequently related the information he obtained to Jack Caulfield at the White House. Dean testified that on another occasion, while traveling with the president, Haldeman requested Larry Higby to direct the FBI to do an investigation of CBS News correspondent Daniel Schorr. Higby, in turn, informed Hoover of the request, and Hoover proceeded with a full-field, wide-open investigation that soon leaked to the press. Dean testified that, as a result, Fred Malek announced that Schorr was being considered for an environmental post in the administration, and that the FBI investigation was merely a preliminary background check. H.R. Haldeman had no recollection of the purpose for ordering the FBI investigation, but in light of other activities going on in the White House at the time, the question arises as to whether there was a valid basis for requesting the FBI investigation of Mr. Schorr. Alexander Butterfield stated that both Haldeman and Ehrlichman requested about 8 FBI checks on non-appointees to the government. Among these checks were Frank Sinatra, Helen Hayes, and Daniel Schorr. In August 1971, Jack Caulfield testified that he first learned of the upcoming Newsday series on B.B. Rebozo from Pat Henry, an FBI agent in New York. Caulfield said that Henry subsequently provided him with more information that served as the basis for Caulfield's memorandum on September 10, 1971, to John Dean. In this memorandum, Caulfield claimed that there had been a discreet look at the newspaper's publication calendar, and that there was no indication that the series of articles would appear during the month of September. There is no evidence that any formal FBI investigation was launched into the Newsday publication of the series on Rebozo. Finally, Caulfield testified that he obtained information from the FBI about Emile D'Antonio, the producer of the film Millhouse. Caulfield testified that he was asked to run a name check with the FBI on D'Antonio by John Dean, despite the fact that D'Antonio was not being considered at any time for any position within the administration. Caulfield received a summary from the FBI of what their files contained, and noted in a memorandum to Dean that if Larry O'Brien got behind the Millhouse film, we can, armed with the Bureau's information, do a Nofziger job on D'Antonio and O'Brien. Finally, the success of Millhouse apparently reached such proportions that Caulfield recommended to Dean the release of D'Antonio's FBI derogatory background to friendly media. Caulfield also recommended in this memo that a discreet IRS audit be done of New Yorker Films, D'Antonio, and Daniel Talbot, the distributor of the film. Caulfield testified that Dean turned down Caulfield's suggestions, but the fact that Caulfield was able to obtain access to FBI information so easily clearly poses a serious threat to the rights of individual citizens unless carefully curtailed by legislation. 4. Department of Justice. A. Antitrust policy. There were some suggestions made by various staff personnel to use antitrust policy to intimidate and coerce the large media conglomerates into giving more favorable coverage to the Nixon administration. In an October 17, 1969 memorandum from Magruder to Haldeman entitled "The Shotgun versus the Bible," Magruder discussed the problem of perceived unfair coverage of the White House by news media. The real problem that faces the administration is to get this unfair coverage in such a way that we make a major impact on a basis which the networks, newspapers, and Congress will react to and begin to look at things somewhat differently. Magruder suggested the Antitrust Division as a potentially useful agency in curbing media unfairness. He recommended that the administration utilize the Antitrust Division to investigate various media relating to antitrust of violations. Even the possible threat of antitrust action, I think, would be effective in changing their views in the above matter. Jack Caulfield also recommended that the antitrust laws be used to curb the media. In a memo to John Dean on November 2, 1971, Caulfield, with the concurrence of Lynn Nofziger, recommended that antitrust action be taken against the Los Angeles Times in response to their publication of a new street edition. Dean requested an opinion from his aide, David Wilson, on the proposed request, but no further action was apparently taken. On April 14, 1972, the Antitrust Division of the Justice Department, in fact, filed an antitrust suit against the three major networks. It is as yet unclear whether the articulated desires of some White House staff members expressed above had any effect on the decision to file the suit. B. Internal Security Division. The Internal Security Division, ISD, of the Department of Justice was a repository of domestic internal security information. Howard Hunt testified that Robert MaryAnn, former Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Internal Security Division, forwarded FBI investigative information on Daniel Ellsberg to the plumbers over in the White House. After he left the ISD, MaryAnn also arranged to provide CRP with intelligence information on potential demonstrations. MaryAnn defended this practice in his testimony as practical and proper. When asked if the type of information given to CRP was also available to the public, MaryAnn responded, "It was available under the guidelines to any entity that might be the subject of violent civil disorder and the appropriate people that should know of the potential so that they might arrest it." James McCord testified that the initial request for additional intelligence on demonstrators originated with Robert Odle, CRP's Director of Administration. In a memorandum to then Attorney General Mitchell, Odle outlined CRP's need for additional intelligence on potentially violent disruptions at their Washington, D.C. office or at the Republican National Convention. MaryAnn said that Mitchell concurred in this opinion and instructed MaryAnn to make appropriate arrangements. MaryAnn called John Martin, chief of the ISD Analysis and Evaluation Section, on May 11, 1972, to tell him to expect a visit from the CRP security people. Subsequently, CRP Security Chief James McCord was directed to contact Martin to obtain the needed information. After confirming the appropriateness of the meeting with his superiors, Martin met with McCord on May 18, 1972. The first meeting lasted for almost an hour, and then McCord and/or his assistant, Robert Houston, met again with analysis and evaluation staff on May 25th, May 31st, and June 2nd, 1972. The files of the ISD shown to McCord included domestic intelligence from the FBI and other related sources, according to McCord. McCord reviewed these FBI reports, including one which he claimed talked about a Democratic contender's finance operation. One such report dealt with, as I recall, a funding operation that was reported in which the McGovern Committee purportedly funded a so-called barnstorming tour of several members of the Vietnam Veterans Against the War. Any violence to be directed against CRP by any individuals or groups might properly be disclosed to CRP security personnel and appropriate for law enforcement officials. However, the free flow of information out of the Internal Security Division to the President's re-election campaign appears to have exceeded the agency's appropriate function. John Martin said that no such intelligence information was provided to any Democratic candidates because the Democrats didn't ask for it. This is ironic, since this committee received testimony that E. Howard Hunt was planning a violent demonstration for the Democratic convention. Use of the ISD personnel to conduct interviews for the White House during the Kleindienst confirmation hearings has been documented earlier in this report. C. Parole Board. On December 30th, 1971, Charles Colson received a telephone call from former U.S. Senator George Smathers. Smathers called Colson to request his assistance in releasing Calvin Covens from prison prior to the May 1, 1972 date set by the Parole Board. As Smathers explained to Colson, "I really think that politically it's a very astute thing to do, and it would not do anything but gain credit and commendation for the president. I can guarantee that. There's no backlash to this at all." Colson explained to Smathers that he would get to work on it, and immediately sent a memo to John Dean saying, "The attached is much too hot for me to handle." Colson explained to Dean that, in view of Smathers' decision to support the president next year, we had better attend to this and not let it slip. Covens was released from jail on January 6, 1972, and subsequently donated $30,000 in cash to the Finance Committee for the re-election of the president. Covens stated that his release from prison 4 months prior to his parole date was due solely to his health condition and was the result of personal intervention by the warden of the facility at Eglin Air Force Base. There is no evidence before the committee that Covens was released for political reasons or in exchange for a contribution, except for the ambiguous chain of events noted above. The calls referred to above, however, indicate the willingness of White House officials to attempt to utilize supposedly independent government agencies for political purposes. 5. Secret Service. Some misuse and attempted misuse of the Secret Service has already been noted in the wiretap of F. Donald Nixon in order to avoid political embarrassment to the president. However, there were additional instances during the course of the 1972 campaign when White House officials either sought or used information from the Secret Service obtained during the course of their official duties in protecting the presidential candidates. On October 16, 1972, Stephen Karalikas, an assistant in the White House, wrote to Charles Colson concerning information that he had obtained indirectly from the Secret Service. The information that was passed on to Colson was that a Secret Service agent was upset because Senator McGovern had stayed at the home of an individual in Massachusetts who was allegedly a subversive. Karalikas also wrote that the agent had promised to continue to pass along similar kinds of information. As a result of this information, Colson had Dick Howard instruct John Dean to check out the facts on the suspect individual's background. Dean asked Pete Kinsey of his office to check with the White House FBI liaison to see if there was any helpful information. There is no indication that this request was ever followed up any further. On another occasion, a top official at the Secret Service brought John Dean a small intelligence printout regarding Senator McGovern. The Secret Service official left the printout for Dean and said, "I thought that this might be of interest to you." Dean recalled that the printout had to do with Senator McGovern attending a fundraising function in Philadelphia, along with alleged former communist supporters. Dean said he took the document to Charles Colson, who indicated that he was interested in the information. Dean said that Colson later told him that he had made arrangements to have the information published. Colson took the teletype report and had Joan Hall, his secretary, retype the information contained therein. William Lambert, the same individual to whom Howard Hunt had shown the forged Diem cables, stated that he was contacted by Colson and shown a short teletype-like wire of about 12 lines in Colson's office after the Democratic Convention. He also recalled that the cable said something about a fundraising meeting at an individual's house in Philadelphia. This political utilization by the White House of information obtained from the Secret Service during the 1972 campaign was very similar to earlier efforts by the White House to obtain information on individuals from the investigative agencies, and was an abuse of power by the White House during the 1972 campaign. Some steps have already been taken in the Secret Service to ensure that such incidents do not occur again. It is critically important to safeguard the independence of the Secret Service in order that it properly fulfill the protective function with which it is charged. 6. Other agencies. A. Federal Communications Commission. In his October 17, 1969 memorandum to H.R. Haldeman, noted above, Jeb Magruder recommended that to cope with the alleged media bias, the White House begin an official monitoring system through the FCC as soon as Dean Birch is officially on board as chairman. If the monitoring system proves our point, We have the legitimate and legal rights to go to the networks, etc., and make official complaints from the FCC. This will have much more effect than a phone call from Herb Klein or Pat Buchanan. Charles W. Colson also prepared a memorandum with similar objectives for Haldeman on September 25, 1970, in which he summarized the pertinent points of his meeting with the chief executives of the three major television networks. Concluding that they are very much afraid of us and are trying to prove that they are the good guys, Colson recommended that he pursue with Dean Birch the possibility of an interpretive ruling by the FCC on the role of the president when he uses TV, as soon as we have a majority. I think this point could be very favorably clarified, and it would of course have an inhibiting impact on the networks and their professed concern with achieving balance. In the White House Judiciary Committee transcript of the September 15, 1972 meeting, President Nixon discussed with Dean and Haldeman possible FCC problems for the Washington Post when its television and radio stations applied for license renewals. Haldeman, the Post, unintelligible. President, it's going to have its problems. Haldeman, unintelligible. Dean, unintelligible. The networks are good, with Maury coming back 3 days in a row, and unintelligible. President, that's right. The main thing is the Post is going to have damnable problems out of this one. They have a television station. Dean, that's right, they do. President, and they're going to have to get it renewed. Haldeman, they've got a radio station too. President, when does that come up? Dean, I don't know, but the practice of non-licensees has certainly gotten more. President, that's right. Dean, more active in this area. President, and it's going to be goddamn active here. Dean, laughter. Silence. These examples demonstrate the tendency of individuals in the White House to attempt to use supposedly independent agencies to achieve political ends. The following example shows how the tendency continued into the 1972 campaign. B. Action, formerly the Peace Corps in Vista. Jeb Magruder wrote to Ken Reitz, director of Young Voters for the President, on November 28, 1971, that Action is an agency that we should be able to use politically. Magruder recommends that a meeting be scheduled with Joseph Blatchford, Action's director, where it should be suggested that he do a lot of speaking on campuses and in high schools. He identified well with younger people and has the kind of program they like to hear about. We used their recruiters, who talked to 450,000 young people last year, advertising program, public relations effort, and public contact people to sell the president and the accomplishments of the administration. We should be involved and aware of everything from the scheduled appearances of Action's recruiters to the format and content of its advertising. Thus, the value of governmental agencies to the incumbent running for re-election was recognized early by CRP. This use of the incumbency is discussed more fully in a later chapter of this report. H. Public Relations in the White House. 1. Introduction. During its first 4 years, the Nixon White House initiated a wide variety of public relations efforts directed toward re-electing President Nixon in 1972. Among the more successful of these efforts were 1. Letter-writing campaigns, 2. Direct mail operations, and 3. The organization of citizens' committees in response to specific issues. While public relations activities are an integral part of politics and campaigns, some of the activities initiated in the White House resulted in some deceptive and misleading practices, which are described below. 2. Letter writing. The letter-writing campaigns generated by the White House were designed to give the impression to the recipients of the letters of a broad base of support for positions advocated by President Nixon, while the letters also served as a vehicle for publicizing the administration's positions in various matters. On October 11, 1969, H.R. Haldeman wrote a memorandum to Jeb Magruder in order to program of sending letters and telegrams and making telephone calls to the senators, blasting them on their consistent opposition to the president on everything he is trying to do for the country. This program needs to be subtle and worked out well so they receive these items from their home districts as well as other points around the country. This memorandum initiated the White House campaign to still criticism from Republican Senators Goodell, Piercy, and Mathias. Haldeman's handwritten notes from the bottom of a memo from Magruder to Haldeman on October 14, 1969, note that this campaign against the moderate senators was being carried out with the awareness of the president. In part, Haldeman wrote, "This was an order, not a question, and I was told it was being carried out and so informed the president." Haldeman apparently wanted to keep this letter-writing campaign against the dissident senators secret, for he wrote across an October 16, 1969 memorandum from Jeb Magruder, "This should be reported orally, or at least in a confidential memo." Other letter-writing campaigns, with letters sent to influential senators and to the letters to the editor column of newspapers, were initiated to support the nomination of G. Harold Carswell to the Supreme Court, and to support the president's speech announcing the invasion of Cambodia in May 1970. Shortly after the letters supporting Carswell campaign, a discreet letter-writing operation was set up at the Republican National Committee by Jeb Magruder with suggestions from Patrick Buchanan. Benny Nolan was hired by the RNC in May 1970 to direct the letter-writing campaign, and during this time, Nolan reported to RNC officials and to Jeb Magruder at the White House through his aides, including Gordon Strachan and Ron Baukol. Ideas for letters came from Magruder's staff, from the RNC Office of Communication, and from news stories that Nolan read. Letters were prepared, except for signatures, by Ms. Nolan and then distributed to volunteers in Washington and throughout the country, who signed the letters and then sent them in as personal letters to the addressees designated by the RNC. During the first weeks of the letter-writing program, Nolan was unable to find individuals willing to sign the ghosted letters. Nolan recalled that someone, she does not recall who, suggested that false names without addresses be used on the letters. Therefore, from May 1970 until sometime in July 1970, some falsely signed letters were sent to the newspapers. In July 1970, Gordon Strachan became Ms. Nolan's contact on the Magruder staff, and with advice from Strachan and help from young Republicans, Nolan organized a network of people to sign and mail the prepared letters, thus making false signatures unnecessary. Subsequent letter-writing campaigns were initiated to influence key journalists such as Katharine Graham, Ærik Severide, and some newspapers such as the Washington Star. In January or February 1971, Magruder assigned responsibility for the letter-writing campaign to Ron Baukol, a White House fellow. In a memorandum to Charles Colson on April 26, 1971, Baukol described the effort as a true undercover operation in which letters are printed as letters from private citizens. One girl at the RNC generates 30 to 35 letters per week, of which an average of 2 to 3 are printed. Baukol added that the program was expanding slowly, so the security of the program will not be breached. In February 1972, Benny Nolan began to organize the Committee to Re-elect the President's letter-writing campaign. Most of the early letters generated by the CRP focused upon the leading Democratic candidates. During the course of the campaign, about 50 letters a week were prepared and mailed to volunteers, with most of the letters in final form needing only a signature before being mailed to newspapers. After President Nixon announced on May 8, 1972, that the United States was going to mine Haiphong Harbor and resume the bombing of North Vietnam, the letters operation was an integral part of the massive public relations effort undertaken by the CRP to generate support for the president's policies. CRP's response to the president's announcement is outlined in a memorandum from Rob Ottle to John Mitchell, dated May 9, 1972. Otto noted that Betty Nolan's letters to the editor apparatus began to crank up her troops, and we expect over 1,200 telegrams as a result of this operation. Gordon Liddy, then counsel to the Finance Committee to re-elect the president, wrote to John Mitchell on May 15, 1972 that Betty Nolan hit 4 of the senators with 195 letters. In addition, early yesterday morning she had over 70 letters sent to the New York Times protesting its May 10th editorial. All other staffers were instructed at the May 11th staff meeting to write similar letters to the Times. Rob Ottle, former Director of Administration for the CRP, testified before the Select Committee that the entire campaign apparatus that week went to work in support of what happened. Issues of newspapers running polls on the president's actions were bought en masse by the CRP, and the poll responses were mailed in to tilt the results toward the president. In addition, a full-page advertisement was placed in the New York Times on May 17, 1972, by a group of citizens supporting the president's decision to mine Haiphong Harbor. This ad was paid for with $4,400 in cash from CRP, and prepared by the November Group, the advertising arm of the CRP. Charles Colson admitted that he reviewed the draft and probably made changes in it to the GAO. Neither the source of funds nor the group that actually wrote the advertisement was indicated in the body of the advertisement itself, an apparent violation of 18 U.S.C. 612, the criminal statute governing publication of political statements. Finally, as part of CRP's campaign to generate support for the president's actions, Howard Hunt called Donald Segretti in Los Angeles on May 8, 1972. Hunt said the president was about to take very decisive action in Vietnam and asked Segretti to put together support for the president's policies to counter the expected reaction of the peace groups. Segretti called his main operatives in Florida, Robert Benz and Doug Kelly, and instructed them to set up tables for people to sign telegrams to the White House supporting the president. Segretti sent 2 telegrams to the White House that contained several hundred false signatures. None of the individuals whose names were on the telegrams had, in fact, approved of the use of his or her name. President's interest. It is significant to note that a March 9, 1970 memorandum to Magruder from Haldeman succinctly characterized the president's interest in such activities. Haldeman asked Magruder to prepare for him, once every 2 weeks, a summary of the various hatchet man operations, letter to the editors, counterattack, etc., so that I can report to the president on the activity in this regard. 3. Direct mailing. At the request of the White House Office of Communication, the RNC built a series of mailing lists for editors, media, governors, congressmen, and political figures, which were made available to offices at the White House as well as the RNC. Beginning in mid-1970, direct mail requests were received usually from Herb Klein's office, but as the presidential campaign progressed, Charles Colson's office began ordering more direct mailings. From its formation, the Committee to Re-elect the President also utilized RNC mailing facilities for the reproduction and distribution of political materials. The primary deceptive practice found in the direct mail operation was the concealment of the true source of some of the letters and mailings that were distributed. Some letters were distributed that were printed on private or business stationery of the individuals involved, but the letters failed to acknowledge that the costs of preparation, duplication, and distribution were not borne by the individuals sending out the letter. For example, a letter from former Senator George A. Smathers endorsing President Nixon for re-election was sent out by the direct mail operation of the RNC to thousands of individuals. Written instructions to Diana Burns, the individual in charge of the direct mailing operation, directed her to change the letter in any manner necessary to alter its appearance beyond identification as coming from RNC. Other examples of distribution without mention of a source were also found. A reprint of a newspaper article indicating that Representative Pete McCloskey would consider backing a third-party candidate was set up with mailroom specifications indicating that the article should be mailed in plain number 10 envelopes with commemorative or unusual stamps to disguise the source of the mailing to top newspaper and political figures. Another example of a disguised source of distribution was the reproduction of an International Brotherhood of Teamsters news service press release reporting the executive board endorsement of President Nixon for re-election. 1,000 copies of this release were mailed by the RNC in plain, hand-addressed envelopes. Such procedures to disguise the true source of these direct mailings would appear to violate the spirit, if not the letter, of the law, as defined in the United States Code, Title 18, Section 612, which provides, Section 612, Publications or Distribution of Political Statements. Whoever willfully publishes or distributes or causes to be published or distributed, or, for the purpose of publishing or distributing the same, knowingly deposits for mailing or delivery, or causes to be deposited for mailing or delivery, or, except in cases of employees of the Postal Service in the official discharge of their duties, knowingly transports or causes to be transported in interstate commerce any card, pamphlet, circular, poster, dodger, advertisement, writing, or other statement relating to or concerning any person who has publicly declared his intention to seek the office of President or Vice President of the United States, or Senator or Representative in, or Delegate or Resident Commissioner to Congress in a primary, general, or special election, or convention of a political party, or has caused or permitted his intention to do so to be publicly declared, which does not contain the names of the persons, associations, committees, or corporations responsible for the publication or distribution of the same, and the names of the officers of each association, committee, or corporation, shall be fined not more than $1,000 or imprisoned not more than 1 year, or both. 4. Citizens Committees. Another aspect of the White House Public Relations Program was the establishment of special citizens committees to generate support for the president on specific issues. Executive directors for these committees were usually found in the Washington area, and financial supporters were recruited by the White House. Financial support for the citizens committees came from many prominent contributors. However, the White House role in establishing and operating these citizens committees was never publicly acknowledged. Advertisements supporting the president were edited, sometimes written and reviewed by individuals in the White House. Brief descriptions follow of some of the citizens committees established through White House efforts. A. Tell It to Hanoi Committee. The Tell It to Hanoi Committee was organized after President Nixon's announcement of the invasion of Cambodia in May 1970. Financial support came from Jack Mulcahy, a heavy contributor to the 1970 presidential campaign, and its chairman was William J. Pat O'Hara, a New York attorney. Numerous memorandums attest to the close relationship between this independent citizens committee and the White House. Invoices for services from the advertising agency placing the ads were forwarded to Jeb Magruder at the White House, but Magruder says they were paid for by the Citizens Committee and not from White House funds. In a May 5, 1970 memorandum to the president, Magruder reported that the Tell It to Hanoi Committee had placed advertisements in more than 40 newspapers and sent more than 1 million pieces of mail asking for public support. None of the advertisements identified the role of the White House in preparing this information. B. Citizens Committee to Safeguard America. This group was formed to support the president's policies on the proposed anti-ballistic missile system and was responsible for placing a number of full-page newspaper advertisements supporting the ABM system. Haldeman wrote to Magruder on August 6, 1970, that President Nixon was especially pleased with the Safeguard ad, and that whoever had written it should be complimented. A handwritten note on the bottom of the memorandum by Rob Ottle says, "Colson says he did it." The value to the White House of such independent citizens committees is clear. They provided a means of persuading the populace to support administration policies without identifying the White House backing for them, and more importantly, they created the impression that independent groups supported White House policies. Another advantage of these independent citizens committees was illustrated in a December 1, 1970 memorandum on political polling from Larry Higby to Herb Klein. To make the White House-sponsored polls effective, Higby stated, "We need other organizations that we can hang the polls on that will have credibility." A list of possible independent groups that could be used for polling was attached to the memorandum. It included the Tell It to Hanoi Committee and the Committee for a Responsible Congress, both creations of the White House. The success of the Tell It to Hanoi Committee and the Committee to Safeguard America led to the formation by the White House of citizens committees to attack key senatorial candidates in the 1970 congressional elections. In a June 17, 1970 memorandum to Jeb Magruder, Larry Higby urged the formation of citizens committees to run advertisements attacking Senate opponents of the administration. C. Committee for a Responsible Congress. One such group was the Committee for a Responsible Congress. Jeb Magruder said that a series of negative ads aimed at the radical liberals in Congress was proposed by Charles Colson, who prepared much of the copy, and the ads were placed by the Committee for a Responsible Congress. Carl Shipley, a Republican National Committeeman, was enlisted by White House staff as the treasurer of this committee. Shipley recruited 6 other people to serve on the committee, giving them his word that it was a legitimate request and that he was calling at the instruction of the White House. None of the committee members ever solicited or contributed any money in support of the advertisements. Shipley said he first saw the copy for the ads that were placed at a meeting in the Executive Office Building, attended by Magruder and Colson, representatives of an advertising agency, and possibly Haldeman or Ehrlichman. Neither he nor any of the other committee members was ever contacted as to the content or target of the advertising. D. Committee for the Congress of 1970. The Committee for the Congress of 1970 was similarly established to place a series of positive advertisements supporting congressional candidates favorable to the Nixon administration. Its treasurer was Alexander Lankler, the former state chairman of the Maryland Republican Party. Lankler recalled that he was called by Charles Colson and asked if he would lend his name to a series of political advertisements. Money for the advertisement was given to Lankler by the White House and forwarded by him to Ayer Jorgensen McDonald, Incorporated, the same advertising agency that handled the Tell It to Hanoi account. Lankler does not recall who delivered the cash to him, although he did recall that $80,000 in cash was received via Colson's authorization. Despite their lack of success in the 1970 congressional elections, the White House public relations people favored the formation of citizens committees in the 1972 presidential election. Rob Ottle, discussing campaign organization in an October 29, 1971 memorandum to the Attorney General, reviewed the work of committees like Tell It to Hanoi and suggested other citizens committees that could be used in the 1972 campaign. Patrick Buchanan, in a March 14, 1972 memorandum to John Mitchell, also recommended that citizens committees be established to attack political opponents. Buchanan suggested the following scenario. Soon after the Democratic Convention, there be established one general committee with an odd-sounding name and other committees tailored to specific issues, i.e., United States Security Council, which can then be mailed in bulk to GOP or citizens groups for distribution in target states. Chuck Colson's shop could have such, one imagines, established in a matter of hours. The specific committee should zero in on issues, depending on the Democratic candidate, where the opposition is especially vulnerable. For example, were Muskie the nominee, we would have a committee on the defense of the United States, one on space, one on aid to non-public schools, etc. The Citizens Campaign in 1972 consisted of numerous committees ranging from the Massachusetts Lawyers Committee for the Re-election of the President to nursing homes for Nixon Agnew. Two examples are discussed below. E. Labor for America Committee. Charles Colson requested the formation of a dummy committee as a vehicle through which a mailing to labor could be funded. In October 1972, a registration form and statement of organization was submitted to the General Accounting Office, GAO, for the Labor for America Committee, which stated that the committee supported President Nixon's re-election. The committee's address was a local post office box rented by Mrs. Miles Ambrose, wife of the former Commissioner of Customs. In its filing with the GAO, the Labor Committee indicated receipt of a $4,400 contribution from the SCRP. This money was used to reprint a brochure entitled Why Labor Can't Support George McGovern, which was a reproduction of an unsigned pamphlet circulated at the Democratic National Convention attacking McGovern's voting record on issues affecting labor. The reprinting and distribution of this pamphlet by a purportedly labor-affiliated organization enhanced the credibility of the contents. Were the same charges to have been published directly by the committee to re-elect the president, the impact of the charges would have been diminished. F. Citizens for a Liberal Alternative. There were also citizens' committees which had no members at all. The Citizens for a Liberal Alternative was such a dummy committee. In the late fall of 1971, Bart Porter stated that Jeb Magruder told him to contact Ken Kachighian, a White House speechwriter, about a pamphlet the White House wanted distributed. Magruder instructed Porter to have the pamphlet printed and mailed to a group of leading liberals. While Ken Kachighian prepared the pamphlet in the White House, the pamphlet purported to be from the Citizens for a Liberal Alternative. The pamphlet attacked Senator Muskie on a variety of issues, thus appearing to come from a group of liberal Democrats. According to Kachighian, Pat Buchanan edited Kachighian's draft before it was printed in final form. Porter received the final draft from Kachighian and asked Tom Bell, a staff member of the Young Voters for the President, to have 1,000 copies printed up in 72 hours. All the negatives from the pamphlet were returned to Porter because of the secrecy Porter demanded. Following Magruder's directions, Porter had the pamphlet mailed to about 400 liberals around the country. A plan for Roger Greaves, Sedan Chair 1, to distribute some of the pamphlets at a Muskie fundraising dinner in Beverly Hills fell through when the dinner was canceled. This bogus pamphlet also found its way to the New Hampshire primary. In February 1972, Porter instructed Roger Stone, a scheduler at CRP, to fly to New Hampshire with a copy of the pamphlet and to place it in the headquarters of Senator George McGovern. Stone left the pamphlet on a table in the McGovern headquarters in Manchester, New Hampshire, and then went to the offices of the Manchester Union Leader, where he told the political editor that he had found literature in the McGovern headquarters. Stone said he expressed outrage to the editor that the McGovern campaign was capable of printing such trash. Burl Bernhard, Senator Muskie's campaign manager, testified that the pamphlet from the Citizens for a Liberal Alternative appeared in a number of different places in New Hampshire. Finally, Donald Segretti received 500 to 1,000 copies of this same pamphlet sometime after the Florida primary and sent them to some of his agents who presumably distributed them. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ærik Bjørnsson. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. 2. 1972 Campaign. A. Political Strategy. The political strategy of the committee to re-elect the president in early 1971 and 1972 was unambiguous. undercut Senator Muskie in the Democratic primaries, divide the Democratic Party so that it could not unite after the convention, and assist where possible in getting the weakest Democratic candidate nominated. The absence of a serious fight for renomination gave the CRP and the White House the luxury of focusing their political efforts during this period on potential Democratic opponents, rather than serious primary contenders within their own party. In the meantime, the various Democratic contenders had to concentrate their own political efforts on obtaining their party's nomination. The Nixon strategy was best embodied in a series of political memorandums written by speechwriter Patrick Buchanan and his assistant Ken Kachigian. The early concern with Senator Muskie resulted from a series of public opinion polls in April, May, and June of 1971, which showed Senator Muskie leading both President Nixon and Governor Wallace in a three-way race. Buchanan outlined the Muskie strategy in a lengthy memorandum to President Nixon on March 24, 1971. Buchanan proposed creating a Muskie Watch, an operation working perhaps within the Republican National Committee, which may even be a publicized operation, doing constant research on Ed Muskie and putting out materials to interest groups and to the press. A few months later, Buchanan wrote, "Thus, Senator Muskie is target A as of midsummer for our operation. Our specific goals are A, to produce political problems for him right now, B, to hopefully help defeat him in one or more of the primaries. Florida looks now to be the best early bet, California the best later bet, and C, finally, to visit upon him some political wounds that will not only reduce his chances for nomination, but damage him as a candidate should he be nominated." The strategy Buchanan advocated was to force Muskie to take more stands on controversial issues and to have President Nixon attack Muskie on those issues that divide Democrats. The anti-Muskie plan involved much negative campaigning against the senator rather than positive campaigning on behalf of President Nixon. In addition, such a strategy would subject Muskie to the pressures and harassments that go with being a frontrunner, pressures and harassments he is not getting today. In addition, Buchanan advocated concentrating on dividing the Democrats so that they would be unable to unite for the general election. In a July 2, 1971 memo, Buchanan advised, "We maintain as guiding political principle that our great hope for 1972 lies in maintaining or exacerbating the deep democratic rift between the elite, chic, new left, intellectual, avant-garde, isolationist, bell-bottomed environmentalist, new priorities types on the one hand, and the hard-hat Dick Daley, Holy Name Society, ethnic, blue-collar, Knights of Columbus, NYPD, Queens Democrats on the other. The liberal Democrats should be pinioned to their hippie supporters. The Humphrey Democrats should be reminded of how they were the fellows who escalated and cheered the war from its inception." This attack strategy of dividing the opposition was a main tenet of political faith both at the White House and the CRP throughout the 1972 campaign. By April 12, 1972, Buchanan observed, "Our primary objective to prevent Senator Muskie from sweeping the early primaries, locking up the convention in April, and uniting the Democratic Party behind him for the fall has been achieved." Further on in the same memorandum, Buchanan rhetorically raised the question of whom do we want to run against. Buchanan's clear choice was Senator George McGovern. Later in April, Buchanan noted, "We must do as little as possible at this time to impede McGovern's rise." The above strategy, while not improper in itself, was ultimately converted by others into the dirty tricks outlined below. The various operatives and agents of the White House and the CRP also had three major objectives in the 1972 campaign: to weaken Senator Muskie, to divide the Democrats, and to nominate the weakest Democratic candidate. The absence of primary opponents for President Nixon allowed his political strategists to target their efforts on the Democrats. The abundance of money in the CRP allowed the political operatives to set up a concerted effort to infiltrate and interfere with the Democratic primaries. The result was a campaign to re-elect President Nixon that was filled with illegal, improper, and unethical activity, much of which is described below. B. Implementation of White House and CRP strategy. 1. Donald Segretti. A. Hiring. In early 1971, George Strachan and Dwight Chapin, both staff aides in the White House working for H.R. Haldeman, discussed the need for a non-Colson dirty tricks operation in the field for the 1972 campaign. Strachan said that Chapin explained that he and Buchanan had been involved in some 1968 campaign pranks such as a false mailing sent out in the New Hampshire primary, but that it would be a good idea if the operation were moved from the White House in 1972. As a result, a meeting held in the early summer of 1971 among Chapin, Strachan, Buchanan, Kachighian, and Ron Walker, head of White House advance operations, to discuss how to structure a political prankster operation in the field for the 1972 campaign. Buchanan testified that he advised the group that it should be a small operation and that because of 1971, it ought to be under the Committee to Re-elect the President. Strachan and Chapin agreed that Donald Segretti, an old college friend of theirs from USC, would be a good candidate for the job of pulling pranks to disrupt the Democratic presidential primary campaigns. Segretti was first contacted by Dwight Chapin in the spring of 1971 about possible employment following his release from the Army. Segretti at that time expressed some interest in a possible job, since both his friends worked in the White House and since he thought that the job might include exciting work. Segretti stayed in touch with Chapin and Strachan during the next few months and flew to Washington, D.C. to meet with them in late June 1971. Segretti met with Chapin and Strachan twice on this visit, once at dinner at Chapin's house and again the following day at lunch. At these meetings, Strachan and Chapin explained to Segretti that his job would be to perform political pranks that would aid in the re-election of President Nixon. Segretti was given $400 in cash from Gordon Strachan to cover his expenses for this trip. Strachan and Chapin also cautioned Segretti not to discuss this matter with anyone else if he were not interested. But Segretti expressed great interest in the job since it seemed to involve exciting work, and after this meeting he began to contact old friends about the possibility of doing some work for the Nixon campaign. Meanwhile, Strachan and Chapin obtained Haldeman's approval for the project to ensure that Segretti could be paid from leftover 1968 campaign funds. Mr. Haldeman specifically approved having a person in the field to disrupt the Democratic primary campaigns, and specifically approved the hiring of Mr. Segretti. In late August 1971, Haldeman and Strachan met with Herbert Kalmbach. Strachan testified that Haldeman directed Kalmbach to pay the salary and expenses of Segretti. Strachan then told Segretti to contact Herbert Kalmbach in Newport Beach, California for the purpose of finalizing his employment. Segretti met Kalmbach in late August 1971 and was offered a salary of $16,000 a year plus expenses for his activities. Segretti said he was not sure if he was to be working for Mr. Kalmbach, Mr. Chapin, or others. Following his meeting with Kalmbach, Segretti had lunch with Dwight Chapin not far from the Western White House in San Clemente, California. During this meeting, Chapin gave Segretti a list of cities and states on which to concentrate in the upcoming presidential primary campaigns. Segretti said that Chapin stressed to him the secrecy of his duties, and said that his activities would be focused on fostering a split among the various Democratic candidates to prevent the Democratic Party from uniting behind one candidate after the convention. Chapin also emphasized to Segretti the importance of having media impact in Segretti's activities. For example, Segretti said Chapin suggested that he have pickets with Humphrey signs at Muskie rallies. Segretti said Chapin also suggested putting out phony press releases. Chapin emphasized to Segretti that he should focus his efforts on Senator Edmund Muskie, the Democratic frontrunner at that time. Segretti said that Chapin further explained that his objective should be to give the president his best chance for re-election in November 1972 by seriously weakening the leading Democratic candidate, Senator Edmund Muskie. If that could be accomplished, the Democrats would have a bitter fight over the nomination and would never be able to recover in time for the general election. The alternative objective of Segretti's activities was to divide the Democratic candidates among themselves to create bitterness and mistrust among the Democrats. Following this meeting with Chapin in California, Segretti began contacting old friends of his in California and elsewhere about doing political work in the upcoming campaign. After his release from the Army on September 13, 1971, Segretti received a telephone call from Dwight Chapin. Chapin informed Segretti that Strachan would no longer be involved in the operation. Chapin also explained to Segretti that they would leave messages for one another under the aliases of Don Morris for Segretti and Bob Duane for Chapin. At Chapin's request, Segretti flew to Washington, D.C. and met Chapin in the dining room of the Hay Adams. At that meeting, Chapin suggested to Segretti that he get both a post office box where he could receive mail from Chapin and an answering service so that he could be reached at all times. In addition, Segretti said Chapin gave him a list of the 1968 advancemen from Nixon's presidential campaign so that Segretti could begin making contacts in the appropriate primary states. Segretti testified that Chapin stressed he should not say or do anything which would link his activities to Chapin, the White House, the Republican Party, or the committee to re-elect the president. Chapin also gave Segretti the name of Ward Turnquist, an old high school friend of Chapin's, as a possible contact in Southern California. Chapin directed Segretti to fly to Portland, Oregon the following day preceding the president's visit there, to observe a presidential advance. Segretti flew to Portland on September 24, 1971, and stayed at the Benson Hotel. There he was able to familiarize himself with the advance operation and the means used to handle demonstrators. On the morning of Sunday, September 26th, Segretti met with Chapin in Segretti's room at the hotel. At that time, Chapin gave Segretti a copy of the advanceman's manual, and they had further general discussions about Segretti's activities. After his meeting with Chapin, Segretti returned to Los Angeles and received his first payment from Kalmbach, a check for $5,000 as an advance on his expenses, and a check for $667 for his 2-week salary. Following the presidential appearance in Portland, Chapin wrote Segretti a memorandum which said, "From now on, we want to have at least one Muskie sign in among demonstrators who are demonstrating against the president. It should be Muskie for President and should be held in a location so that it is clearly visible. At Muskie events or events by other Democratic hopefuls, there should be a sign or two which goads them. For example, at a Muskie rally, there should be a large, 'Why not a black vice president?' or perhaps 'We prefer Humphrey,' or something else that would goad him along. At Humphrey rallies, there should be Muskie signs, and at Kennedy rallies, there should be Muskie or Humphrey signs, and so on. These signs should be well placed in relationship to the press area so that a picture is easy to get." B. Activities. 1. Summary. After his meeting with Dwight Chapin at the Benson Hotel in Portland, Segretti set off across the country to recruit individuals to infiltrate and disrupt the upcoming Democratic presidential primaries. Segretti traveled to more than 16 states and contacted at least 80 individuals in his efforts to establish an organization that was capable of dividing the Democrats during their primaries. Segretti received $45,336 from Herbert Kalmbach in the period from September 29, 1971 until March 23, 1972. Of this total, Segretti had expenses of more than $22,000, and almost $9,000 of these expenses went to 22 individuals that Segretti had contacted during his travels. Segretti's objective in making contacts was to organize a network of agents in the following states: New Hampshire, Florida, Illinois, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, California, New Jersey, New York, and Texas. Almost all of these states had presidential primaries in 1972, and they were listed for Segretti when he met with Chapin at San Clemente in the late summer. 2. Relationship with Chapin. During the early period of his travels, Segretti kept in fairly close contact with Dwight Chapin. For example, Segretti called Chapin 33 times in November, December, and January. Segretti used the pseudonyms of Don Durham and Don Simmons since Chapin had strongly advised to him to maintain secrecy in his operation and to divorce totally the White House and his activities. During these first few months' activities, Segretti occasionally received information and directions from Chapin. For example, Chapin informed Segretti when Senator Muskie would be in Los Angeles in November 1971 and asked him to line up some pickets for the appearance. Later on, Segretti said he was told by Chapin that Senator Muskie would be appearing at Whittier College and was asked by Chapin to provide pickets and hecklers in the crowd. A few days later, Segretti arranged for pickets outside of a San Francisco hotel where Senators Muskie and Humphrey were appearing at a Democratic dinner. Following Senator Muskie's appearance at Whittier College in November 1971, Segretti received in the mail a copy of the White House news summary from Chapin, which said, "Reynolds said that he, Muskie, had come prepared for conservative questions, but the Chicanos gave him no chance and Big Ed proved that he can keep his cool." Penciled in on the side of the copy is a note from Chapin which reads, "Note, we really missed the boat on this. Obviously the press now wants to prove EM can keep his temper. Let's prove he can't." In early November 1971, Chapin instructed Segretti to travel to New Hampshire and begin work since it was the first primary state. Chapin also gave Segretti the name of Alan Walker, chairman of the New Hampshire Committee to re-elect the president. Segretti said that Walker seemed very receptive to his ideas, and that he felt so much at ease with Walker that he gave him his true name. Shortly thereafter, Segretti received a phone call from Dwight Chapin who told him to leave New Hampshire immediately. Segretti traveled to Washington and met with Chapin in Segretti's hotel room. Chapin told Segretti to stay out of New Hampshire, move on to Florida, and never again use his real name. Chapin had general knowledge of much of Segretti's activities. Segretti testified that most of the literature, bumper stickers, and false letters that were distributed by Segretti were sent to Chapin's home in Washington after they were printed up. In addition, Segretti sent newspaper clippings to Chapin concerning his field activities as well as handwritten notes explaining his activities of the previous week. Chapin's reactions to Segretti's activities were always very positive, and Segretti has no recollection of the issue of the legality of Segretti's activities ever being discussed with Chapin. Segretti specifically recalls sending Chapin the Muskie busing poster, the sex smear letter on Muskie stationery against Senators Jackson and Humphrey, and the Humphrey press release about Shirley Chisholm, all discussed below. During the months of December, January, and February, Segretti raised many doubts in the minds of people that he was recruiting. Many of these individuals, young Republicans, college Republicans, and young voters for the president, relayed messages back to Bart Porter, Tom Bell, and Ken Reitz at the CRP, who in turn sent the messages on to Jeb Magruder. Generally, the complaints were that there was an individual in the field who was causing serious problems for the committee to re-elect the president. Such a complaint was sent from J. Tim Gratz of Madison, Wisconsin, to Karl Rove, president-elect of the college Republicans. This complaint was eventually assigned to Anthony Ulasewicz, who flew out to Wisconsin to investigate this mysterious individual. Ulasewicz did not succeed in tracking down Segretti, but while he was out in Wisconsin, he received a call from Jack Caulfield, who informed him that Segretti worked for CRP. Many of these complaints about Segretti were sent to Magruder, who wrote a memorandum to John Mitchell in January 1972 entitled Matter of Potential Embarrassment, in which he described this individual in the field and urged that the individual should be placed under the direction of G. Gordon Liddy. After receiving a copy of that memorandum, H.R. Haldeman told Gordon Strachan to call Segretti to tell him to expect a call from Liddy, who would give him instructions in the future. This memorandum describing the matter of potential embarrassment was shredded following the Watergate break-in by Strachan at Haldeman's directions, according to Strachan's testimony. Segretti was told by Dwight Chapin in either a phone call or at their meeting in Washington on January 20, 1972, that some people in Washington had been disturbed by some of the problems that Segretti had caused in New Hampshire and Wisconsin. Chapin told Segretti to expect a call from an individual who would be checking up on his activities. 3. Relationship with Hunt and Liddy. In late January 1972, Liddy told Howard Hunt that a Democrat was trying to infiltrate Republican headquarters in some of the primary states in the upcoming campaign. Liddy sent out a communique to all the state committees to re-elect the president headquarters with the individual's description in an effort to find the person who was engaging in these counterproductive activities. 4 or 5 days later, Liddy came back to Hunt and said that he had stepped on some toes since the individual really worked for the committee to re-elect the president. Shortly thereafter, Liddy told Hunt that he had been asked to evaluate Segretti's work by the people for whom Segretti was working. Hunt also testified that Liddy told him that Segretti's principals wanted Hunt and Liddy to keep tabs on this individual as well as to provide assistance if it did not hazard their own operations. A few days after his conversations with Chapin, Segretti received a call in California from an Ed Warren, Howard Hunt, who asked to meet with Segretti as soon as possible. On February 11, 1972, Segretti traveled to Miami, and on the following day 2 men came to Segretti's motel room to meet him. They introduced themselves as Ed Warren and George Leonard. Hunt immediately turned on the television set in Segretti's room to prevent surreptitious taping of the meeting. Segretti explained to Hunt and Liddy that his activities consisted primarily of providing pickets at appearances by opposition candidates and distributing bogus pamphlets and leaflets that can embarrass the Democrats. Hunt and Liddy advised Segretti to use false identification, but they never provided any for him. In addition, Hunt provided Segretti with the name of Jose Arreola to do Segretti's printing in the Miami area. Segretti explained that he was having some difficulty in obtaining Senator Muskie's schedules, and so Hunt agreed to furnish this information to Segretti. In addition, Hunt gave Segretti his telephone number and told him to keep in touch. After this initial meeting of 10 to 15 minutes, Segretti maintained sporadic contact with Hunt. Occasionally, Hunt would make suggestions to Segretti about possible activities. Some of these suggestions are listed below in the pages describing specific activities carried out by Segretti and his associates. Segretti's last meeting with Howard Hunt was on June 9, 1972 at the Sheraton Four Ambassadors Hotel in Miami, Florida. At this meeting, Hunt suggested that Segretti put together a group of peaceful demonstrators to picket the Doral Hotel during the Democratic Convention. Hunt explained that another group of unruly demonstrators was to join in the demonstration and attempt to disrupt it, and that the bad conduct of the crowd would be blamed on Senator McGovern. However, the Watergate break-in occurred on June 17, 1972, and any plans for the convention by E. Howard Hunt were temporarily quashed. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. 4. Primary Activities. Segretti's most successful operation in the Democratic primaries was in Florida, where he recruited Bob Benz to head up the operation in Tampa, and Doug Kelly to help him in Miami. Segretti paid Benz $2,417 for his activities, and sent Kelly $3,436 for his help. Segretti was also fairly successful in recruiting people for the California primary. These individuals included James Robert Norton, who obtained an answering service for Segretti in East St. Louis, and a number of other individuals with expertise in state politics that Segretti could rely on to distribute literature and to harass appearances by Democratic candidates. In addition, Segretti recruited Tom Visney and Charles Svilik to create problems for the Democrats in Illinois, Indiana, and Wisconsin, and Skip Zimmer and Bob Neely for work in the Pennsylvania primary. Finally, Segretti enlisted the help of Michael Martin Jr. for the New York primary, and Bobby Garner of Houston to provide help in Texas if that state were to become crucial. The following account is a summary of the kinds of activities in which Segretti and his associates engaged during the 1972 campaign. A. Infiltrators, Florida. One of the objectives that shaped an outline to Segretti for his operations was to place infiltrators in Democratic primary campaigns to gather information and to create division among the Democratic candidates. When Robert Benz met Segretti for the first time, he was told to obtain hecklers, pickets, and also to get people to infiltrate into the campaigns to gather information, and that Segretti would provide money to pay these people. Benz immediately recruited Peg Griffin, a secretary in Tampa, active in Republican politics, and asked her to infiltrate the Muskie campaign. Benz testified that he told the Muskie people that she was a Republican, that she did not care for the president's policies, and that she was now a backer of Senator Muskie. Benz paid Miss Griffin $75 a month to infiltrate the campaign. In exchange, Griffin provided Benz with campaign literature, information about the campaign strategy, stationery from Senator Muskie's campaign, names of the campaign staff and precinct captains for Senator Muskie, and some names of financial contributors. Benz testified that he in turn sent all of the information that he received from Miss Griffin to Segretti's post office box in Los Angeles. Much of the information that Griffin was able to provide from the Muskie campaign headquarters was subsequently used to further many of the disruptive acts that were perpetrated in the Florida campaign. Griffin was also quite successful in disrupting the campaign on her own. For example, in early January 1972, she learned of a secret $1,000 a plate fundraising dinner for Senator Muskie following a public reception, and added this information on as the last two lines of a press release from the Muskie campaign. The dinner was subsequently canceled by Senator Muskie because of the publicity it received. Benz testified he also recruited Ezeline Froelich to infiltrate the Jackson campaign in Florida. Froelich provided Benz with the same kind of information from Senator Jackson's campaign that Peg Griffin gathered from Muskie's. This information proved to be most valuable in conducting Benz's field activities. Benz attempted to recruit individuals to infiltrate the Humphrey and Wallace campaigns as well, but was unsuccessful in these efforts. Benz later traveled to Pennsylvania to recruit individuals to infiltrate the primary campaigns there, but he was not as successful as he had been in Florida. Segretti was also under the impression that Doug Kelly in Miami had 2 infiltrators into the Muskie campaign. However, Kelly consistently testified that he had no infiltrators or informants in any campaigns in Miami. California. Segretti was also successful in recruiting infiltrators for the California primary. In the Los Angeles area, Segretti talked to Turnquist, Chapin's friend from high school, who in turn contacted Pat O'Brien and recruited him to work in the Muskie campaign in Los Angeles and report back any political intelligence. O'Brien was hired in December 1971 and worked part-time through April 1972 in the Muskie campaign. In San Francisco, Mike Silva was recruited by Bob Norton to obtain campaign intelligence from the Muskie headquarters and be a contact in San Francisco for Segretti. Silva told Segretti that he had placed 2 infiltrators in the Muskie campaign in late February 1972. Silva stated in an interview, however, that he did not actually place infiltrators in the campaign, but merely gathered campaign literature from a political science course at San Francisco State University and forwarded the material on to Segretti at his post office box in Los Angeles. New York. In New York, Segretti hired Michael Martin Jr. to infiltrate the Humphrey campaign and report any intelligence information that he gathered. Martin apparently was such a successful infiltrator that he was offered a position as director of the Northern New York campaign for Humphrey, but Segretti said that Martin turned down the position so he could stay in New York City and continue reporting to Segretti. Texas. In Texas, Segretti paid Bobby Garner of Houston $265, some of which was to go to an infiltrator in the Muskie campaign in Texas. This infiltrator was to work during the months of February, March, and April, gathering intelligence and mailing it back to Segretti's post office box in Los Angeles. The success of the Segretti operation in infiltrating primary campaigns also contributed to the success of their other efforts to disrupt and harass Democratic candidates. B. Surveillance. In his meeting with Dwight Chapin in early November 1971, Segretti learned that Senator Muskie would be visiting the Los Angeles area about November 6th. Segretti testified that Chapin instructed him to hire some pickets for Muskie's appearances there and to learn the logistics of Senator Muskie's traveling party. Segretti said he called Jess Burdick, an ex-CID agent who worked as a private detective in the Los Angeles area, and hired him to tail Senator Muskie during his trip to Los Angeles. Burdick followed Muskie for the weekend and reported back to Segretti information such as the license numbers of the vehicles used by the Muskie campaign. When Burdick charged Segretti $325 for his services, Segretti thought the price was steep for the information that was provided, and therefore did not use Burdick after the one occasion in November. Physical surveillance of Senator Muskie also occurred in the Florida primary when Robert Benz had his agents tail Senators Muskie and Jackson when they were in the Tampa area. C. Disruptions. I. Distribution of false and misleading literature. One of the most successful tactics for disrupting the Democratic primary campaigns used by Segretti and his operatives was the distribution of false and misleading literature. Instances of this particular campaign abuse occurred in nearly every primary state. Nowhere in any of this literature was it noted that the literature was financed by funds from the Committee to Re-elect the President. Pre-primary. After Segretti was informed by Dwight Chapin that Senator Muskie was appearing at Whittier College in November 1971, he had a number of handouts with hard questions printed up which he handed out to students at the Whittier rally. Someone in the crowd asked Muskie about his views on abortion, one of the questions on Segretti's handout. In the White House news summary of the event that Chapin sent Segretti, Chapin noted that Segretti's question had been asked. Florida. False and misleading literature was most widely distributed in the Florida primary. The following list is a catalog of the various abuses in this area perpetrated in Florida by Segretti and his operatives. 1. About 300 red Dayglow posters were distributed throughout the state which said, "Help Muskie in busing, sick, more children now." The poster was signed by the Mothers Backing Muskie Committee, a non-existent committee, and the intent of the poster was to identify Senator Muskie with a strong pro-busing position, a very unpopular issue in Florida. Most of these posters were distributed by Benz, Segretti, and Kelly in the Tampa and Miami areas of Florida. 2. About 1,000 4x6-inch cards were printed up and distributed at a Tampa rally for Governor George Wallace by Robert Benz and his agents. The cards read, "If you liked Hitler, you'll just love Wallace." On the other side of the card it stated, "A vote for Wallace is a wasted vote. On March 14, cast your vote for Senator Edmund Muskie." There was no indication on the cards that they were financed by Nixon campaign funds. The clear intent of the literature was to drive a wedge between the Wallace and Muskie campaigns. 3. On February 25, 1972, a letter was sent on copied Muskie campaign stationery to the campaign manager of the Florida Jackson campaign and to syndicated columnists which stated that Senator Muskie's campaign was using government typewriters as well as government employees drawing government salaries. This letter was sent to Jackson campaign headquarters in Tampa and in Washington, D.C., and copies of the letter were also sent to local media. The facts on which the letter was based were totally fabricated by Segretti, and Doug Kelly and Bob Bence arranged for the distribution of the letter on copied stationery Pat Griffin provided from the Muskie campaign. 4. Similarly, in March 1972, Segretti sent Bence a counterfeit letter on Muskie stationery containing allegations of sexual improprieties involving Democratic presidential candidates Jackson and Humphrey. Segretti instructed Bence to have 20 to 40 copies of the letter printed on Senator Muskie's stationery, which Segretti enclosed, and distributed. Bence gave the material to George Hearing, a local recruit of Bence, who duplicated the letter on Muskie stationery and mailed the letter to supporters of Senator Jackson. Hearing's list of Jackson supporters was given to him by Bence, who had obtained the information from Ezeline Froelich, the infiltrator in Senator Jackson's campaign. This phony, scurrilous letter on Muskie stationery against Senators Jackson and Humphrey won praise for Segretti from Chapin. On learning that the cost of the reproduction of the letter was only $20, Segretti testified that Chapin told him that for that small sum he had obtained $10,000 to $20,000 worth of benefit for the president's re-election campaign. In May 1973, indictments concerning this incident were brought by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Tampa. At that time, Robert Bence was given immunity and was not prosecuted, while George Hearing was prosecuted and convicted on one count of violating 18 U.S.C. 612, the law prohibiting distribution of unsigned political literature. Similarly, Donald Segretti was indicted for a number of violations of 18 U.S.C. 612. Mr. Hearing, the individual who mailed the letter, was sentenced to 1 year in prison. Mr. Segretti, the originator of the scheme, was sentenced to 6 months in prison after pleading guilty to 3 counts in federal district court in Washington, D.C. Robert Bence, the individual who recruited Hearing and Froelich, and who directed Hearing to mail the letter, was neither indicted nor convicted of any crimes. 5. A number of pamphlets advertising a free lunch at Muskie's campaign headquarters were distributed in May by Doug Kelly. The pamphlets also advertised free liquor and a chance to meet Senator Muskie and his wife. These pamphlets were distributed all over Miami, and a small pile of them was left at the Lindsay headquarters. The morning before the lunch was to occur, Kelly called Muskie headquarters and said that the Lindsay campaign was responsible for the false invitations. The dual objectives of the literature were thus to disrupt the Muskie campaign and to drive a wedge between Lindsay and Muskie. 6. Another invitation to a Muskie campaign meeting in Miami was obtained from the Muskie campaign by Segretti and Kelly. A line was added to the invitation which stated free food and alcoholic beverages provided, and these were distributed in the Miami area. 7. Some press releases were written on Muskie stationery in Miami by Doug Kelly, Segretti's main contact in the area. Kelly recalled sending out 3 or 4 bogus press releases, most of which sought to misrepresent the position of Senator Muskie on issues such as Israel and busing, and to draw attention to the position of Senator Humphrey. These releases were yet another tactic for carrying out the strategy of dividing the Democrats. 8. Kelly testified that he also distributed flyers announcing a speech by former Secretary of the Interior Udall that had been canceled by the Young Democrats. The flyers resulted in some disruption, Kelly testified, since the speech had to be rescheduled after the flyers appeared. 9. Flyers were passed out in Miami by Doug Kelly that appeared to be from Mayor Lindsay, which attacked Senator Muskie's stand on Israel. These flyers noted that Senator Muskie felt that Israel should be treated the same way as Cuba, thus antagonizing both Jewish and Cuban American voters. Many of these flyers were distributed in Miami Beach by being placed under windshield wipers of cars that were parked at synagogues. 10. Other examples of false testimony passed out in the Florida primary by Segretti and his contacts are found in the exhibits introduced during the Segretti testimony. Wisconsin. Similar kinds of false and misleading literature were distributed in the Washington primary by Segretti and his agents. Segretti and Benz drove to Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the end of March 1972 to pull pranks before the April 4th primary. There, they distributed a false invitation for a free lunch with Senator Humphrey on April Fool's Day, at which free drinks were to be given away, and guests would have the opportunity to meet Senator Humphrey, Lauren Green, and Mrs. Martin Luther King. The invitation was intended to disrupt the Humphrey campaign, much as Segretti had done to Muskie in Florida. Benz also stated that he and Segretti called the local newspapers to inform them that the invitations had been printed by Muskie supporters. Numerous bumper stickers with derogatory sexual slogans about Senator Muskie were put up and distributed by Segretti and Benz in Wisconsin. They were intended to embarrass Senator Muskie and to help drive down his vote total in Wisconsin. The bumper stickers were again unidentified as to their source. Illinois. Much of the same material that was distributed in Wisconsin was also distributed in Illinois by Tom Visney, Segretti's main recruit there. In addition, Segretti sent Visney copies of the pamphlet from the Citizens for a Liberal Alternative, the non-existent Citizens Committee discussed earlier. This pamphlet, written in the White House and printed by CRP, was intended to divide the Democrats among themselves. District of Columbia. On about April 13, 1972, Segretti testified that he flew to Washington at the suggestion of E. Howard Hunt to organize disruptive activities at a Muskie fundraiser scheduled for April 17, 1972. Doug Kelly, who also flew up for the occasion, and Segretti distributed literature which described the fundraising dinner and requested pickets outside the dinner to protest the fat cats. California. By the time of the California primary, the main Democratic contenders were Senator McGovern and Senator Humphrey. Most of the false and misleading literature distributed by Segretti and his contacts in California attacked one of the Democratic candidates and attributed the attack to another candidate, thus attempting to further divide the Democrats and make it more difficult for them to regroup following the convention. Months before the primary, Segretti reprinted a newspaper advertisement by Stuart Mott and the Committee for Honesty in Politics, which abhorred the secret money in presidential politics. At the bottom of the reprint, Segretti added the note, "The committee will look for your names as part of Muskie's fat cats. They better be there." This doctored reprint was distributed to individuals entering a fundraiser for Senator Muskie in Los Angeles by Segretti's agents in the area. As the primary approached, the literature written and distributed by Segretti and his contacts became much more vicious. Some examples follow. 1. Segretti sent out a statement on Humphrey press release stationery for immediate release which said that Representative Shirley Chisholm had been committed to a private home for the mentally ill from February 1951 until April 1952. The release went on to describe in the most vicious and scurrilous terms the alleged behavior that Representative Chisholm demonstrated at that time. At the bottom of the fake press release were the initials HHH. This release was mailed out to 10 or 15 California newspapers. Segretti testified that he sent the release to Dwight Chapin, who laughed for a period of time about the bogus release. 2. Two other false press releases on Hubert Humphrey stationery were mailed out to the newspapers by Segretti. One release stated that former President Lyndon Johnson favored Humphrey as the Democratic nominee, and the other one misrepresented Humphrey's position on one of the initiatives on the California ballot in 1972. Most of the bogus candidate stationery that was used by Segretti to pull his so-called pranks was printed for him by Jose Arriola in Miami, the printer whose name Segretti received from Howard Hunt. 3. Segretti also had bumper stickers printed and distributed throughout California which said, "Humphrey, he started the war, don't give him another chance." More than 1,000 of these bumper stickers were printed, most of which were distributed in California. The bumper stickers were signed by the Democrats for a Peace candidate, another non-existent group which was created by Segretti. 4. In addition, using as a model the pamphlet from the Citizens for a Liberal Alternative that had been drafted by Ken Kachigian and Pat Buchanan in the White House, Segretti had 3,000 pamphlets printed up with a picture of Senator Humphrey holding a large fish and the caption, "Humphrey, a fishy smell for the White House?" The objective of the pamphlet was to have the Humphrey people blame McGovern for this scurrilous, fictitious piece of literature. These pamphlets were distributed in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and in Orange County. 5. Segretti was also responsible for preparing and mailing a letter over the forged signature of Barbara Barron, the campaign coordinator of Senator McCarthy's California campaign, to McCarthy delegates and Chisholm supporters urging them to shift their support to Senator Humphrey. This later was printed on McCarthy 1972 stationery, and many of the people who received the mailing letter have always believed that Barbara Barron was responsible for the letter. In fact, Barbara Barron had absolutely nothing to do with the mailing since it was solely a product of Segretti's fertile imagination. 6. Segretti also sent letters on Yorty for President stationery to local newspapers such as the Los Angeles Free Press. These letters claimed that the forged letters from Barbara Barron to the McCarthy delegates and Chisholm supporters were the responsibility of the Yorty campaign. The Los Angeles Free Press ran the story that the forged letters had in fact come from the Yorty for President committee. Thus, the forged letters and the subsequent fake letter claiming responsibility for the initial forgeries were quite successful in sowing dissension among the California Democrats. According to Frank Mankiewicz, these examples of false literature distributed in the campaign had a serious impact on the Democratic candidates themselves. He testified, "We, the McGovern campaign and the Humphrey campaign, were no longer opponents, we had become enemies, and I think largely as a result of this activity." In addition, Senator Muskie and his staff blamed the false and scurrilous literature on both Senator McGovern and his supporters as well as Senator Humphrey's campaign. The false literature exacerbated the normal differences among the candidates and helped to create a deeply divided Democratic Party at the close of the presidential primaries. 2. False advertising. Another deceptive practice engaged in by Segretti and his agents was the placement of false and misleading advertising for or against Democratic candidates on the radio and in local newspapers. Florida. In Miami, Doug Kelly placed an ad on a local radio station which said that Senator Muskie believed in the right of self-determination for all people, and therefore supported the Castro government in Cuba. The ad was ostensibly purchased by the Muskie campaign organization and was designed by Kelly to alienate the Cuban voters from Senator Muskie. A similar ad was placed in the local Cuban-American newspaper Replica, which stated that Muskie believed that the United States should not interfere with the Castro government of Cuba. Again, the ad purported to be from Senator Muskie's campaign, and was designed to alienate Cuban-American supporters. A number of classified ads were placed in various Miami newspapers which drew attention to Muskie's statement that he did not think the American people were ready for a black vice presidential candidate. While these small ads could hardly influence very many voters, the ads could create some division and bad feelings among the Democrats after the primary was over if Senator Muskie's campaign thought the ads were placed by other Democratic contenders. Illinois. In Chicago, Tom Visney placed an anti-Muskie ad in the newspaper as well as on some of the radio stations. These ads supported Senator McCarthy's candidacy and stated that Senator Muskie had neither the emotional stability nor the experience to hold the office of the presidency. In none of these ads was it stated that they had been paid for and created by agents of the White House. Democratic Convention. In May or June, Segretti and Doug Kelly ordered an airplane to fly over the Democratic Convention with a trailer which stated, "Peace, pot, promiscuity, vote McGovern." Kelly was not sure if in fact the plane flew over the convention. Someone later told him that they had seen a plane with a weird message flying over the Democratic Convention. 3. Pickets. One of the main tenets of advice given to Segretti by Dwight Chapin was to have pickets appear at campaign appearances by other Democratic candidates in order to take advantage of the media coverage of the event. Therefore, much of Segretti's activity involved organizing pickets at the appearances of the Democratic primary contenders. Even prior to the primaries in early November 1971, Segretti paid a friend of his from Turlock, California to arrange for a group of pickets with signs saying "Kennedy for President" to appear in front of a San Francisco hotel where both Senators Muskie and Humphrey were appearing at a Democratic dinner. Segretti also attempted to arrange for pickets to appear at an appearance by Senator Muskie at Whittier College that same month. Unknown to Segretti, Roger Greaves, Sedan Chair 1, had also been directed by Bart Porter and Jeb Magruder to have pickets present with anti-Muskie signs. The appearance must have been an important one since Segretti was given the same directions by Dwight Chapin at the White House. Florida. Segretti's most successful picketing operation was run by Robert Bentz in the Tampa area during the Florida primary campaign. Bentz recruited Kip Edwards, Al Reese, George Hearing, and an individual identified only as Duke to organize pickets against Senators Muskie and Jackson in the Tampa area. The logistics of the picketing was greatly aided by the information being provided to Bentz by Froelich from the Jackson campaign and Griffin from the Muskie campaign. Many of these picketing activities were successful in gaining media coverage and in provoking dissension among the Democratic candidates. These activities included: 1. Benz learned that Senator Jackson was to appear for the opening of his Tampa headquarters in January 1972. As a result, he hired a Mr. Yancey and Kip Edwards to stand across the street from the headquarters with signs saying, "Believe in Muskie." Segretti was present to observe this particular demonstration, as were some news photographers who took a picture of Senator Jackson walking across the street to offer the two picketers a glass of orange juice. This photograph was reprinted widely in Florida newspapers. 2. Benz also received the schedule of the Muskie campaign train as it traveled down through Florida. He arranged for pickets to appear at the Winter Haven stop with signs saying Wallace Country. George Hearing, Kip Edwards, and the individual known as Duke showed up to picket this appearance. Ben believed that Duke was a member of the Nazi Party and was told that he was a former SS officer in Hitler's stormtroopers. In addition, Benz and Hearing discussed the possibility of disrupting Senator Muskie's train schedule by furnishing false information to his headquarters as well as to the public. 3. Benz also arranged for pickets to appear at another Muskie appearance at the University of Southern Florida. There, they distributed derogatory newspaper reprints concerning Muskie. 4. Benz organized a number of other pickets at Muskie appearances in Tampa. On one occasion, he arranged for the picketing of a Muskie rally by blacks carrying racially related placards, which criticized Muskie's statements about not having a black vice presidential candidate. 5. On one occasion, Doug Kelly gave a female college student from the University of Florida $20 in cash to run naked in front of Muskie's hotel in Gainesville screaming, "Senator Muskie, I love you." Kelly testified that the incident was reported in the Gainesville papers. 6. Senator Muskie had a press conference in Miami at the Four Ambassadors Hotel shortly before the Florida primary. Kelly recruited some Cubans to picket the press conference with signs saying, "Muskie, go home," and "We want a free Cuba." In addition, Kelly gave the picketers Humphrey buttons to wear. One of Senator Muskie's aides asked Kelly about the identity of the picketers. Kelly explained to him confidentially that the picketers were really working for Senator Jackson. This example is a good case of how political pranks can be used both to identify a candidate with a controversial issue and to foster dissension among the Democratic candidates themselves. California. In California, Segretti contacted many people to picket fundraising dinners by Democratic candidates as well as distribute false literature. For example, Segretti hired an individual named Jim Popovich, who told Segretti that he would put together a flying squad of about 10 individuals who would be available to picket any local appearances by Senator Muskie. Segretti thought the idea a good one and paid Popovich about $130 before discovering that Popovich was not producing as many pickets for these appearances as he had claimed. Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, Segretti recruited Skip Zimmer and Bob Neely to pass out literature at Muskie campaign appearances and to organize pickets for Muskie rallies. Zimmer sent Segretti clippings from local newspapers after Muskie's appearances where Muskie was heckled and picketed to verify that the activity occurred. Exhibits in the committee record indicate that Zimmer recruited people to stand at Muskie rallies with signs saying such things as "M-U-S-K-I-E spells loser" and "HHH is the man." Posters also drew attention to Muskie's pro-busing stand and pointed out that he allegedly sent his children to private schools. As Zimmer described these efforts in a note to Segretti, "Though press was disappointing, we did gradually piss off his staff and rattle him considerably." Segretti also stated that Zimmer allegedly arranged for pickets to appear at Muskie rallies and pose with signs saying, "Gays for Muskie." Hecklers were also organized by Zimmer and Neely during the Pennsylvania primary, according to Segretti. Some hecklers appeared at one Humphrey speech in Philadelphia. Following the heckling, Segretti said that Zimmer called Humphrey headquarters to tell them that Muskie had hired the hecklers for $100 apiece. As noted earlier, Segretti also had Robert Benz fly to Pittsburgh to recruit agents to picket Muskie's campaign appearances. Benz was not as successful there as he had been in Tampa. Planned convention activity. As discussed earlier, Segretti's recruiting of pickets for campaign appearances of Democratic candidates was supposed to reach its high point at the Democratic Convention in Miami during July 1972. Howard Hunt directed Segretti to set up a demonstration which would subsequently become violent and would be blamed on the McGovern campaign. The Watergate break-in, however, put an end to these plans. 4. Other disruptions. False orders for food, flowers, and beverages. On primary day in Florida, Segretti and Kelly placed orders on behalf of the Muskie campaign for flowers, chicken, pizzas, and about $300 to $400 of liquor. 3 weeks later, on the day of the Wisconsin primary, Segretti and Bentz again ordered flowers, chicken, and pizzas to be sent to Senator Muskie's hotel room, and also ordered 2 limousines to be sent to Senator Muskie's hotel for the use of the senator. These false orders disrupted Senator Muskie's schedule considerably. Finally, 2 weeks later at a Muskie fundraising dinner in Washington, D.C., Segretti and Kelly again made numerous false orders to disrupt the dinner. Kelly and Segretti ordered flowers, liquor, pizzas, and other items for the banquet, charging them to the Muskie campaign committee. In addition, Kelly and Segretti invited 6 African ambassadors and their guests to attend the Muskie fundraising dinner and made arrangements for them to be picked up by limousines which were to be charged to Senator Muskie's campaign. These activities disrupted this last major fundraising effort by Senator Muskie by diverting his staff attention and resources, especially when Segretti and Kelly kept calling the limousine drivers to return to the Muskie dinner in order to be paid by the campaign. The net effect of their activities was to create a very embarrassing situation for the Muskie organization. Stink bombs. On at least 4 separate occasions in the Florida primary, stink bombs were used to disrupt or harass the Muskie campaign. The stink bomb was first concocted by a chemist friend of Doug Kelly. The name of the chemical substance which he produced was butyl percaptan, a foul-smelling substance which was not physically harmful but was very noxious. Shortly before the Florida primary, Senator Muskie had a campaign picnic scheduled in the Miami area. Kelly and Segretti took the chemical substance, put it in a Coke bottle, and sealed it with wax. The bottle was taken to the picnic by Kelly and Segretti and dropped on the ground, releasing the chemical substance to foul the air. After the stink bomb had been dropped, Kelly said that everybody thought that the food was bad, so it kind of made the picnic a bad affair. Following the Muskie picnic, Segretti traveled north to Tampa with 3 vials of butyl percaptan. Segretti gave these vials to Bob Benz with the instructions that they should be placed in Senator Muskie's headquarters. One of the vials was taken to a Muskie campaign picnic in the Tampa area and emptied on the grounds there. The other 2 vials were given to George Hearing by Benz with instructions to place them in the 2 Tampa headquarters of Senator Muskie on the evening before the primary. According to Benz, Hearing placed one of the stink bombs in the offices housing the telephone bank operation of Senator Muskie, and the other in the Tampa Muskie headquarters. Benz said that Hearing told him that at one location the material was dropped through a hole in the window, and at the other location the window was open and the stink bomb was tossed in. Segretti testified that he was told by Benz that a screen was pried open and a window lifted in order to place the stink bomb in the Muskie campaign headquarters. The placing of these stink bombs in the Muskie campaign headquarters on the evening prior to the Florida primary disrupted, confused, and unnecessarily interfered with the campaign for the office of the presidency. Other disruptions. A few days before the Florida primary, Senator Muskie held a press conference at the 4 Ambassadors Hotel. Doug Kelly walked into the Muskie press conference with a long overcoat on and dropped 2 white mice with blue ribbons on their tails which said, "Muskie is a rat fink." Kelly also released a small finch which went flying around the room of the press conference and caused a great deal of commotion and disruption to Senator Muskie's press conference. Kelly also had advance notice of Muskie's schedule in Florida. As a result, Kelly would often call the individuals who were on Senator Muskie's schedule and change the hour of the appointment to some other time, or even cancel the appointment. Needless to say, this tactic greatly disconcerted both Senator Muskie and the press. Both Kelly and Benz made a practice of placing other Democratic candidates' stickers on the posters and literature of other Democrats. This practice was designed to foster divisions and bad feelings among the Democratic candidates. Kelly also attempted to tie up the phone banks of the Muskie campaign on the day of the Florida primary by dialing the telephone numbers of the Muskie phone bank operation from paid telephones. Kelly would then leave the telephone off the hook as soon as the call was answered at the Muskie campaign. He then left the phone booth and placed an out-of-order sign on the outside to ensure that the line would be tied up all day. The method, however, didn't work because of the automatic cutoff from the phone company. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. C. Segretti Cover-Up. Segretti was first contacted by the FBI shortly after the Watergate break-in, when his name and phone number showed up on Howard Hunt's telephone records. Segretti immediately called Dwight Chapin at the White House to request his assistance in getting legal counsel. Chapin, after consulting with Gordon Strachan at the White House, told Segretti to return to Washington, D.C. immediately. Meanwhile, Strachan called John Dean and explained that the FBI had called a friend of his named Donald Segretti and wanted to interview him in connection with the break-in at the DNC. Strachan requested that Dean meet with Segretti. A meeting was arranged for the morning of Saturday, June 24, 1972, among Segretti, Strachan, and Dean in the lobby of the Mayflower Hotel. Following a short discussion of Segretti's general activities, Dean told Segretti to come to Dean's office in the White House the following day for more detailed discussion. Segretti went to the Executive Office building the next day and outlined in detail to Dean his relationship with E. Howard Hunt. Dean told Segretti not to worry about the upcoming interview since the FBI had picked his name up on Hunt's phone records. In addition, Dean instructed Segretti not to divulge the names of Chapin, Strachan, or Kalmbach to the FBI unless the FBI felt it was absolutely necessary to have the names. Segretti left Washington and returned to California where he was interviewed by FBI agents. The interview focused on Segretti's contacts with E. Howard Hunt, and he was not forced to divulge any of the names about which he had been concerned. Segretti telephoned to John Dean after the interview to tell him that he had not been forced to reveal any of the sensitive names. In August 1972, Segretti was notified that he was being subpoenaed to appear before the grand jury investigating the Watergate break-in in Washington. Because of his concern about testifying before the grand jury, Segretti tried to contact his friends at the White House as well as local legal counsel. Segretti finally reached Dwight Chapin at the Republican convention. Chapin called Dean, who was also at the convention, to explain that Segretti was quite concerned about being called before the federal grand jury. Dean said that he would be happy to meet with Segretti in Florida since it was impossible for him to go to Washington at that time. After Dean talked to Chapin, he called Assistant Attorney General Henry Peterson at the Department of Justice and explained the sensitive problem that was confronting Segretti. Dean said he told Peterson that Segretti had no involvement in the Watergate incident, but that he met with Hunt in connection with some campaign activities that he had been performing for the White House. Dean testified he also explained to Peterson that Segretti was being paid by Kalmbach and that he had been recruited by Chapin and Strachan. Dean said he stressed that if these facts were revealed, they would be quite embarrassing and would cause political problems during the last weeks of the election. According to Dean, Peterson replied that he understood the problem and would see what he could do. Dean later spoke to Peterson again, and Dean testified that Peterson explained that he did not believe it would be necessary for the prosecutors to get into the specific areas of concern to Dean when Segretti appeared. Peterson recalls that the question of going into the dirty tricks of Segretti was also raised by Earl Silbert, who said that there did not appear to be a violation of the Corrupt Practices Act. The question was raised again by Charles Bowles, head of the Accounting and Fraud section of the FBI, who asked Peterson if there was any violation of federal election law by Segretti. Peterson replied that he knew of none. Peterson directed Silbert not to probe the relationships between Segretti and Kalmbach, Chapin, and Strachan because he didn't want him getting into the relationships between the president and his lawyer, or the fact that the president's lawyer might be involved in somewhat, I thought, illegitimate campaign activities on behalf of the president. Segretti flew to Florida a few days prior to his appearance before the grand jury. He met with John Dean briefly on the Saturday morning preceding the opening of the Republican National Convention. Dean explained to Segretti that he did not believe the government was particularly interested in pursuing the names of Strachan, Chapin, and Kalmbach in connection with Segretti's activities, and that he doubted that Segretti would be asked any questions in these areas. Dean advised Segretti, however, that if he were asked any questions about his dirty tricks activities, he should answer every question truthfully, and if pressed, Dean advised Segretti to lay out the whole ball of wax. Segretti recalled that Dean was most concerned about Kalmbach's name being brought up, but that Dean mentioned that he might be able to put certain parameters in the grand jury examination through Henry Peterson. Segretti then traveled to Washington for his grand jury appearance. Prior to testifying, Segretti was interviewed by Earl Silbert and Don Campbell in the U.S. Attorney's Office. During the interview, he recalled that he was asked if he were getting paid by a Mr. K. However, once Segretti went before the grand jury, Segretti testified that Silbert did not get into that area of questioning. Segretti testified that a woman juror finally asked him who was paying him, and that he then testified that he was paid by Kalmbach and he was hired by Chapin and Strachan. Earl Silbert has filed an affidavit with the committee denying that the original Watergate prosecutors limited their questioning of Segretti in order to conceal the involvement of Chapin, Strachan, and Kalmbach. Silbert said that since Segretti's last payment was in March 1972, prior to the effective date of the Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971, it foreclosed the possibility of a violation of this act. Silbert also denied that he or Donald Campbell ever referred to Herbert Kalmbach as Mr. K. In his affidavit, Silbert explained more fully his questioning of Segretti. Because none of his non-Watergate activity appeared to involve criminal violations, and because the grand jury was investigating only Watergate, we did not examine Mr. Segretti at length about his political spying activities before the grand jury. However, we immediately requested the FBI to interview Messrs. Chapin and Strachan of the White House staff, who Mr. Segretti had informed us had recruited him, and Mr. Kalmbach in California. The reports of these interviews were sent to the Special Election Law Unit in the Department of Justice. The possible inference drawn by some that we did not explore Mr. Segretti's spying activities before the grand jury because we wanted to conceal any involvement of Messrs. Kalmbach, Chapin, and Strachan is nonsense. We did not because it did not relate to the break-in and the bugging. Following his grand jury testimony, Segretti called John Dean to explain that the names of Chapin, Strachan, and Kalmbach had been revealed by questioning from one of the grand jurors. Following his grand jury appearance, the FBI scheduled interviews with Chapin, Strachan, and Kalmbach. Dean had responsibility for preparing both Chapin and Strachan for their FBI interviews. Dean recalled that Strachan stated on one occasion in the presence of Richard Moore and Dean that he would perjure himself to prevent Haldeman from becoming involved in the matter. Strachan testified that the discussion with Moore and Dean concerned a reply to a press story in which Strachan offered to take responsibility for approving the hiring of Donald Segretti instead of Mr. Haldeman. After his grand jury appearance, Segretti's next contact concerning his activities in the re-election campaign was in the middle of September when he was contacted by Carl Bernstein and later by Robert Myers of the Washington Post, who called to ask about his activities. After receiving these calls, Segretti contacted Larry Young again for legal advice and also telephoned to Dwight Chapin. Both Chapin and Dean advised Segretti to keep a low profile, and Dean asked Segretti to call and check in periodically. On October 10, 1972, the Washington Post published the first allegations that Donald Segretti had organized a massive campaign of political spying and sabotage conducted on behalf of President Nixon's re-election and directed by officials at the White House and the Committee for the Re-election of the President. Segretti recalls being called by John Dean prior to the publication of the article, when Dean told Segretti of the forthcoming article. Dean said he was in Florida and that he was going to fly to Washington to meet Segretti as soon as possible to discuss the allegations in the article. Segretti immediately flew to Washington, D.C. and called Fred Fielding, Dean's assistant, after checking in at a local motel near the airport. Segretti was subsequently directed by Dean or Fielding to leave the motel, since he was registered under his real name, and to take a taxi to within a block of the Executive Office Building, where Fielding met him to take him into the Executive Office Building. Segretti testified that he did not sign in on the entrance logs to the Executive Office Building, since Fielding explained to the guard that this was the individual who lost his wallet, or something similar. Segretti met with Fielding and Dean for about an hour, and they discussed the allegations contained in the Washington Post article. Dean read the article to Segretti line by line, and they discussed the truth or falsity of each of the charges. At the end of the meeting, there was a brief discussion about Segretti writing a statement to be released publicly on the following day. After the meeting, Segretti said that Dean and Fielding drove him to a motel near Crystal City, where he registered under an assumed name. Segretti wrote out a brief statement the following morning for possible release by the White House. Segretti testified that Fielding came by his motel room at about 10 a.m. with a statement prepared by people in the White House that denied most of the allegations in the Post. Segretti said he read over Fielding's statement and made some corrections on it, since Fielding indicated they were under some time pressure to get the statement out. Later on that same day, Segretti was contacted again by Dean, who explained that the media people in the White House had decided that the story would die by itself and that there should be no further statement made by the White House at that time. Segretti's proposed press statement was discussed in a meeting at Dwight Chapin's office that day attended by Ron Ziegler, John Ehrlichman, Dwight Chapin, John Dean, Gordon Strachan, and later by Fielding after he had received a draft copy of Segretti's proposed field statement. At that meeting, it was decided that Segretti should not issue his statement. Following the meeting, Dean testified that Ehrlichman directed him to advise Segretti to go incognito and hide from the press to avoid further stories until after the election. When Dean talked to Segretti later that afternoon, Dean mentioned how nice the Greek islands were at that time of year. There was also some discussion about how Segretti should travel back to the West Coast. Segretti recalled that Dean told him that it would be a great idea to take a train across the country. Segretti, following Dean's suggestion, then took trains from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia, from Philadelphia to Chicago, from Chicago to Houston, and from Houston to Nevada. During his travels, Segretti would periodically check in with Dean to learn the latest developments and revelations emerging from the White House and the campaign. Sometime during this same period, Segretti also called Doug Kelly and Robert Benz, his two major operatives in Florida, to inform them of his real identity so they would be prepared for the coming publicity. Following the election, Dean was asked by Haldeman and Ehrlichman to meet with Segretti to determine the extent of the involvement that Chapin and Strachan had with him. Soon thereafter, Dean met with Segretti in Palm Springs, California at the El Dorado Hotel, where Segretti had been staying for the week prior to the election. Dean taped his interview with Segretti with the understanding that the material was privileged and would never be released. Segretti later claimed that the tape should not be disclosed because it was privileged by the attorney-client relationship. However, the committee directed Segretti to answer questions concerning his conversation with John Dean, since the facts did not support a bona fide attorney-client privilege. Dean testified that his visit to Palm Springs was interrupted by a request on November 11th from Todd Hullen that Dean go to Florida to meet with Ehrlichman and Haldeman, who were there with the president, to report on Dean's interview with Segretti. Dean flew to Florida immediately and met with Haldeman and Ehrlichman on about November 12th. At that meeting, Dean played the tape of the interview that he had with Segretti. While Dean was discussing the matter with Ehrlichman and Haldeman, Dean recalled that President Nixon requested that Haldeman meet with him in his office. Dean recalled that Haldeman sent a message back to the president that he was meeting with John Dean and that he would be over shortly to report to the president on the results of his meeting. On about November 15, 1972, Dean testified that he met with Haldeman and Ehrlichman at Camp David. During the first part of the meeting, the subject of Chapin remaining at the White House arose. Dean said he learned at that time that the president had decided that Chapin would have to leave the White House staff as a result of the information that had been given to Haldeman and Ehrlichman in Florida. Other officials in the White House, including Richard Moore, felt that the president should merely issue a letter of censure to Chapin and leave the matter alone. Dean raised this suggestion with Haldeman and Ehrlichman, but Ehrlichman felt it was not possible to raise the matter again with the president. Dean then was given the task of telling Chapin that he had to leave the White House. Meanwhile, Dean was directed by Ehrlichman to get a job for Segretti, and so he relayed this request to Herb Kalmbach. Kalmbach apparently found a job for Segretti which paid about $30,000 a year at the Holiday Inn in Montego Bay, Jamaica, in a legal public relations capacity. Segretti said he was quite interested by the prospect of this high-paying job, but testified that since his mother was sick and since he received a subpoena from the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Administrative Practices and Procedures at about this same time, he decided not to take the job. Dean also discovered that the owner of the Holiday Inn where Segretti was going to work was a friend of President Nixon, and so Dean said he instructed Segretti not to take the job. At about this time, Dean spoke with Paul O'Brien, counsel for CRP, about possible West Coast counsel for Segretti. O'Brien recommended Gordon Hampton, an old friend of his from Los Angeles. Segretti met with Hampton and wrote out in longhand all the details of his activities during the previous year. Hampton subsequently gave this statement, as well as Segretti's phone bills, address cards, and account book to Paul O'Brien to transmit to John Dean on December 8, 1972. Hampton said he sent this material to Dean even though Dean had never requested it, because he felt that Dean was acting as co-counsel on the case. These materials were subsequently turned over to the Select Committee by John Dean pursuant to his subpoena ducis tecum. After Segretti was subpoenaed by the Senate Subcommittee on Administrative Practices and Procedures, he retained John Pollock, a Los Angeles trial attorney. Pollock said that Hampton told him that Pollock's name had been submitted to or screened by or approved by the White House. During the period that Hampton and Pollock represented Segretti, O'Brien kept in touch with them and reported all of their activities to John Dean. There is no evidence that Hampton or Pollock received any directions from third parties on how to represent their client Donald Segretti. D. White House Press Response. On October 10, 1972, the Washington Post published the first allegation that the Watergate bugging incident stemmed from a massive campaign of political spying and sabotage, conducted on behalf of President Nixon's re-election and directed by officials at the White House and the Committee for the Re-election of the President. In addition, the Post alleged that Donald Segretti traveled around the country recruiting agents to sabotage opposing campaigns and to gather intelligence information on opponents. These revelations by the Washington Post initiated a concerted and organized effort by the White House and the Committee to Re-elect the President to deceive, mislead, and misinform both the public and the press as to the activities of Donald Segretti and his agents. First, as described above, Segretti was immediately called back to Washington and then instructed to lay low until after the election in November. In the daily press briefing at the White House on October 10th, following the publication of the story about Segretti in the Washington Post, White House Press Secretary Ron Ziegler refused to provide any details or further information at all to press inquiries concerning the Segretti matter and other information revealed by the Washington Post. On October 13, 1972, the White House press office was contacted by Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein of the Washington Post, who said that they would report on Sunday that Dwight Chapin was a White House contact of Donald Segretti, that Segretti was paid a $20,000 annual salary from a trust account in a lawyer's name, a high-placed friend of the president, that Segretti received some assignments from E. Howard Hunt, and that Segretti reported frequently to Chapin on the progress of the sabotage activities. Despite the fact that Segretti had flown to Washington, D.C. on October 10th to explain exactly what he had done, and despite the knowledge of Strachan and Chapin about the details of Segretti's hiring, the White House issued the following statement. Statement by Dwight Chapin. As the Washington Post reporter has described it, the story is based entirely on hearsay and is fundamentally inaccurate. For example, I do not know, have never met, seen, or talked to E. Howard Hunt. I have known Donald Segretti since college days, but I did not meet with him in Florida as the story suggests, and I certainly have never discussed with him any phase of the grand jury proceedings in the Watergate case. Beyond that, I don't propose to have any further comment. After the Post published the story on October 15, 1972, a meeting was held in the Roosevelt Room of the White House among Ehrlichman, Ziegler, Buchanan, Richard Moore, Dwight Chapin, and John Dean. The purpose of this meeting was to prepare Ziegler for his press briefing the following day with reference to the Segretti stories in the paper. A secretary was present during the meeting and recorded much of the hypothetical questioning and answering of Mr. Ziegler by those present. The instructions given to Ziegler on October 15, 1972, and throughout the rest of the presidential campaign were designed to withhold information from the public about Segretti's activities, so that the president's chances for re-election would not be affected. Ziegler's basic response was, "Gentlemen, I have nothing to add to what Chapin has already said on the subject." Judging from what Chapin had already said on the subject, Ziegler's response to such press inquiries was hardly forthcoming. Notes from the meeting indicate that it was known October 15th that Herbert Kalmbach paid Segretti for his expenses and salary during his employment. And yet, when the White House was informed by the Washington Post on October 15, 1972, that a story stating that Kalmbach had authorized payments to Donald Segretti would appear the following day, the White House had no comment. At the 8:15 a.m. meeting in the White House on Monday, October 16, 1972, it was decided that Ron Ziegler, RNC Chairman Robert Dole, and Clark MacGregor should all make statements attacking the Post's stories of the previous days. Ziegler characterized the charges in the Washington Post as malicious, and stated that he would neither discuss nor deny the charges because to do so would dignify them. During the day, MacGregor was advised that both Ziegler and Dole had made strong statements, and so he thought there was no longer a need for him to make a statement. However, MacGregor testified that John Ehrlichman called him and asked him to read a statement that had been prepared. MacGregor testified that he did not know the author of the statement, and that he opposed merely reading the statement to the press and then refusing to answer any questions. MacGregor also testified that he had no knowledge that the CRP or the White House were supporting any type of political espionage. However, McGregor had talked to Dwight Chapin prior to his press conference on October 16th and had been informed that Segretti had been hired by Chapin to perform pranks during the campaign. Nevertheless, McGregor read the prepared statement on the afternoon of October 16, 1972, which said, in part, "Using innuendo, third-person hearsay, unsubstantiated charges, anonymous sources, huge scare headlines, the Post has maliciously sought to give the appearance of a direct connection between the White House and the Watergate, a charge which the Post knows, and half a dozen investigations have found, to be false. The hallmark of the Post's campaign is hypocrisy, and its celebrated double standard is today visible for all to see. It is said that this is a dirty campaign, but all the dirt is being thrown by only one side. The mudslinging, the name-calling, the unsubstantiated charges, the innuendos, the guilt by association, the character assassination, the second-hand hearsay, are all tactics exclusively employed by the McGovernites and their apologists. President Nixon will remain on the high road, discussing issues of real concern to the American people in a fair, forthright, and hard-hitting manner." On October 25, 1972, the Washington Post reported that H.R. Haldeman was one of 5 individuals who had authority to approve payments from a secret cash fund during the 1972 campaign. While this article did not relate specifically to Segretti, it was published in the same time frame as the earlier Segretti articles. Again, the White House issued only a terse statement to the Post which said, "Your inquiry is based on misinformation because the reference to Bob Haldeman is untrue." Neither Haldeman nor General L. Warren, Deputy White House Press Secretary, would elaborate any further on the story. Once again, Ron Ziegler labeled the story untrue and accused the Washington Post of shabby journalism and a blatant effort at character assassination. Clark McGregor joined Ron Ziegler in issuing a flat, official denial of the Washington Post story. Subsequent testimony before this committee revealed that Haldeman authorized the hiring of Segretti and authorized payments from the cash fund kept by Herbert W. Kalmbach. On November 1st, Dwight Chapin drafted a proposed statement to be released by the White House which briefly related some details of the hiring of Segretti. 4 days later, Chapin drafted a memorandum for John Dean which was marked Eyes Only. This memo was entitled Chronology of Activity and outlined for Dean some of the facts concerning Segretti's hiring by Chapin and Strachan. The purpose of the operation, according to Chapin, was that "We were after information as to the schedules of candidates, people who could infiltrate headquarters, could ask embarrassing questions, and could organize counter-demonstrations to those we expected our opposition to come forth with during the campaign." The memo also noted that in January or February 1972, after Gordon Liddy reported to Gordon Strachan that there was an unidentified agent in the field who was causing some problems for the CRP, Strachan checked 2 people, blank and blank, and then Don was advised to report to Liddy. The 2 individuals whose names were left blank were Haldeman and Mitchell. Following the election, Dean testified that Haldeman asked him to write a report for public release that would include full disclosure of the Segretti matter. Taking the information provided by Chapin, Segretti, and others, Dean drafted a series of carefully worded affidavits for each individual whose name had been mentioned by the press in relation to political sabotage and espionage activities. Based on the affidavits, Dean, with the help of Richard Moore, wrote a summary draft report and attached the affidavits. This report was forwarded to Haldeman on December 5, 1972. Haldeman gave the report to Ehrlichman, who made some penciled changes and then forwarded it to Ron Ziegler. On December 13th, a meeting was held in Ziegler's office among Ziegler, Haldeman, Dean, and Moore to discuss whether or not to release the information. Richard Moore, John Dean, and Dwight Chapin all testified that Chapin had been in favor from the start of releasing a brief statement whereby Chapin would accept responsibility for the hiring of Segretti and would apologize for having done so. However, at the meeting on December 13th, Dean's proposed releases were discussed, and in the words of Richard Moore, John Dean's memos just raised more questions than they asked. It was not a complete statement, it wouldn't have been a proper one to put out, and I think I probably said it wasn't justified and it was just shelved. Dean recalled that nothing was resolved at the meeting, and that it was the consensus of the group that the White House should continue to do nothing on the general theory that no one would be arrested for what they didn't say. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. 2. Other intelligence gathering and disruption. Although the activities of Segretti and his associates were the most widespread of the White House and CRP-sponsored covert campaign activities, there were other significant inappropriate activities during the 1972 campaign. They are summarized below. Ruby 1. As noted elsewhere in this report, Senator Muskie was considered the leading Democratic contender and a potentially significant threat to President Nixon's re-election until his setbacks in the spring 1972 primaries. Trying to obtain information on his campaign activities was a high priority of those planning the re-election campaign. An early example of a covert operation aimed at Muskie was the Ruby 1 project, which involved planting someone in the Muskie campaign. The plan was developed by Jeb Magruder with the help of Ken Reitz, beginning in August 1971. Magruder asked Reitz if he could arrange to plant someone in the Muskie campaign who would be responsible for obtaining as much information concerning the campaign as possible, including intra-office memos, speeches, travel schedules, press releases, and position papers. According to Reitz, Magruder assured him that such an operation was legal. Reitz told Magruder that he would confer with a friend on establishing a workable plan. After this conversation with Magruder, Reitz contacted John Buckley, who was director of the Inspection Division at the Office of Economic Opportunity, OEO, and asked Buckley to help him place a volunteer in the Muskie headquarters who would channel information to CRP. Buckley agreed to help. In late September 1971, Buckley told Reitz that he had drawn up a plan inspired by a newspaper column telling of a free taxi ride offered to Senator Humphrey, to have a cab driver offer his services to the Muskie organization. Buckley told Reitz he had already secured a cab driver for the job, and Reitz approved the plan. Buckley had selected Elmer Wyatt, an old acquaintance of his, for the job. Buckley instructed Wyatt to go to Muskie headquarters and offer his services as a volunteer. Wyatt understood that he would be paid, although he and Buckley did not talk finances at their first meeting. Reitz said that Magruder later approved payment of $1,000 per month. Wyatt went to the Muskie headquarters where he first worked as a volunteer, doing errands such as picking up dry cleaning and mailing campaign literature to other Muskie offices. Eventually, however, Wyatt was asked to deliver inter-office mail between Muskie's Senate office and his campaign headquarters. Wyatt kept Buckley informed on his progress as a Muskie volunteer, and Buckley in turn reported to Reitz that Wyatt was established as a volunteer at the Muskie headquarters. From September 1971 until April 1972, Buckley worked with Wyatt in obtaining and photographing confidential documents from the Muskie campaign during the time Buckley was working at OEO. In the early stages, Wyatt would call Buckley before leaving to deliver documents either to or from Muskie's Senate office. Wyatt would then pick up Buckley on a specified corner, and while riding in Wyatt's cab, Buckley would review and photograph pertinent documents. When this operation was completed, the material was delivered to the Muskie campaign headquarters or Senate office. This procedure of taking pictures in the back seat was unsatisfactory for Buckley, and so he rented office space at 1026 17th Street Northwest in Washington. Buckley also purchased new equipment which was more effective in photographing documents. Wyatt obtained press releases, itineraries, internal memoranda, drafts of speeches and position papers, and brought them regularly to Buckley's rented office to be photographed by Buckley during his lunch hour. Buckley testified that no mail was ever opened. After developing the film, Buckley turned it over to Reitz during meetings on various corners of Pennsylvania Avenue. Reitz in turn gave the film to Magruder. In November 1971, Magruder gave Herbert Porter some developed 35mm film and a viewer and asked him to review the film without offering any explanation of its origin. Porter stated that Magruder occasionally asked him for the film and viewer to show them to Mitchell. Porter recalled that later Reitz brought the film directly to Porter at Magruder's instructions. Porter's job was to review the film and bring anything of interest to Magruder's attention. On occasion, Martha Duncan, Porter's secretary, typed transcripts based upon the photographed documents for forwarding to Magruder. At Magruder's request, Porter testified he also sent copies of the transcripts to Strachan. In December 1971, Porter sent a transcript of one of the filmed documents from Muskie headquarters to Magruder. It was a staff memorandum from Muskie's campaign manager suggesting that Muskie, as chairman of a subcommittee on government operations, could get good coverage if he held tax hearings of his committee in California. Magruder asked Porter to have the transcript retyped on plain bond stationery and sent to Evans and Novak. Porter did so. Evans and Novak printed it, and the hearings were never held. On another occasion, Porter told Magruder he had a 20-page speech that Muskie was planning to deliver against the nomination of William Rehnquist to the Supreme Court. According to Porter, Magruder told him to have a transcript typed from the filmed document because Mitchell wanted to see it. The floor plan of Muskie's headquarters was also obtained through this political intelligence operation. In December 1971, Gordon Liddy began working at the committee to re-elect the president, and so Magruder instructed Porter to give the film and viewer to Liddy. At about the same time, Howard Hunt took over Rietz's job of obtaining the film from Buckley. At Liddy's request, Hunt met Buckley on various corners of Pennsylvania Avenue as Rietz had done previously. During these brief meetings, Hunt used the alias Ed Warren, and Buckley used the alias Jack Kent. Throughout their association, Hunt never knew Buckley's real name. Although Hunt was then employed by the Robert R. Mullen Company, he was also working closely with Gordon Liddy, who was responsible for the political intelligence gathering capabilities at CRP. The codename Ruby 1 evolved as part of the overall Gemstone plan, and was used primarily by Liddy and Hunt when referring to Wyatt. They also referred to John Buckley, alias Jack Kent, as Fat Jack. Hunt met with Buckley approximately 12 to 15 times. Buckley turned over film to Hunt, who then gave it over to Liddy. Hunt also gave Buckley plain envelopes containing cash on occasion to cover Buckley's expenses. This procedure continued until April 1972, when it was decided that Muskie was no longer a viable candidate and the operation was terminated. The Ruby 1 operation, as Hunt and Liddy referred to it, lasted approximately 8 months and cost about $8,000. Buckley testified that he and Wyatt did not participate in any other political intelligence operations for CRP. B. Sedan Chair 1. The genesis of Sedan Chair, according to Bart Porter, was Jeb Magruder's concern with the favorable publicity the Democrats received during past campaigns from the humor generated by Democratic prankster Dick Tuck and those like him who were making Republicans the objects of their pranks. In an effort to get similar headlines, Magruder instructed Porter to obtain advance schedules for leading Democratic contenders as part of a plan to carry out disruptive activities. The first operation arranged by Porter involved a Muskie visit to Chicago. An unidentified associate of Porter's organized a crowd carrying Nixon signs to meet Muskie at the Chicago airport, a move that generated some news in the local papers. Similar events took place in Cincinnati and Columbus, Ohio, and in cities in New Jersey. According to Porter, the efforts were unsuccessful, eliciting in the media little favorable Republican publicity. Occasionally, Porter paid his field operatives small amounts of money, which he received from Hank Buchanan, the accountant at CRP. In the early stages, he stated that he never distributed more than $100 or $200 to any individual. In conjunction with these efforts, Porter went to Ron Walker, then the president's chief advance man, and asked Walker if he had any associates who might be proficient at dirty tricks. Walker recommended Roger Greaves, a friend of his, and shortly thereafter Greaves, Porter, and Magruder met in California. Following the meeting, Greaves was retained and given the code name Sedan Chair, a reference to an old Marine Corps operation that Porter remembered. It was Porter's understanding that Magruder wanted someone to follow or precede Democratic candidates and cause general harassment. For example, Porter said that Magruder envisioned an individual who would rob motorcades of automobile keys, schedule fake meetings, or steal shoes of the opposition workers that were left in hotel halls to be polished. Greaves was told that he would be reimbursed for expenses and that Porter would be the CRP contact. He was told that if successful in early forays he would be hired on a long-term basis. Greaves' recollection of the meeting with Porter and Magruder is that Magruder wanted someone to filter stories to the media, to gather information from the opposition, and to cause harassment. Magruder, according to Greaves, stressed the need for performing his tasks covertly. Greaves said he was told by Porter that he should terminate the job he then had and that cover employment would be arranged with a large corporation, which would pay Greaves' salary for work performed at Porter's direction. According to Porter, Greaves at first expressed reservations about taking the job, but agreed with Magruder's suggestion that he perform some pranks in California on a trial basis. On November 17, 1971, confidential memo from Porter to Magruder concerning the operation reads as follows. Things went well in Los Angeles with our friend. I would like the green light to proceed with the second part of the plan. This will involve finding him a suitable home. He is ready, willing, and most able. Any ideas? Porter stated that the suitable home, referred to above, was finding a corporation to pay Greaves' salary while he covertly worked for CRP. In addition, the date of the memo above indicates that it was written after some of Greaves' early successful activities described below. Shortly after the meeting in California, Greaves received a call from Porter, who relayed Muskie's schedule and instructed Greaves to arrange for pickets at a Muskie appearance. Blacks and hippies were preferred as pickets by Porter according to Greaves. Porter asked Greaves to place Nixon signs at the airport arrival of Senator Muskie and to place anti-Muskie signs at a dinner at which the candidate was scheduled to speak. On another occasion, Porter said that Magruder told him to have Greaves place some signs at the Muskie rally at Whittier College and perhaps get media coverage. This rally was the same occasion when Chapin instructed Segretti to arrange for pickets. According to Porter, money was sent to Greaves on 3 occasions. On the first occasion, Greaves claimed he needed $300 immediately for pickets who were to appear at the Muskie appearance at Whittier College. The second instance occurred when earlier Magruder or Ken Kachigian asked Porter to send Greaves 25 copies of the anti-Muskie pamphlet, ostensibly put out by the Citizens for a Liberal Alternative. A Muskie fundraising dinner was planned in Beverly Hills, and Kachigian or Magruder thought it would be humorous to place a copy of the pamphlet in each of the menus, according to Porter. However, because the dinner never occurred, Senator Muskie was apparently ill. This stunt was sidetracked. The third time Porter forwarded money to Greaves was in January 1972, when Greaves finally decided to join the re-election campaign as a political prankster. Porter testified that Magruder told him he needed someone to work full-time on political pranks in January 1972. It was Porter's impression that Magruder was under pressure to make immediate arrangements for someone to go on to New Hampshire and then to Florida to perform pranks and familiarize himself with the Muskie campaign. Porter contacted Greaves and instructed him to use his imagination in performing political pranks that would get good coverage in New Hampshire. A salary of $2,000 per month was agreed upon. Before Greaves commenced his activities, he had his picture taken by Porter. This was done at the request of Gordon Liddy, who explained to Porter that some of his underlings would be doing some rough work in New Hampshire and he wanted to avoid injuring Greaves. By all accounts, Greaves' performance in New Hampshire was a dismal failure. Greaves often did nothing more than visit bars and listen to conversations about the Muskie campaign. Porter has testified that Greaves said he arranged calls to voters in the middle of the night with the caller falsely stating that they were Harlemites for Muskie, requesting the voters' support for Muskie. In his interview with the Select Committee staff, Greaves flatly denied any involvement in this episode. Greaves spent some time in New Hampshire and then went to Florida, where he again was supposed to organize activities disruptive to Muskie's campaign. Greaves stayed in Florida only a few days before returning to California. The next time Porter heard from Greaves was when Greaves called and said he had returned to California and was resigning for personal reasons. C. Sedan Chair 2. Following Greaves' departure, Magruder told Porter he needed another operative in the field to gather information about various Democratic candidates. Magruder said he was directed to place another individual in the opposition campaign by John Mitchell. Magruder stated that this person was to provide information only and was not to engage in any disruptive activities. Porter instructed Roger Stone, a young scheduler in his office, to make arrangements for someone who would work in 2 or 3 of the primary campaigns as kind of in eyes and ears. Roger Stone's recollection of the original Sedan Chair 2 discussions conflicts with the testimony of Magruder and Porter. Stone recalled discussing the need with Porter for an individual who would perform political pranks as well as gather useful information concerning opposition campaigns. Stone said he discussed the need for a clever field man with Morton Blackwell, who recommended Michael W. McMinoway of Louisville, Kentucky. After introductory telephone conversations with McMinoway, Stone flew to Louisville, and using the assumed name of Jason Rayner, Stone explained to McMinoway that he was being recruited to work in the presidential primary states and track and infiltrate the Democratic organizations. The two agreed that McMinoway would receive $1,500 a month for his services, and that after Rayner designated which Democratic organizations were to be infiltrated, the actual operation procedures would be left up to McMinoway. At this first meeting and throughout McMinoway's tenure, efforts were made to conceal CRP's involvement in the undertaking. Stone told McMinoway only that he was working for a group of concerned citizens that were interested in the outcome of the 1972 presidential election. McMinoway was supplied with a post office box in Washington to which he was to send information, thereby avoiding any contact with CRP or its officials. McMinoway was subsequently given instructions by Stone, who said he received them from Porter, who said he obtained them from Magruder. Magruder received most of his instructions from John Mitchell. In his testimony before the Select Committee, McMinoway described how he infiltrated a Democratic candidate's campaign. The usual procedure was to start off as a volunteer worker in the particular organization from which I wished to gather information. Hard work and seemingly helpful efforts on behalf of a particular candidate advanced McMinoway in the organizations. My objective, McMinoway testified, was to work within an organization, to gain their confidence, and to therefore be able to be in a position where I could personally observe and find out the information that I felt important to the organization and its structure. Occasionally, McMinoway worked simultaneously for 2 or 3 Democratic candidates. After obtaining relevant information from the campaign organizations, McMinoway called Stone or transmitted the materials to Stone via the Washington post office box. Stone in turn passed the information he received on to Bart Porter. Porter gave the information to Magruder and Bob Reisner, his assistant, in the form of memos typed on blank paper beginning, "A confidential source reports." Magruder said that he sent this information on to John Mitchell and to Gordon Strachan for H.R. Haldeman. Finally, Strachan testified that he included information from Sedan Chair 2 in his political matters memoranda for H.R. Haldeman. He specifically recalled including the report on the Pennsylvania Humphrey campaign discussed below. In addition to this information gathering function, McMinoway occasionally engaged in disruptive activities which affected particular Democratic campaigns. McMinoway's first assignment from Stone and the chain of command above him was to go to Washington in March 1972 and infiltrate the Muskie headquarters. Stone instructed McMinoway to obtain information about Muskie staff members, campaign finances, schedules of events, and any other useful information. McMinoway's diary corroborated his success in gathering information in Wisconsin. Other activities of McMinoway in Wisconsin were intended to disrupt Democratic candidates. On March 28, 1972, instead of supervising the distribution of Muskie literature, his diary shows that McMinoway talked his group of workers into drinking beer. On March 30th, he visited the Humphrey headquarters and gave them a schedule of events of the Muskie campaign. On March 25th, while still ostensibly a Muskie worker, McMinoway visited McGovern's headquarters and talked to a worker there about possible disruptions of a Muskie television interview. Finally, on March 31st, the diary shows that he went down to headquarters and diverted some Election Day precinct materials. Following the Wisconsin primary, Stone, acting on orders from Porter, told McMinoway to infiltrate the Pennsylvania Humphrey campaign. Using an alias, McMinoway presented himself as a volunteer and was welcomed to the campaign. He routinely began sending relevant information about the campaign to Washington. The Humphrey campaign also asked McMinoway to help supervise their phone bank operations. In this capacity, he promptly put people on the night shift on calling and duplicating cards that had been done by the day shift. In addition, he rearranged names to be called so that the night shift would make the small calls as the day shift. The impact of this action was noted in his diary. Repetition of calls is starting to aggravate the volunteer block captains. The captains are getting called 2 or 3 times and it is beginning to bother them. Some captains have already quit because of the repeated calls. At one point, McMinoway wrote in his diary that he hired people of low-caliber qualifications to work the phone banks. On another occasion, he rearranged stacks of names to be called so that prepared messages to be read by the caller were directed to the wrong group. Calls for black voters were substituted for calls to union members and vice versa. On still another occasion, McMinoway falsely told volunteers who were scheduled to work the phone banks that they would not be needed that particular day. McMinoway testified that his phone bank activities caused considerable disruption to the Humphrey campaign because, as he wrote in his diary, Humphrey is spending 1/3 of his budget on the phone bank and literature packets that the block captains will distribute. As in Wisconsin, McMinoway's loyalties were not confined to the Democratic candidate he had volunteered to assist. In an April 22, 1972 entry in his diary, he shows he called people from the Humphrey headquarters and urged them to vote for Senator Jackson. McMinoway testified that he impressed the Humphrey people with his willingness to work. Toward the end of the Pennsylvania campaign, McMinoway testified that a national coordinator asked him to work at the Humphrey Los Angeles headquarters in the California primary. In his diary, McMinoway quoted from an alleged letter that the national coordinator prepared to introduce him in California. The letter said McMinoway was an avid Humphrey supporter that could be trusted in any project. McMinoway was then assigned by Stone and his superiors to go to California and infiltrate both the McGovern and Humphrey campaigns. This assignment came after the mid-April 1972 meeting when Gordon Strachan testified that H.R. Haldeman told him to tell G. Gordon Liddy to transfer whatever possible capability he had from Muskie to McGovern. McMinoway testified that he engaged in the same activities in California as he had in prior primaries, and that he reported by telephone to Stone daily. McMinoway testified that he learned of the Watergate break-in after the California primary, while awaiting his next assignment. McMinoway said he immediately called Stone, only to learn that his number had been disconnected that same morning. About 2 days later, McMinoway said that Stone called him and asked that he continue his activities, explaining that Stone had taken no part in any illegal actions. McMinoway said he remained unconvinced, but that he agreed to go to Washington to meet with Stone's supervisor to receive reassurance of the propriety of his undertaking. In Washington, McMinoway testified he received a phone call in his hotel room. The man identified himself merely as Mr. M, just for the matter of having something a reference for me to contact, and he reassured me that the organization I was working with was not involved in illegal activities and quite strenuously passed on to me the fact that they were not, in fact, connected with the people that were apprehended. This mysterious caller was Bart Porter, who stated that he had discussions with McMinoway after the June 17 break-in. Porter had no recollection of any discussion about the break-in, recalling that the conversation focused on a possible increase in salary for Sedan Chair 2. McMinoway testified that after this convention he volunteered for work at McGovern's national headquarters in Washington, where he worked closely with McGovern's administrative staff. As he explained, by this time I had become a familiar face. At the Democratic National Convention, McMinoway claimed to achieve new successes in his efforts to infiltrate the opposition. The first 5 days there, he said, were used to amass information on where different delegations were staying, where different hotels were, the locations, and so forth. Thereafter, McMinoway served as a member of the security staff in McGovern's headquarters at the Doral Hotel, a position which, he testified, occasionally allowed him access to otherwise private areas. As he explained in his diary, McMinoway said he was a guard on the penthouse floor where McGovern was staying. McMinoway also wrote in his diary that he had access to all of McGovern's convention operation rooms, and that he met all of the big-time McGovern staff. McMinoway wrote that he watched television with Senator McGovern on the night of the vote on the challenge to the California delegation, and added, "It is amazing how easy it would be to be right in the midst of all the operations and planning and yet be an enemy." Many of McMinoway's particular claims about his work at the Democratic conventions are contradicted by sworn affidavits and testimony in the public committee record. However, there is no question that McMinoway was able to secure a position as a volunteer security guard of the McGovern floors while working directly for the committee to re-elect the president. D. Ruby 2. In February 1972, Howard Hunt hired Thomas Gregory, a student at Brigham Young University, to infiltrate the Muskie campaign. Hunt met Gregory through Robert Fletcher, the nephew of Robert Bennett, Hunt's employer at the Mullen Company. Using the alias Ed Warren, Hunt called Gregory in Utah and asked him to come to Washington for an expense-paid job interview. About a week later, Hunt and Gregory met at the Park Central Hotel in Washington, where Hunt explained that he wanted information from the Muskie campaign, including schedules, internal memorandums, and general observations of the campaign. Gregory was to work as a volunteer for Muskie, report to Hunt once a week, and receive $175 a week for his services. Gregory accepted the offer. The next day, Gregory began working as a volunteer at the Muskie campaign headquarters, where he was placed in the Foreign Affairs section under Anthony Lake. His job consisted of photocopying, picking up schedules, and other random chores. Gregory did not photocopy any material for Hunt, but he did type reports based upon documents he read or conversations he overheard. Hunt and Gregory met weekly in a drugstore at 17th and K Streets Northwest in Washington, D.C. During these brief meetings, Gregory gave Hunt typed reports on the week's activities. When Hunt was not available, Gregory gave this material to Robert Fletcher to pass on to Hunt. All information that Hunt received from Gregory was turned over to Gordon Liddy, including the memorandums that Hunt typed which summarized Gregory's oral reports. Hunt did not retain any copies of this material. Gordon Strachan testified that in mid-April 1972, Haldeman told him to contact G. Gordon Liddy to tell him to transfer his capability from Muskie to McGovern, with particular interest in discovering what the connection between McGovern and Senator Kennedy was. Strachan also testified that he assumed, finally, there was going to be one unified system of intelligence gathering under Liddy after this conversation. At about this same time, Hunt asked Gregory to transfer to the McGovern campaign as a volunteer, which he did. Gregory's responsibilities remained the same as in the Muskie campaign, with one significant addition. He was now to prepare and assist Hunt and Liddy in their plans to place electronic surveillance on McGovern headquarters. Gregory gave Hunt a floor plan and office description of the McGovern headquarters at Hunt's request. Hunt then introduced Gregory to James McCord in late April or early May 1972. In a meeting at the Roger Smith Hotel, Washington, D.C., Hunt and McCord told Gregory they were planning to place a bug in the McGovern headquarters and would need assistance. In late May 1972, Gregory took McCord through the McGovern headquarters to familiarize McCord with the physical layout. On a second occasion, May 27, 1972, Gregory again took McCord through the McGovern headquarters. On that visit, McCord unsuccessfully attempted to plant a bug in Frank Mankiewicz's office. Sometime in late May or early June 1972, Gregory met Gordon Liddy for the first time, during an automobile ride in which Hunt drove Liddy and Gregory around the McGovern headquarters while Liddy told Gregory that he, too, was interested in getting into the McGovern offices. Hunt, Liddy, McCord, and Gregory met at a Washington hotel to discuss breaking into McGovern headquarters to copy documents and to go over a physical layout of offices and the location of alarm systems. By early June, Gregory had serious questions about the propriety of his activities, which he discussed with his uncle, Robert Bennett. On or about June 15th or 16th, 1972, Gregory met with Hunt to tell him that he no longer wished to continue with his work. After terminating his employment with Hunt, Gregory also contacted the McGovern headquarters to discontinue his volunteer work. Gregory received approximately $3,400 for his services. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. E. Colson Suggestions. Roger Stone. Bart Porter recalled that Colson wanted to send someone to New Hampshire to make a contribution to the campaign of Rep. Pete McCluskey on behalf of some radical group. Porter testified that he gave Roger Stone $200 to travel to New Hampshire to make a cash contribution to the McCluskey campaign. Jeb Magruder stated that on one occasion, Charles Colson suggested that CRP send an individual wearing a gay lib button to a McGovern meeting. Roger Stone recalled that Porter suggested that he travel to New Hampshire and contribute money to McCluskey from the Gay Liberation Front. Stone said he persuaded Porter to make the contribution instead from the Young Socialist Alliance. A few days later, Porter called Stone back to his office and gave him $200 in cash for travel and a $135 contribution. Stone said he converted the $135 into small bills and coins to convey the image of a donation from many small contributors. Stone said he went to New Hampshire and delivered the contribution to a McCluskey campaign worker in a storefront. Stone received a receipt for the contribution from the campaign worker, showing the source of the contribution as the Young Socialist Alliance. After he returned to Washington, Stone said he met with Porter and they drafted an anonymous letter to the Manchester Union leader and enclosed a photocopy of the receipt. The bogus contribution was staged and subsequently attempted to be leaked to discredit the McCluskey campaign with the New Hampshire voters. Theodore Brill. Jeb Magruder testified that another incident initiated by Charles Colson was the infiltration of the peace vigil conducted by a group of Quakers in front of the White House. The group of Quakers gathered daily in front of the White House to protest the administration's Vietnam policy. Magruder said Colson told him that there should be someone finding out what the peace groups in front of the White House were doing. Magruder asked Ken Reitz, head of the Young Voters for the President, to find someone to get Colson the information. Reitz, whose experience in intelligence gathering began with the placement of Ruby I, delegated the assignment to his assistant, George Gorton. Gorton contacted Roger Stone and asked Stone if he knew a local young Republican who needed a summer job. Stone suggested Ted Brill, a former chairman of George Washington University's Young Republican organization. Gorton asked Brill to come to CRP headquarters where he told him that the job consisted of infiltrating and monitoring the Quaker Vigil as a first assignment. Brill's assignment was to determine the future intentions of this group, particularly its plans for the Republican convention in Miami. Brill periodically visited the vigil, sometimes wearing a McGovern campaign button, and talked with the protesters during the next 6 weeks. He reported verbally to Gorton 6 or 7 times and received about $675 for his efforts. Brill was terminated the week following the Watergate break-in. Throughout the Gorton-Brill contacts, the possibility of further assignments was discussed, including infiltrating dissident groups at the Republican convention. Brill testified that after the news of the Watergate break-in, he received no further assignments. Magruder stated that the information from Brill went back to Ken Reitz and then to Richard Howard in Colson's office. F. Chapman's Friend. Chapman's Friend was a code used by 2 reporters who were hired by Murray Chotiner, a veteran of many Nixon campaigns, to travel with opposition campaigns posing as newspaper reporters and to monitor the activities of these opposition candidates during the 1972 campaign. Chotiner said the operation was approved by John Mitchell but was handled directly by Chotiner. The first Chapman's Friend, Seymour K. Frieden, worked from March to November 1971 and from May until the end of August 1972, covering as many candidates as possible. Frieden was not reporting for any newspaper at the time and received his sole source of income from Chotiner. Chotiner said he told Frieden to observe everything he could while traveling with various campaigns and to report the information back to Chotiner. Frieden identified himself as a working journalist to gain access to the Democratic campaigns. He phoned his reports to Chotiner or Chotiner's secretary. The reports discussed crowd reactions, interviews with staff people, and events that occurred both privately and publicly while on the campaign trail. The reports were typed in draft form by Chotiner's secretary and edited by Chotiner, whose final versions were sent to Haldeman and Mitchell. Once the Chapman's Friend report reached Haldeman, it was again copied and sent to members of Haldeman's staff. There was no indication on the Chapman's Friend report where the information came from or who was responsible for providing it. The reports were simply labeled Chapman's Friend reports. Sometime in August 1973, Frieden got another assignment as a reporter and terminated his employment with Chotiner. Chotiner then hired Lucianne C. Goldberg. Mrs. Goldberg traveled with the campaign of Senator McGovern and also used the code name of Chapman's Friend. Mrs. Goldberg was employed by Chotiner from September 1972 through the election in November. Both Goldberg and Frieden were paid $1,000 per week plus expenses with checks drawn from Chotiner's law office account. Chotiner's secretary submitted expense vouchers to FCRP for reimbursement of Chotiner's expenses. On the vouchers, the payee's salary was shown only as reimbursements for survey, and related expenses were shown only as reimbursement for surveyed expenses. The only people who knew the true purpose of the survey expenditures, according to Chotiner, were Mitchell, Magruder, and Robert Odle. Chotiner told Odle the purpose of the payments, but refused to reveal the identities of the Chapman's friends because he did not want the name of the informant disclosed before the election. Odle, however, denied any knowledge of the purpose of the expenditures made by Chotiner until sometime in June 1973, when he was informed of the purpose during questioning by the FBI. Odle wrote a memorandum on September 8, 1972, to Nick Bungato, a driver at CRP, which stated, "Once or twice a day you will get a call from Mr. Chotiner's office in the Reeves and Harrison law firm on the 5th floor of 1701, asking you to deliver envelopes directly to Mr. Haldeman's office on the 1st floor of the West Wing at the White House. Please give these requests top priority since the envelopes are very important and time will always be a factor." G. Young Voters for the President demonstrations. The CRP's efforts to counter or neutralize the traditionally Democratic youth vote were coordinated by the Young Voters for the President, YVP. Memorandums indicate that Ken Reitz, head of YVP, was directed by Jeb Magruder to organize demonstrations against the McGovern-Shriver campaign with the advice of Ed Feiler, special assistant at CRP. Rallies organized in the spring of 1972 were initially in support of the president's announcement on May 8, 1972, of the mining of Haiphong Harbor. Reitz organized a pro-Nixon vigil at the White House and organized pro-RN demonstrations were needed. After Senator McGovern was nominated at the Democratic Convention, Magruder directed Ed Feiler to take responsibility for setting up McGovern-Shriver confrontations. Ken Reitz reported to Feiler weekly on the success of the YVP in organizing demonstrations against the president. Feiler himself reported to Magruder about his own efforts to disrupt the McGovern campaign. "I have personally endeavored to create an encounter between Shriver and a busing opponent on the busing issue for today in Las Vegas. Anti-busing people will be used in this encounter and no Republicans will be surfaced." In Reitz's report on the activities of the week of September 22, 1972, he cited daily orchestrated demonstrations by young voters for the president at McGovern and Shriver campaign stops. Reitz explained that good media coverage resulted from these efforts. Reporter Bruce Morton concluded that it was not a very good stop for McGovern. We are told an AP Wire story reported the presence of young Nixon supporters. Reitz also reported that the demonstrations upset candidate McGovern in Milwaukee. Finally, these demonstrations apparently forced cancellation of some of McGovern's planned activities. Feiler wrote to Magruder, "We have learned the McGovern organization and/or the Secret Service has reacted to our activities. The San Gennaro Festival in Greenwich Village, New York, Saturday night was originally planned as a walking tour of a few blocks by McGovern. However, as a result of the events in Flushing, New York on Thursday, September 21st, organized by YVP, the street walk was canceled and McGovern spoke in an area that was barricaded off." H. Use of advanced people. On July 28, 1971, Pat Buchanan wrote a memorandum to Attorney General Mitchell which suggested the following activity for the 1972 campaign. Special projects. We would like to utilize John Walker's resources where possible to handle some close-in operations, pickets and the like, when candidates visit various cities. The candidate normally brings with him his own media, he attracts local media, and we would like to be able to piggyback on that media with our own operations anti-candidate. This requires support activities from some source. Ron has an operation in place, and they will need approval, either general or specific, for these covert operations. Ron Walker headed the White House advancemen who were used to set up the logistics for the presidential visits. Thus, Buchanan suggested that they be used for anti-candidate, covert operations against the Democratic candidates. Buchanan testified that this idea was rejected. However, Ron Walker testified about other questionable tactics sometimes used by advancemen to counteract protesting signs at presidential appearances. Walker said that groups with pro-Nixon signs on sheets would be organized by advancemen prior to the appearance. At the first sign of any protest, the group would be moved to a curbside to place their signs between the president's motorcade and the protesting observers. Walker also testified that it was the advance operations policy to ensure that undesirables did not show up at presidential rallies. One technique used to keep out undesirables was the fake ticket routine, in which the advance men would ask for the ticket of an individual and then declare it a fake and escort the individual from the rally. Walker said this technique was used in Charlotte, North Carolina on Billy Graham Day to cope with potential protesters who were planning to show up for the president's appearance. Walker also stated that there were other recommendations for coping with demonstrators. One idea that was discussed was that the advance operation should have ready a pickup truck with cowboys in it, and if there was any trouble at an appearance they would release the cowboys and let things happen. Walter said he recalled Haldeman discussing such tactics, but that such tactics were never implemented. I. Vote siphoning schemes. Vote siphoning is essentially a direct interference by one political party or campaign in the affairs of another party or campaign for the purpose of weakening or eliminating an opposition candidate. In 1972, the Committee to Re-elect the President, CRP, secretly financed efforts to take votes away from Senator Muskie in the New Hampshire and Illinois primaries, and secretly supported an effort in California to drive the registration of the American Independent Party, AIP, below the required minimum so that AIP would not qualify for a spot on the ballot in the general election. The New Hampshire primary. The effort to take votes away from Senator Muskie in New Hampshire was initiated by Charles Colson, according to Magruder, who told him that the project had been approved by both Haldeman and the president. Magruder cleared the project at a cost of $8,000 to $10,000 with John Mitchell and also spoke to Haldeman about it. Colson, or someone in his office, according to Magruder, drafted a letter supporting a write-in campaign for Senator Kennedy, whose name was not on the ballot. The draft was taken by someone in Colson's office to Robin Ficker, a Democratic politician in Montgomery County, Maryland, who had been running a Kennedy for President headquarters since July 1971. Ficker said that in February 1972, someone who identified himself in a telephone conversation as Mike Abramson asked him to sign a letter calling for a Kennedy write-in campaign. The letter was brought to Ficker's home by a Bill Robinson, who said he was with a law firm in Washington, D.C. Ficker signed the letter because he agreed with its contents. He was later told that between 150,000 and 180,000 copies of the letter were mailed to New Hampshire residents whose names appeared on the CRP mailing list of Democrats. Ficker also went to New Hampshire shortly before the primary and campaigned for Kennedy for 4 or 5 days. At Abramson's suggestion, he placed one advertisement in the Manchester Union Leader credited to the United Democrats for Kennedy, which he signed and paid for himself. Ficker never saw Mike Abramson and never knew where he could be reached. Ficker believed that he worked with Kennedy aides in coordinating the Kennedy write-in campaign in New Hampshire. The write-in campaign for Senator Kennedy was totally financed by the Committee to Re-elect the President, yet that information was disclosed neither to Mr. Ficker or to the public during the campaign. Patrick Buchanan testified that, although not acquainted with the Ficker letter, he knew about Ficker's write-in campaign. Asked about the propriety of the letter, Buchanan responded that it was a borderline case with regard to unethical campaign practices. Buchanan had advocated a form of vote siphoning in an October 5, 1971 memorandum to Mitchell and Haldeman. 3. Fourth Party Candidacies. Top-level consideration should be given to ways and means to promote, assist, and fund a fourth party candidacy to the left Democrats and/or the Black Democrats. There is nothing that can so advance the president's chances for re-election, not a trip to China, not 4.5% employment, as a realistic Black presidential campaign. The absence of a requirement that the true sponsors of such efforts to aid opposition party candidates be disclosed may mislead the public into thinking that there is more support for such candidates than in fact there is. The Illinois primary. The committee to re-elect the president apparently also directed some money to the Illinois primary campaign of Senator Eugene McCarthy, hoping that McCarthy would take votes away from the other candidate on the ballot, Senator Muskie. Once again, financial support of an opponent of Senator Muskie was not disclosed to the public. American Independent Party effort in California. The American Independent Party, AIP, was founded by supporters of George Wallace's presidential aspirations. The attempted vote siphoning aimed at AIP was limited in scope and unsuccessful, but it nonetheless provides an insight into the tactics supported by CRP to assure President Nixon's re-election. Under California law, a political party, as of January 1st of an election year, must have registered voters exceeding 1/15 of 1% of the total voter registration in the state to qualify for the ballot in a primary election. The plan was to convince enough of the approximately 140,000 registered AIP voters to re-register in another party before January 1st, 1972, to drop AIP registration below the 1/15 of 1% figure. The re-registration plan was conceived in early 1971 by Robert J. Walters, a California businessman and sometime Wallace supporter who had become disenfranchised with the AIP after the 1968 presidential election. Walters was upset because the AIP was drawing votes away from conservative candidates of the two major parties. It was Walters' understanding that voters who had changed addresses since the 1970 election without notifying county authorities could be purged from the list of registered voters if proof of the address changes were presented to the officials. Walters planned to send a mass mailing to registered AIP voters, receive from the post office those letters undeliverable because of address changes, and then forward them to county election officials for purging. Walters also planned to enlist a large group of people who would personally contact AIP voters and urge them to re-register. Walters mailed re-registration literature under the heading of the Committee Against Forced Busing, urging AIP members to fight against busing by joining one of the major parties. In the summer of 1971, Walters began writing letters to numerous conservative groups asking for support. Walters also wrote a letter to CRP in Washington. In late September 1971, an unidentified man called Walters from New York City, said he worked for a group doing public relations work for President Nixon's re-election effort, and told Walters that he would be contacted by someone else regarding the re-registration drive. About mid-September, according to Walters, a man called him from a Los Angeles hotel and identified himself as Mr. Magruder from out of town. He said that he and Jeb Magruder met and discussed Walters' re-registration plan. Magruder remembered meeting with Walters and discussing the plan. While Walters waited for a follow-up call to the meeting with Magruder, an initial mailing went out, largely funded by Willis Carto of the Liberty Lobby. About October 1st, Walters hired a friend, Glenn Parker, to assist in the drive. In the meantime, Magruder received John Mitchell's approval for spending $10,000 and discussed the plan with Lynn Nofziger, a Californian with many years of political experience who was then at the RNC. Nofziger called Jack Lindsay, a Los Angeles businessman whom he knew. Nofziger mentioned Walters' plan to Lindsay, and Lindsay agreed to monitor the project and pay the expenses. Nofziger then arranged to send Lindsay $10,000 in cash that he obtained from Hugh Sloan. Lindsay called Walters to arrange a meeting to discuss funding without indicating the source of the money. Walters briefed Lindsay on the results of the mass mailing and door-to-door visits during several occasions in the late fall of 1971. Lindsay forwarded Walters' written reports on the drive to Nofziger, who said he mailed them to Magruder without reading them. Lindsay paid Walters' expenses plus $150 per week salary. After the re-registration drive folded in late 1971, Lindsay still held $1,000 of the $10,000, which he said he donated in his name to a Los Angeles fundraising dinner for President Nixon. The re-registration effort itself never got off the ground despite the $10,000 CRP contribution. Many county officials refused to purge voters who had moved. In addition, the personal canvassing effort faltered from the beginning and ended up involving members of the American Nazi Party. Walters was never able to recruit volunteers or paid canvassers in numbers sufficient to ensure more than a minimal canvassing effort. His assistant, Glenn Parker, knew that Joseph Tomasi, then head of the regional Nazi Party, needed money for mortgage payments on the party headquarters. Parker hired Tomasi and some of his associates who contacted AIP members on the re-registration drive without identifying themselves as Nazi Party members. Documents show that Tomassi received some $1,200 of money originally from CRP for his efforts. The re-registration drive was a complete failure, according to all participants. J. Unsigned literature. In addition to the incidents cited above of unsigned literature printed and distributed by CRP agents prior to the break-in at the DNC, there was a suggestion made by the White House after the break-in that unidentified literature should be prepared and distributed by the CRP. Richard Howard, Charles Colson's administrative assistant, wrote in a memo to Ed Failer on June 28, 1972. An idea that has come from very high sources is that a booklet or small brochure be prepared, with no identification as to who prepared it, on the McGovern platform. All the issues should be listed, such as labor, national defense, amnesty, pot, poverty, abortion, etc. Under each issue should be the worst possible quote, statement, or reported position by McGovern regarding the issue. Some of his bland or non-controversial issues should also be included. After the booklet is completed, a large distribution should be made to opinion leaders. There is presently no evidence before the committee to indicate whether this suggestion was implemented. 3. Impact on Democratic campaigns. It is difficult, if not impossible, to assess accurately the impact of the activities described above on the 1972 presidential campaign. Donald Segretti testified that one of the tactical objectives outlined for him by Dwight Chapin was to foster a split between the Democratic hopefuls. In addition, much of the other disruptive activity described above appears to have been intended to divide the Democrats, in the words of Pat Buchanan. Both Burl Bernhard, Senator Muskie's campaign manager, and Frank Mankiewicz, Senator McGovern's campaign director, testified that the activities described above were successful in dividing the Democratic candidates among themselves. Bernhard testified that the dirty tricks emanating from the White House and CRP generated suspicion and animosity between the staffs of the Democratic contenders. Mankiewicz testified that the objective of the dirty tricks was to create within the Democratic Party such a strong sense of resentment among the candidates and their followers as to make unity of the party impossible once a nominee was selected. At that, the efforts seem to have been most successful. Though no witness could testify that the outcome of the general election would have been any different if the dirty tricks discussed above had not occurred, these activities helped to leave the Democratic Party bitterly divided at the close of the presidential primaries. Frank Mankiewicz noted that what was created by the sabotage effort was an unparalleled atmosphere of rancor and discord within the Democratic Party. Senator Muskie was widely acknowledged throughout 1971 as the Democratic frontrunner and most formidable political opponent for President Nixon. As Patrick Buchanan wrote Attorney General Mitchell on July 28, 1971, "The clear and present danger is that Senator Muskie, the favorite in the early primaries, will promenade through the primaries, come into the convention with a clear majority and enormous momentum for November. That would be bad news for us." As a result of this concern, almost all of the activities described above, Segretti and agents, Ruby 1, Ruby 2, Sedan Chair 2, and others, initially focused their attention on Senator Muskie. After the early primaries, Senator Muskie's campaign declined, and he withdrew from active campaigning following the Pennsylvania primary. On April 12, 1972, Buchanan and Kachighian wrote to Haldeman and Mitchell, "Our primary objective, to prevent Senator Muskie from sweeping the early primaries, locking up the convention in April, and uniting the Democratic Party behind him for the fall, has been achieved." Burl Bernhard testified that Senator Muskie's decline was attributable to a lack of adequate financing, a proliferation of Democratic primaries, the polarization of the Democratic Party, and the problems of a centrist candidate. However, Bernhard also testified that the dirty tricks took a toll in the form of diverting our resources, changing our schedule, altering our political approaches, and being thrown on the defensive. Finally, both Mankiewicz and Bernhard testified that the activities described above were not politics as usual for either Democrats or Republicans. Apart from the activities noted above that were directly linked to President Nixon's re-election campaign, the campaigns of Democratic contenders encountered many other instances of disruptive or deceptive behavior. For example, the well-known Canuck letter was published by the Manchester Union Leader on February 24, 1972, less than 2 weeks before the New Hampshire primary. The letter, allegedly from a Paul Morrison of Deerfield Beach, Florida, claimed that Senator Muskie had laughed at an aide's use of the racist slur Canuck. Senator Muskie issued an absolute denial of the charges on a flatbed truck outside the offices of the Union leader and denounced its editor, William Loeb. The committee was unable to discover the individuals responsible for this dirty trick. Senator Muskie also responded emotionally to an article about his wife reprinted in the Union leader, which was subsequently reported by the media as the Muskie crying incident. The other instances or allegations of improper activities directed at Democratic candidates that were not linked to any other presidential campaign are contained in the committee files that are not detailed in this report. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. C. Improper Activities Directed Against President Nixon's Re-election Campaign. Testimony before the committee indicates that the 1972 re-election campaign of President Nixon was subjected to some improper, unethical, or illegal activities perpetrated by persons individually or in combination with others. Some of these activities took the form of violent acts of destruction against local campaign offices. The Select Committee condemns all acts of violence by individuals against the campaign of any political candidate. Other improper activities directed at President Nixon's campaign included demonstrations which may have prevented citizens from exercising their rights to assemble freely, and a few examples of scurrilous literature directed against President Nixon. It should also be noted that except for a few isolated examples noted below, there is presently no evidence indicating that these improper activities were directly or indirectly related to the campaign of any Democratic candidate. 1. Demonstrations. Affidavits in the committee record describe in detail some of the violent demonstrations directed against the Nixon re-election campaign. The most significant of these demonstrations are described below. In Boston, a demonstration at an appearance of Mrs. Nixon resulted in some personal injuries to bystanders and extensive property damage, e.g. smashing of windshields, the slashing of tires, and the burning of an automobile. The Nixon campaign car suffered much damage, and expletive-deleted Nixon was scratched in the paint all over the car. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, demonstrators chanted slogans during a campaign speech by President Nixon in an attempt to disrupt the president's rally. Testimony from the Tulsa CRP youth coordinator alleged that the demonstration had been organized by the local McGovern campaign college coordinator. The committee also received testimony that demonstrators in Fresno, California, some of whom carried McGovern campaign signs, shouted down potential Republican speakers with obscenities and abusive language. In Tampa, Florida, testimony indicates that a group of demonstrators shouted in unison and heckled a speech by then Vice President Agnew. In Chicago, Illinois, Agnew's appearance was continually disturbed by large groups of unruly demonstrators. An appearance by President Nixon in Atlanta, Georgia, provoked a demonstration by about 75 individuals. The demonstrators apparently engaged in shouting obscenities, and their pushing and shoving caused some observers to be concerned for the president's safety. In Maine, the campaign appearance of then Vice President Agnew was met by a large crowd of demonstrators protesting against the war. There was testimony before the committee that some individuals threw cans and plastic bags filled with tomato juice at Republican delegates and at Vice President Agnew. In New York City, the Nixon re-election campaign offices were harassed by demonstrators who dumped cockroaches in the offices and threw paint on volunteer Nixon workers at a storefront. In Columbus, Ohio, an appearance by then Vice President Agnew was met by a large demonstration in which demonstrators threw rocks and other objects at both guests and police, one of which struck Agnew's car's window directly behind where the vice president was seated. The committee also received testimony indicating that high-level McGovern campaign personnel participated in the organization of a demonstration at the campaign appearance of President Nixon at the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles on September 27, 1972. Fred Totter, the Southern California campaign coordinator for McGovern, testified that at a meeting between himself, Rick Stearns, the McGovern Western campaign coordinator, and two other McGovern workers, it was decided that the McGovern phone banks in the Los Angeles headquarters would be available to the sponsors of the demonstration in order to call individuals to encourage them to attend the demonstrations. Stearns testified that he was aware of planning for the demonstration and that he had no objections to McGovern staffers attending the demonstration, but that he recalled no requests to the campaign to provide any assistance for the demonstration. Totter testified that the McGovern phone banks were used on 2 successive nights by demonstration organizers, and that leaflets announcing the demonstration were distributed in about half of the McGovern storefronts in the Los Angeles area. Use of the phone banks was terminated, Totter testified, because they were needed to organize a rally for Senator McGovern the following week. In response to inquiries from the press about the use of the phone banks, McGovern press spokesman Fred Epstein told reporters, "I don't know who allowed them to use the phones or who told them to stop. It probably was some overzealous person in the campaign." Totter testified that the press statement left the wrong impression. About 3,000 individuals demonstrated against President Nixon at Century Plaza, but the demonstration was peaceful by all accounts. The use of the resources of a political campaign, however, to organize a large demonstration against an opponent raises questions of propriety. H.R. Haldeman, John Ehrlichman, and Rob Odell all testified that the frequency and intensity of demonstrations in the 1972 campaign were a cause of major concern both within the White House and within the committee to re-elect the president. Finally, the committee received both testimony and extensive documentation describing some of the violent demonstrations which occurred in Miami Beach, Florida, during the Republican Convention week, August 19th to August 24th, 1972. Congressman Tim Lee Carter testified before the committee and outlined some instances of physical violence to which he and his wife were subjected while attending the Republican Convention. Congressman Carter also testified about a number of personal injuries and property damage that he observed while attending the Republican National Convention. The committee also received in evidence the chronological log of events prepared by the Miami Beach Police Department, which recites the number of incidents of violence which were perpetrated on delegates and their families by demonstrators in Miami. These incidents included, for example, the pelting of delegates with eggs and rocks, slashing tires, attempts to set buses filled with delegates on fire, stuffing potatoes in exhaust pipes, smashing windows, throwing ignited papier-mâché bombs into the convention compound, tear gas grenades thrown by demonstrators, shots fired at police officers, and demonstrators marching on Convention Hall attired with helmets, gas masks, and nightsticks. As a result of these tactics, more than 1,200 arrests were made in 2 days during the convention week. A delegate from South Carolina described in a letter to the committee that the entire South Carolina delegation to the convention had stones thrown at them as they boarded their bus to proceed to the Miami Convention Hall on the last evening of the convention. In addition, the South Carolina delegate described the slashing of the bus's tires, the destruction of the gas lines of the bus by demonstrators, and the physical abuse to which the delegates were subjected. "We were pushed and shoved, struck by eggs, stones, and fists, and spit on. We found ourselves separated into 2s and 3s. They tore clothing and screamed obscenities. The slogans many of them chanted called for either ending the war in Vietnam or dumping President Nixon. In the confusion, my wife and I were temporarily separated. I finally was able to rescue her from a doorway where she was trapped by the mob. Her dress had been torn and she was hysterical." From the evidence in the committee's records, it appears that most of the demonstrators in Miami Beach during the Republican Convention were part of demonstrations against the war. Any act of violence directed at participants in the political process has no place in the American political system. It should be noted here that the Select Committee received a letter on June 8, 1973 from John H. Davitt, Chief of the Internal Security Section of the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice, which stated that neither the ISD files nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation had any information which linked any Democratic candidate in the 1972 campaign to any criminal acts or any conspiracies to commit unlawful or disruptive acts. 2. Campaign violence and harassment. Another problem in the 1972 presidential campaign was the violence directed against CRP and Republican campaign offices in various cities. In Phoenix, Arizona, the CRP headquarters building was gutted by fire resulting from arsonists splashing some 5 gallons of gasoline throughout the headquarters. The affidavit of George Williford, Jr. described a fire set in the state Republican headquarters offices in Austin, Texas in the spring of 1972. Other affidavits described attempted arson against CRP headquarters in Albuquerque and New Hampshire. Further affidavits described gunshots being fired into campaign headquarters of the CRP in Massachusetts and in Pennsylvania. In Springfield, Massachusetts, the room into which the shot was fired was full of people, but no one was injured. Other acts of destruction directed against the 1972 campaign to re-elect President Nixon included the smashing of plate glass windows, the spraying of vulgar anti-Nixon signs on buildings and windows, and alleged break-ins to the campaign headquarters where campaign property was destroyed. President Nixon's re-election campaign was also subjected to some improper and distasteful literature. For example, pamphlets and brochures appeared in the campaign which ranged from cartoons depicting President Nixon with fangs dropping bombs on people to posters with crude sexual puns. Other examples of literature directed against the president's campaign efforts, usually by anti-war groups, may be found in the committee record. A piece of inappropriate campaign literature which bears mention was the unimaginative piece distributed in California which said "Nixon is trafe," and which went on to state, "Thanks to modern technology, Nixon brings the ovens to the people rather than the people to the ovens." In addition, Michael Heller testified that he observed this pamphlet both in the McGovern Fairfax headquarters in Los Angeles in September 1972, as well as being distributed in the streets by McGovern campaign workers. Paul Brinzi, head of the 3 West Side Los Angeles offices for McGovern, testified that he directed a young volunteer in the McGovern offices to mimeograph off 3,000 copies of the pamphlet, "Nixon is trafe." Brins also testified that at the suggestion of the Southern California McGovern coordinator, the McGovern campaign decided to place the blame for the distribution of this pamphlet on the 16-year volunteer who had merely mimeographed the pamphlet at the direction of campaign superiors. As a result, the 16-year-old volunteer was terminated, and Paul Brinzi remained in his capacity as the director of one of the McGovern campaign Los Angeles offices. 3. Recommendations. The recommendations which follow are an effort by the Select Committee to help prevent the recurrence of improper, unethical, and illegal activities that took place in the 1972 campaign. Of central importance to these recommendations is the creation of an independent Federal Elections Commission, similar to the proposal in S-3044 already passed by the Senate, with full enforcement and subpoena powers to monitor and enforce the election laws. This proposal is discussed more fully elsewhere in this report. 1. The committee recommends that Congress enact criminal legislation to prohibit anyone from obtaining employment, voluntary or paid, in a campaign of an individual seeking nomination or election to any federal office by false pretenses, misrepresentations, or other fraudulent means for the purpose of interfering with, spying on, or obstructing any campaign activities of such candidate. Furthermore, such legislation should make it unlawful for anyone to direct, instruct, or pay anyone to join any such campaign by such means or for such purposes as are outlined above. Discussion. New legislation is needed to prevent the infiltration of presidential and federal campaigns. The activities of Donald Segretti, Robert Benz, Michael McMahon, Elmer Wyatt, Tom Gregory, and others are abundant documentation of the numerous infiltration efforts in the 1972 campaign. The dangers of this infiltration range from the confusion and suspicion resulting from leaked information to the opponents, or newspapers, to more systematic disruption and sabotage of the opposition campaign. Infiltration occurred in the 1972 campaign, which ranged from placing a false name on a mailing list of the Democratic National Party to the systematic infiltration of Michael McMahon in the various Democratic Party campaigns. It is essential for a campaign or organization to have free and open discussion, without fear that one of the oversants is a spy from the opposition. Every campaign requires some maintenance of confidentiality, sensitive matters must be examined, personalities discussed, and confidential policy must be deliberated. One of the purposes of the legislation outlined above is to free political campaigns from infiltrators who report systematically back to the opposition campaign. The proposed legislation would not ban a Chapman's friend or a reporting arrangement where the reporter does not actually join another campaign. While this practice may not be ethically pure, this legislation is aimed at ridding campaigns of the unhealthy deception of actual infiltrators. Where the individual does not actually work himself into the confidences of an alien campaign, the potential harm to the campaign is diminished even though deception still exists. 2. The committee recommends that Congress enact legislation to make it unlawful to request or knowingly to disperse or make available campaign funds for the purpose of promoting or financing violations of federal election laws. This recommendation is an effort to deter individuals with control over campaign funds from blindly and automatically providing money for campaign activities whenever they are so instructed. For example, Herb Kalmbach, the custodian of leftover 1968 campaign funds, funded Tony Ulasewicz's campaign activities for nearly 3 years, as well as the travels and illegal activities of Donald Segretti. A statute such as the one outlined above would force people with control over campaign funds to inquire more fully about the expenditures that were requested, since they would be held criminally liable for funds spent for illegal purposes. In addition, this recommendation seeks to deter individuals working in political campaigns from requesting campaign funds in order to promote illegal activities during federal campaigns. Such a statute as is recommended above would be an effective deterrent to many activities like those occurring in the 1972 campaign. 3. The committee recommends that Congress enact new legislation which prohibits the theft, unauthorized copying, or the taking by false pretenses of campaign materials, documents, or papers not available for public dissemination belonging to or in the custody of a candidate for federal office or his aides. Discussion. The evidence of Donald Segretti, Robert Benz, Doug Kelly, Jack Buckley, Elmer Wyatt, Michael McMinoway, Tom Gregory, and Howard Hunt clearly established the need for a larceny statute, which can be used to prevent such unauthorized takings in a federal election. Present larceny by false pretense statutes in most states require the object that is taken to be a thing of value. Since papers are generally not thought to have value in the sense that the term is used in the existing statute, a new federal election larceny statute is necessary to prosecute such violations. 4. The committee recommends that Congress should make it unlawful for any individual to fraudulently misrepresent by telephone or in person that he is representing a candidate for federal office for the purpose of interfering with the election. Present federal criminal legislation, 18 U.S.C. Section 612, requires that campaign literature disclose the names of individuals and organizations responsible for its publication and distribution. However, there were numerous cases of false, deceptive, and misleading literature published elsewhere and distributed in the 1972 campaign by fraudulent or non-existent sponsors. The existence of this literature in the 1972 campaign demonstrates the need for better publication and more rigorous enforcement of the existing federal law in this area. The proposed new independent Federal Elections Commission would be the appropriate institution to accomplish these objectives of better publicity and more rigorous enforcement. It is important to eliminate this form of deception from federal campaigns, since voters have the right to know whether the pamphlet they receive, the advertisement they read, or the expression of support they observe represent the bona fide views of his fellow citizens. Manipulation of voters' views through misrepresentation has no place in the democratic process. Similarly, late-night calls to voters of a state from a non-existent group purporting to support a particular candidate also have no place in the electoral process. Thus, the recommendation seeks to deter other kinds of misrepresentation in political campaigns not presently covered by existing legislation. Fraudulent door-to-door canvassing and fraudulent phone calls to voters on behalf of a candidate are the kinds of misrepresentation that have no place in federal campaigns. This recommendation is an effort to help deter such behavior. Summary. The improper and unethical activities that occurred in the 1972 campaign will not be eliminated merely by new legislation. Although law seeks both to shape and reflect the moral and ethical values of individuals, new laws cannot fully substitute for such individual values. Therefore, the political process and government itself must attract individuals of the highest moral and ethical standards if the improper activities that occurred in the 1972 presidential campaign are to be eliminated completely in the future. End of section 20. Read by Ærik Bjørnsson.
Section 21 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. Chapter 3, Use of the Incumbency, Responsiveness Program, Part 1. Introduction and Overview. A significant aspect of the Select Committee's investigation was its inquiry into the administration's programs to use the powers of incumbency to re-elect the president. Documents obtained by the committee indicate that this effort, which had as its main vehicle a White House-devised plan known as the Responsiveness Program, was an organized endeavor to politicize the executive branch to ensure that the administration remained in power. The scope of this effort was broad and its potential impact considerable. It included, for example, plans to redirect federal monies to specific administration supporters and to target groups and geographic areas to benefit the campaign. It entailed instructions to shape the legal and regulatory action to enhance campaign goals. It comprised plans to utilize government employment procedures for election benefit. Not only were such plans laid, they were in part consummated, although departmental and agency resistance to campaign pressures limited the success of these endeavors. Particularly in regard to the expenditure of federal monies concerning certain minority and constituent groups were there flagrant abuses of proper governmental procedures. Some of these abuses appear to stem from the improper involvement of campaign officials in governmental decision-making. Several federal civil and criminal laws appear applicable to the conduct described in this chapter. In fact, a question exists whether the planning and implementation of the Responsiveness Plan rises to the level of a conspiracy to interfere with the lawful functioning of government, conduct prosecutable under 18 U.S.C. 371 as a conspiracy to defraud the United States, as that term has been interpreted by the Supreme Court. The evidence presented below is not exhaustive. While the staff has interviewed over 150 witnesses and reviewed thousands of documents respecting these matters, it has not been able, because of time and staffing limitations, comprehensively to cover all possible areas of investigation. This is particularly the case since the Responsiveness Program was intended to pervade the entire executive branch, including regional offices. The Select Committee believes, however, that the account presented below is a fair and accurate statement of the parameters of the Responsiveness Program, certain actions taken under its aegis, and other related conduct. It makes this assertion with confidence because much of the evidence obtained respecting these matters is documentary. The account below consists largely of excerpts from the plethora of documents uncovered by staff investigators. The principal documents are appended to this report, as are certain relevant executive session transcripts. The committee's report on these activities concludes with certain legislative recommendations designed to restrain future misuse of federal resources for political purposes. 2. Early manifestations of administration's interest in using the incumbency to effect the re-election effort. Throughout 1971, members of the administration and the campaign team, which began to form in May 1971, displayed a studied interest in using the resources of the federal government to enhance the president's re-election chances. John Dean, testifying in executive session before the committee on June 16, 1973, expressed the concern relayed to him by H.R. Haldeman as to the activities of the White House staff. Quote, "It was probably in summer of 1971, to the best of my recollection, that Mr. Haldeman began discussion with me what my office should and could be doing during the campaign. He told me that all the officers in the White House were having discussions and were being told the president's wish was to take maximum advantage of the incumbency, and the White House would reshift itself from the current duties to focus very much on the re-election of the president." End quote. The statements of Messrs. Haldeman and Ehrlichman during committee interviews on January 31, 1974, and February 8, 1974, respectively, also indicate that the president was interested in using the resources of the federal government to best advantage in the re-election campaign. The testimony of Patrick Buchanan, discussed in Chapter 2 of this report, provides another account of the administration's early interest in utilizing the incumbency for campaign purposes. This interest is revealed not only by testimony of witnesses before the committee, but also in numerous documents prepared in 1971. A sampling of such documents follows. 1. On January 12, 1971, Jeb Magruder, then a White House staffer, submitted a confidential eyes-only memorandum to Attorney General Mitchell regarding political activities in the White House in 1970. The memorandum concluded with the following paragraph under the heading Resource Development. Quote, "Our administration has not made effective political use of the resources of the federal government, the RNC, the White House, and outside groups and corporations. In developing the structure for the campaign, proper use of these resources should be a primary concern at the outset of the planning." End quote. 2. Magruder, apparently at the Attorney General's request, began an examination of the utilization of federal resources by others in the presidential campaigns. On April 14, 1971, he wrote a confidential memorandum to Dean, which began, quote, "It has been requested that we determine what use Presidents Eisenhower and Johnson and Vice President Humphrey made of resources available in the federal government for campaign purposes." End quote. Dean's assistance in this project was requested. Less than a month later, on May 6th, Magruder reported his interim findings to Mitchell in a confidential memorandum entitled Utilization of Government Resources by General Eisenhower, President Johnson, and Vice President Humphrey. His conclusion as to President Eisenhower's campaign was, quote, "During the actual campaign, no use was made of the White House or the federal government to specifically work on the campaign other than the normal support activities given General Eisenhower through his position as president." Magruder, however, concluded that employment of federal resources by President Johnson and Vice President Humphrey was more extensive. Quote, "Under Johnson, it has been indicated that he made considerable use of the White House staff and individuals in the departments to work on the campaign. At the present time, I have not been able to get any specific information, but hopefully will have more concise information in the near future." Before the convention, Humphrey used many people on his vice presidential staff, as well as individuals who were employed by the cabinet committees he was in charge of, to work specifically on the campaign. Many individuals remained on the government payroll after the convention and continued to work exclusively on the campaign. As an example, the individual who headed up his Veterans Activity was employed by the Veterans Administration and remained with the VA throughout the campaign. Some use was also made of the research facilities at the Census Bureau. End quote. Because this committee's mandate is limited to an examination of the 1972 campaign, no effort has been made to substantiate or refute Magruder's allegations. Magruder ended his memorandum to Mitchell on a cautionary note. Quote, "One reason why both Johnson and Humphrey had an easier time than we would have in this situation is that the control of Congress was under the Democrats, and my information is that it was difficult for the Republicans to make much of this issue on the Hill. On the other hand, if we used these resources in the same way Johnson and Humphrey did, with the control of Congress in the hands of the Democrats, they could make this an issue. From a public relations standpoint, it would seem best to restrict the use of government employees to 1. Direct assistance for the president, and 2. To help develop strategy. They should not get involved in the day-to-day campaign functions." End quote. 3. Magruder, however, on May 17, 1971, sent Gordon Strahan, a White House staffer working for Haldeman, a confidential memorandum on political use of the White House computer. And on June 14, 1971, he forwarded to William Horton a June 3, 1971 confidential eyes-only memorandum to Magruder from William Timmons of the White House staff, which read, quote, "As you know, Preston Martin is head of the Federal Home Loan Bank Board. He is a California Nixon Republican and is a little put out that nobody has sought his political advice. Apparently, he has given a great deal of thought to and designed a sound economical plan to use federal resources, projects, contracts, etc., for advantage in 1972. He has graphs, maps, flowcharts, etc., to show how available money can be directed into the areas where it would do the most good. Very scientific, I am told. While I have not talked to Preston, I think it would be valuable for you to chat with him about his plan." End quote. The memorandum to Horton, which was also designated confidential eyes only, suggested that Horton see Martin and, quote, "plug this into your project," end quote. The nature of Mr. Horton's project is discussed in detail below, item 6, this section. Mr. Martin has stated to the committee that he never devised a plan to use federal resources for political advantage, and the committee has not uncovered additional evidence that establishes the contrary. 4. The concern respecting use of federal resources to affect the election is reflected in communications among other White House and campaign staffers. 2 confidential eyes-only memorandums from Peter Millspaugh, a White House political aide to Harry Dent, to Harry Fleming of the campaign staff, dated May 12 and June 23, 1971, are instructive. The memorandums indicate that certain White House and departmental personnel were meeting to consider the use of government resources, particularly government patronage, in the campaign. The May 12th memorandum states, quote, "A consensus emerged that the range of federal resources must be inventoried and analyzed, with perhaps the federal grants area broken out for priority treatment because of the immediate benefits and some budget cycle timing considerations. Additionally, the matter of a delivery system which would put these resources at our disposal on a timely basis was considered to be imperative." End quote. Attached to the June 23, 1971 memorandum is a document listing the basic types of patronage that could be employed for campaign purposes. This document is quoted in full text. Quote, "The basic types of patronage. 1. Jobs, full-time, part-time, retainers, consultantships, etc. 2. Revenue, contracts, federal government as purchaser, GSA, grants, do-good programs, EDA, model cities, NSF research, etc. Subsidies, needy industries, airlines, etc. Bank deposits, all federal accounts. Social need programs, direct benefit to citizen, Social Security, welfare, etc. Public works projects. 3. Execution of federal law. Resides mainly in the Department of Justice, whose interpretive power touches every vested interest. 4. Information and public relations capacity. A professional, public relations office in each department and agency constitutes an enormous public information apparatus. 5. Travel. Domestic transportation can be provided by law. Foreign travel, international conferences, etc. are available. 5. A significant document that reflects administration interest in 1971 in employing federal resources is a June 23, 1971, confidential discussion draft entitled Communicating Presidential Involvement in Federal Government Programs, prepared by William Horton of Frederick Malek's staff. This document is also important because it appears a forerunner of the Responsiveness Program concept discussed in the next section of this chapter. Horton prepared this paper under the supervision of Malek, who had received a request from Haldeman to consider how the grant-making process could be used to the president's advantage. The memorandum's initial paragraph recommends that, quote, the President's direct control over awarding selected grants should be strengthened to ensure that political circumstances can be considered, if appropriate, in making awards. It then states, to ensure politically sensitive grant applications receive appropriate consideration, 2 basic steps must be carried out. 1. Determine which grants are politically sensitive, and 2. Ensure these grants receive positive consideration from OBM and the departments. End quote. Under the heading Determination of Politically Sensitive Grants, Horton wrote, quote, this step should be accomplished in a manner which minimizes the risk of unfavorable publicity and falsely raised expectations. Therefore, the possibilities of surveying all pending grant applications or soliciting the opinion of congressional and local Nixon supporters were rejected. Identification should rely on routine contacts with various White House and campaign officials. For example, supportive senators and congressmen usually inform the congressional relations staff of pending grants which are politically important to them. State and local representatives contact various White House officials in a similar manner. All these inputs should be passed along to Gifford for consideration by the Grant Coordination Group. Based on past experience, the most politically important grant applications are usually brought to the attention of White House or campaign officials. However, especially important localities where no appropriate grants seem to be in process will be checked in the grant initiation process covered below. This identification process will generate more grants than could be or should be given special consideration. Consequently, priorities must be set. End quote. The memorandum then sets forth a procedure to ensure that the most recent political information and campaign priorities are considered in selecting must grants. Under the heading Initiating Grants, Horton stated, quote, in addition to designing must grants from pending applications, there may be occasions in which political circumstances require a grant be generated for a locality. Once such a locality is identified by the campaign organization, the coordinating group would decide what kind of grant would best meet the needs and available program resources. A campaign representative would then inform the appropriate local official what to submit. When submitted, it, of course, would be designated a must. Gifford must rely on the departments to follow through on must grants under their jurisdiction. To accomplish this, a network of departmental coordinators should be established. These individuals must have 2 prime qualities: loyalty to the President and sufficient authority to ensure must grants are approved and departmental announcements of all grants conform to the guidelines discussed subsequently. The memorandum continues, Gifford must be flexible on pushing a must grant in case it turns out to be substantially irresponsible or an obvious waste of government funds relative to other pending grants. In such cases, Gifford should weigh the substantive drawbacks and risk of adverse publicity against the expected political benefits, consulting with others as needed. He should then make a final decision on whether the grant is to be approved. Also, in order to minimize the risk of embarrassment to the President, the volume of grants designated musts in any one department should be limited. Gifford should make these judgments on a month-to-month basis, drawing naturally from the grant coordinating group and the departmental contacts. End quote. It may be a fair reading of the last quoted passage that Mr. Horton is recommending that in some cases, grants that are substantively irresponsible or an obvious waste of government funds relative to other pending grants should be made if the political reward is sufficiently great. Both Mr. Horton and Mr. Malick disagree with this interpretation. See Malick, Executive Session, April 8, 1974. The Horton Memorandum apparently was transmitted to Messrs. Mitchell, Haldeman, Magruder, Gifford, Millspaugh, and Fleming, among others. Malick has insisted that this document was nothing more than a discussion draft, as the first page of the document indicates, and was not acted upon as outlined here. Malik does not recall that he criticized Horton for the ideas therein presented. He does not recall that disapproval of this document was expressed to him by its various recipients. To the contrary, the memorandums of transmittal for this document, found at Malik Exhibit Number 8, generally indicate approval of and interest in the program Horton advocated. Moreover, as will become clear in the next section, many of the specifics Horton posited were incorporated into the Responsiveness Program, a plan largely devised by Horton under Malik's direct supervision. This ends Section 21.
Section 22 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia Brookins, Portland, Oregon. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1, Section 22, Chapter 3, Use of the Incumbency, Responsiveness Program, Part 2. Roman numeral 3, the Responsiveness Program, the administration's basic plan to employ federal resources to effect the 1972 presidential election. A. The general plan. The responsibility for developing an overall strategy respecting the use of federal resources for re-election purposes was given by Haldeman to Malik. On March 17, 1972, Malik submitted to Haldeman a document entitled Increasing the Responsiveness of the Executive Branch. The document, which was initially drafted by William Horton and designated extremely sensitive, confidential, constituted Malik's broad view conception as to how the federal bureaucracy could be put to work for the president's re-election. His plans subsequently received Haldeman's approval. This memorandum gives a clear picture of the scope of the plan, demonstrating that the proposal was to shape diverse types of administration activities to meet re-election needs. For example, election requirements were to be taken into account in the letting of government grants, contracts, and loans, the bringing and prosecution of legal and regulatory action, the making of administration personnel decision, the determination of the issues and programs to be stressed by the administration, the communicating of administration activities to the voting public. The use of federal funds for re-election purposes received particular attention under the heading, Present efforts tap only a fraction of the total potential. The document says, the Department of Commerce provides a good example to date. Gifford has made some 35 requests. Most of these involved expediting the normal grant reviewing process and securing the release of information. Approximately a dozen of these requests resulted in favorable grant decisions, which otherwise would not have been made, involving roughly $1 million. Politically, these actions have been most beneficial. Nevertheless, in spite of this achievement, the potential is much greater. In the Commerce Department, for example, there is nearly $700 million in funds remaining in this fiscal year and over $700 million in the next fiscal year, which could be redirected in some manner. The major areas of potential for fiscal year 1973 are Economic Development Administration, $275 million, Regional Action Planning Commission, $40 million, Minority Business Enterprises, $38 million, National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, $100 million, and the Maritime Administration, $230 million. Even if only 5% of this amount can be rechanneled to impact more directly on target groups or geographic areas, it would be a substantial increase over the current efforts. To capitalize upon such opportunities, the departments must initiate action themselves. This would entail each department developing a program by which it would systematically but discreetly seek out opportunities for improving services to target groups in geographic areas and then ensure that appropriate action is taken. Document continues. As originally envisioned in establishing Gifford's grantsmanship operation, direction to the departments on politically sensitive operating matters should be centralized in order to utilize this resource most effectively in serving target groups and geographic areas and to reduce the possibility of adverse publicity. But the program involved much more than the use of federal monies. Under the heading Guidelines, Malik stated, as a first step, the department should be given clear guidelines covering the political priorities, the types of operating decisions which are to be included in the program, and the procedures for planning and tracking progress. The political priorities would be spelled out in terms of key states and major voting bloc groups upon which departmental action could have an impact. Next, the types of activities covered under this program would be discussed. The major ones, of course, are positive decisions, that is, project grants, contracts, loans, subsidies, procurement, and construction projects, and negative actions, that is, taking legal or regulatory action against a group or governmental body, major cutbacks in programs, and relocation of department operations. Also under this program, the departments would be expected to cultivate the leaders of organized groups which are affected by the department to gain the support of their groups for the president's re-election. Similarly, the departments would be expected to take discreet and subtle steps to gain employee support of the president's re-election. Particularly important to the present study is the clear prescription in this document that legal or regulatory action should be shaped to benefit the campaign effort. In this regard, the memorandum quoted in the previous section that referred to legal actions by the Department of Justice as a form of patronage to be utilized for campaign purposes should be recalled. The March 17 document recommended further that the departments be given certain responsibilities to implement the Responsiveness Plan. Each department should be required to develop a plan to ensure operating decisions reflect the priorities to the greatest extent possible. The plans would outline what amount of discretionary resources in each area identified above will be allocated to priority areas and groups along with a timetable and a responsible individual. Also included would be steps planned for strengthening control over the relevant operating decisions, the announcement process, and the public relations improvements. Finally, the plan would cover actions for cultivating organized groups and for gaining the support of departmental employees. Various White House and OMB staffers were assigned responsibilities. For example, Gifford would work with Fred Malek and his staff in establishing and supervising the departmental programs. Gifford would be the principal contact for operating matters with the departments, communicating to the departments the political priorities as well as the must operating decisions. Also, he would participate in presenting the guidelines discussed earlier to the departmental contacts, reviewing the departmental plans, and evaluating progress reports. Mr. Gifford, however, has represented to the Select Committee that he played no significant part in either the planning or the implementation of the Responsiveness Program. He did remark that he advised cabinet officers as a general matter to make expenditures in areas where it would be of value to the President. Mr. Horton has stated that Mr. Gifford was involved in implementing the concepts in the March 17 memorandum. The Responsiveness Program was to be kept secret with efforts taken to ensure that the President and the White House were not connected with it. Under the heading, Possible Drawbacks, the March 17 memorandum states, the most significant drawback of the program is, of course, the risk of adverse publicity. Naturally, steps would be taken. 1. To ensure that information about the program itself and the departmental plans would not be leaked. And 2. Keep the President and the White House disassociated with the program in the event of a leak. First, written communications would be kept to a minimum. There would be no written communications from the White House to the departments. All information about the program would be transmitted verbally. The only written material submitted by the departments to the White House would be the plans. These would be in a brief outline format, and only 2 copies would be permitted, one for the White House and one for the departmental contact. Progress reports would be verbal. Second, the documents prepared would not indicate White House involvement in any way. Also, oral and written communications concerning the program within the department would be structured to give the impression that the program was initiated by the department head without the knowledge of the White House. The memorandum concludes with the statement that the departments must be given a clear understanding that the program has the President's full backing. Malik, however, has testified that he did not know if the program did, in fact, have the President's full backing. Mr. Haldeman has stated that he does not recall discussing the specifics of the program with the President. Malik's concept of the Responsiveness Program is also contained in other documents that are appended to this report as exhibits. 1. A December 23, 1971, confidential memorandum from Malik to Haldeman entitled Redirecting the White House Staff to Support the President's Re-election. 2. Another confidential memorandum of the same date and similar title from Malik to Kenneth Cole of Ehrlichman's staff. 3. A confidential memorandum from Malik to Haldeman dated January 28, 1972, entitled My Role in Support of Re-election. 4. An undated confidential, eyes-only memorandum. The text indicates it was written in January or February 1972 from Malik to Haldeman, entitled Organizing for and Implementing New Responsibilities. A number of comments in Haldeman's handwriting are found on this document. Attached to this memorandum is a confidential organization chart setting forth Malik's role in the campaign, which he has confirmed as accurate in most essential particulars. 5. A confidential memorandum dated February 16, 1972, to Mitchell and Haldeman from Malik, entitled Meeting to Discuss My Role. The meeting referred to was with Ehrlichman and George Shultz. 6. An April 28, 1972 document entitled John Mitchell Briefing on Responsiveness, designated Draft Confidential. This document was prepared by Frank Herringer, another Malik staffer. 7. An undated memorandum containing Malik's handwriting entitled Administration Efforts in Support of the Re-election, prepared in May 1972 and used for briefing White House constituent group project managers and CRP voting bloc directors. These documents need not be discussed in detail, but several comments are in order. First, the memorandums indicate that the Responsiveness Program was viewed as a potentially significant part of the re-election effort, as the following quotations indicate. Quote, Department responsiveness. This is potentially one of the most productive activities we will undertake. End quote. Quote, potentially, one of our most significant advantages over the opposition is incumbency, if it is used properly. End quote. Haldeman, during the staff interview previously referenced, stated that he was serious about sensitizing the bureaucracy to political considerations. Second, these documents demonstrate that the goal of the Responsiveness Program was to politicize the executive branch. Thus, Malik, in discussing his potential campaign role, suggested that someone was needed to take the lead in the program to politicize departments and agencies, and to supervise the patronage, operation, and closely monitor the grantsmanship project to ensure maximum and unrelenting efforts. A fuller statement of this concept is contained in the December 23, 1971, confidential memorandum from Malik to Haldeman. After noting that a basic campaign objective was to politicize the bureaucracy, Malik, under the rubric politicizing the executive branch, wrote, As you have pointed out, the President's unique asset in the forthcoming campaign is his control of the executive branch. The White House must ensure that the President is able to capitalize fully upon this asset. As you know, we have already initiated programs to derive greater political benefit from grants, communications, and personnel. Also, as discussed above, we will soon be establishing firm White House control over the handling of key issues and constituent groups. These White House-directed efforts will control the key executive branch operations having the highest potential political payoff. In addition, we should take action to ensure that the day-to-day departmental operations are conducted as much as possible to support the president's re-election. Since it is impossible for the White House to directly control day-to-day activities, we must establish management procedures to ensure that the departments systematically identify opportunities and utilize resources for maximum political benefit. To illustrate potential political activity by departments and agencies, Malik stated, for instance, GSA might undertake the following: emphasize building construction in key states, cities, and counties, expedite disposal of property for parks and schools in key states, emphasize dual fuel programs in ecology-minded areas of key states, emphasize minority procurement in those states and areas where there is a real opportunity to win some of the black vote. And he noted that politicizing the regions, which we have discussed, would be a natural byproduct of this program, since the regions would carry the major burden of implementing these politically helpful actions. Malik, however, had reservations about referring to his plan as a politicizing operation. In the same memorandum, he suggested, naturally, carrying out this program, even if done discreetly, will represent a substantial risk. Trying to pressure non-political civil servants to partisanly support the president's re-election would become quickly publicized and undoubtedly backfire. Consequently, the strategy should be to work through the top and medium-level political appointees who exercise control over most of the departmental decisions and actions. Also, to minimize any direct links to the president, there should be no directions on this project in writing, and most of the initiatives should come from the department heads themselves. In fact, as this concept is refined further, I propose we stop calling it politicizing the executive branch and instead call it something like strengthening the government's responsiveness. This last suggestion was eventually followed, and the concept became known as the Responsiveness Program. Mr. Malik has described the Responsiveness Program as more benign than these documents suggest. According to Malik, its main thrust was to ensure that the departments and agencies, taking all factors into account, serviced deserving groups and then properly communicated their good works to the voting public. His account, however, should be compared with the description of the program in public testimony of William Marumoto, a White House aide connected with the Responsiveness Program. Senator Talmadge: what was the Responsiveness Group? Mr. Marumoto: as I explained this morning, this was a group of 4 or 5 gentlemen who initially were under the leadership of Mr. Malik and later under the leadership of Dan Kingsley, who were responsible to and working with various special interest groups under Mr. Carlson's operation, as well as our personnel operation, to make sure that the various departments and agencies were responsive to requests that went to them from the White House on personnel matters, publicity, public relations, and grants and contracts. Senator Talmadge: simplified, it was a group to take maximum political advantage of public dollars that were awarded in the form of public grants and contracts, was it not? Mr. Marumoto: a system to facilitate some of our requests. Senator Talmadge: facilitate? What do you mean by that? Mr. Marumoto: try to get through the bureaucratic red tape. Senator Talmadge: in other words, my statement is correct. It was to maximize the advantage of the American taxpayers' dollars in a political effort, was it not? Mr. Marumoto: yes. B. The plan as conceived with particular reference to minority groups. As discussed in Section 5, there was much activity of the responsiveness ilk in connection with minority-oriented federal programs. Because of this, and because of the considerable detail in which they were set out in written form, it is useful to discuss separately the specific plans to use the incumbency that were formulated to appeal to Spanish-speaking and Black constituents. 1. Spanish-speaking plans. The basic strategy for using federal resources for campaign purposes regarding Spanish-speaking voters was outlined in a confidential document entitled The Campaign to Re-elect the President, the Plan to Capture the Spanish-Speaking Vote, prepared in early 1972 by Alex Armendariz, head of the Spanish-speaking Voters Division at CRP, under the heading Implementation Tools. Armendariz wrote, "Use the incumbency to the greatest extent possible to stoke this community over the next several months through appointments, grants, program development, accelerated program implementation, and publicity of the President's record through the departments and agencies. Emphasize in original." And on page 13 he noted, "The purpose of the White House Spanish-speaking constituent group task force is to mobilize the resources of the executive branch in support of the campaign effort. This task force is responsible for obtaining Spanish-speaking personnel appointments, grants, and other program initiatives." Tab G of this document, entitled Capitalizing on the Incumbency, is particularly important and is set forth in full text. Substantial assistance to the Spanish-speaking campaign can be provided through use of the control of the executive branch. Through this control, we can fill in any gaps in the President's record and generate favorable publicity for the campaign persuasion effort. In addition, a number of Spanish-speaking programs are sources of political information. Bill Marimoto is responsible for submitting a plan to capitalize on the incumbency by May 1. The elements of this plan will be directed to achieving the following end results. 1. To develop specific ideas for using grants, personnel appointments, and programs to fill out any gaps in the President's record. For example, appoint a Mexican American to a regulatory commission. 2. To set up organizational procedures and contacts with the appropriate White House staff members and the executive branch for accomplishing the above steps. 3. To provide the campaign team with up-to-date information on all programs directed at the Spanish-speaking community. 4. To use the departments and agencies' public information offices to publicize favorable administration activities in behalf of the Spanish-speaking. 5. To ensure that those federally subsidized programs which serve as havens for opposition political operatives are closely supervised so that they are devoting all their energies towards solving the problems of the Spanish-speaking poor, particularly in September and October. Mr. Marimoto has testified that he prepared and submitted the plan referred to in the above document. The Select Committee, however, has not obtained a copy of this plan, but the detailed account in Section VA of this chapter of the actual conduct that occurred regarding the Spanish-speaking community presents a comprehensive view of the type of activities encompassed by the above outline. 2. Black plans. The overall plans to use the incumbency to achieve Black support in the 1972 campaign appear in several documents. The earliest is a confidential final document dated March 15, 1972, and entitled Campaign Plan, a Strategy for the Development of the Black Vote in 1972. Significant for present purposes is a paragraph that appears at page 23 through 4 of this document under the heading Use of Administration Resources. To augment organizational efforts, it is proposed to make use of administration resources to provide visible support of deserving projects. With team members working closely to monitor economic and social programs, a selective funding approach will furnish encouragement incentives for Black individuals, firms, and organizations whose support will have a multiplier effect on Black vote support for the president. This will call for working with OMBE, SBA, Department of Labor, OEO, HUD, HEW, and the Justice Department. What we do economically will be a vital key politically. The team referenced in this paragraph is identified at page 21 of this exhibit. In order to assure maximum coordination from the outset, a team approach to implementation of strategy and execution of the plan of action will be used. The team coordinating efforts will include Robert Brown, Special Assistant to the President, Stan Scott, White House Communications Staff Member, Ed Sexton, RNC, Samuel Jackson, Assistant Secretary of HUD, representing the Council of Black Appointees, and Paul R. Jones, Black Vote Division Executive Director. It is anticipated that this group will meet regularly on a weekly basis and interact daily as needed. This memorandum concludes at page 24. In support of staff efforts, it is proposed that emphasis be placed on closer control of grants, loans, contracts, and appointments, especially from socially oriented departments and agencies. What the administration does economically is key. The major issues of concern to the rank-and-file Black voters are those which have an economic base. They are concerned about those things that affect day-to-day livelihood and well-being. Testimony taken by the Select Committee establishes that this document was probably the composite product of several contributors, among whom were Paul Jones of CRP and Robert Brown of the White House. The use of administration resources in the Black area was spelled out in greater detail in a confidential June 15, 1972, memorandum from John Clark to Malek entitled Black Vote Field Plan. At page 5 through 6 of this document, the following passage appears. Special Activities, Grants and Government Resources. At the present time, Bob Brown and his staff are handling the grants activity. To date, they have identified all Blacks who are receiving or have received money from this administration. These recipients are being utilized as a source of campaign contributions and volunteers and as a vehicle for getting our appointees invited to various Black events as speakers and participants. They also form an excellent group of visible Blacks, and they are being used to reach the voters in their areas of influence. In addition to the above results, Bob and his staff are actively seeking out other projects that could be funded to the benefit of the campaign. They are specifically looking for projects that will impact heavily on Blacks due to voter appeal and Black involvement. To date, they have been very successful. In this area, a local Black building contractor, Jack Crawford, has developed a program for identifying potential projects, getting them funded through Bob's office, and in return obtaining a strong vote commitment for the president from the recipient. This plan is being actively pursued at present. Another specific project that is underway is the identification of all remaining grant and loan monies with a view to carefully allocating those funds to projects which will impact most heavily on Black voters. Finally, Bob and his staff are working closely with Dan Kingsley to identify various advisory boards and commissions and job openings which can be filled by visible Blacks. Even with the accomplishments so far, more work needs to be done in this area, and plans are currently being drawn to more effectively develop and coordinate this activity. The Crawford Plan mentioned above is found at Exhibit Number 11. The plan at page 2 states, in order to obtain endorsements from local Black leaders who will in all probability be at least nominal Democrats, some inducements will need to be offered. The inducements could be federal financial from the normal grant-in-aid programs administered by HEW, HUD, OEO, DOL, SBA, EDA, OMBE, and USDA. The recommended locally based national representative, assisted by Black representatives of the various federal agencies, will be able to offer federal aid grant assistance to those leaders who are willing to endorse the president or at least make positive statements concerning the higher level of assistance currently being enjoyed by his institution under this administration. In addition, Crawford recommended, page 3 through 4, that there should be a White House representative who can facilitate, assure, the delivery of federal grant-in-aid funds to leaders who endorse the president and the administration's effort to improve the lot of Blacks. This liaison man is charged with coordination of the federal agency personnel who are in turn charged with determining assistance needed by the institution. During his executive session, Mr. Malek testified that he did not recall receiving or seeing a copy of the Crawford Plan. However, as Exhibit Number 11 demonstrates, the plan was sent on June 26, 1972, to Malek by Robert MaryAnn, a CRP official who is a former Assistant Attorney General for the Internal Security Division, with the suggestion that he and Malek meet with Crawford to discuss the matter. Of the same date is a memorandum from Malek to John Mitchell entitled Black Vote Campaign Plan. Under the heading Intensify Efforts to Utilize Government Grants and Loans are the following paragraphs. I feel that our strongest selling point with Black voters is the economic assistance this administration has provided to Blacks. To fully capitalize on this, we have to do a better job of publicizing the grants already given and of identifying new projects for which we will receive maximum impact. The major portion of the responsibility for this activity falls on the White House side of the Black team. Bob Brown and his staff have identified all Blacks who are receiving or have received money from this administration. These recipients will be utilized as a source of campaign contributions and volunteers and as a group of highly visible Blacks to be used to reach the voters in their areas of influence. Effective allocation of new grants requires close coordination between the White House and the campaign team. As a first step, I have asked Bob Brown to identify all major sources of grant and loan monies which could be allocated to Blacks. Then, Jones and Sexton, working through their field organization, will be responsible for finding recipients in key cities who will be supportive of the re-election effort. I believe that by strengthening our field organizations and making better use of grants and loans, we can overcome the problems of the Black vote division and make some inroads on Black voters in November. I will keep you apprised of progress. Malek testified he was not certain that this document was actually read or approved by him or forwarded to Mitchell. However, he did not deny sending it to Mitchell. He stated that normally memorandums would not be sent to the campaign director over his name unless he had read and approved them. The committee, subsequent to Mr. Malek's testimony, discovered another copy of this document in Clark McGregor's CRP files that was initialed by Mr. Malek. Malek did not recall Mitchell's expressing disapprobation of the plans set forth in this memorandum. Roman numeral 4. Communication of the responsiveness concept to government and campaign officials. The significance with which the Responsiveness Program was perceived is evidenced by the efforts taken to inform key government and campaign officials of the workings of the program. The most important of these briefings are now discussed. 1. The various Malek documents referenced in the previous section suggest that key White House and OMB staffers such as Ehrlichman, Schultz, and Ken Cole were made aware of responsiveness concepts. Haldeman was particularly of the mind that Ehrlichman and Schultz should be informed about and approve of the responsiveness plan. In his handwritten comments on a memorandum to him from Malik, he stated, in the margin by Malik's paragraph on department responsiveness, that, quote, Prob here is essential support of E and S, Q. Whether they fully understand and agree to this whole deal. E espe is the key to dealing with departments, and must be on board 100%, end quote. However, in an interview with the committee's staff on February 8, 1974, Mr. Ehrlichman stated he had little knowledge of the responsiveness program. Mr. Schultz, in a staff interview, likewise asserted only passing familiarity of responsiveness activities. Mr. Schultz did state that he saw one memorandum written by Malik concerning the responsiveness program, decided it was a horrible idea, and transmitted this view to Mr. Haldeman. 2. Shortly after the program was approved, key departmental and agency personnel were briefed on its precepts. In a confidential eyes-only memorandum entitled Responsiveness Program, Progress Report, attached to a June 7, 1972 memorandum from Malik to Haldeman, Malik stated, Thus far the program is on schedule. I have now reviewed the program with each cabinet officer, except Rogers, and with the heads of the key agencies, Action, EPA, OEO, SBA, GSA, and VA. In each session the following was covered. Emphasized need to make re-election support the top priority and the need to respond to requests in this regard. Discussed which states, counties, and voting blocks are considered key and should be targeted by them. Had them name a top official who would be the political contact for this program, generally the undersecretary. Asked them to educate loyal appointees, including regional directors, as to priorities and expectations, thus forming a political network in each department. Asked them to review all their resources and develop a plan for maximizing impact of these resources in key areas. Indicated particular areas in their departments that require special attention. Establish my office as the channel of communications with the campaign and stress that we would work solely through Bill Gifford on grant requests. In line with this last point, 2 members of my staff, Stan Anderson and Rob Davison, have been relieved of other responsibilities to concentrate on this. They have now held follow-up meetings with the Secretary's designee in most departments to discuss the program in more detail and begin development of the department action plans. These sessions will be completed in the next few weeks. In addition, I have held follow-up meetings with the top political appointees and with the regional directors in several departments. I will hold additional meetings of this sort over the next few weeks. Mr. Malik testified before the Select Committee that in his briefings with department and agency chiefs, he employed color-coded maps that depict target groups and geographic areas where government resources should be concentrated for campaign purposes. Listings of various government officials contacted respecting the Responsiveness Program by Malik and his associates are found at Exhibit 12. Malik also provided Haldeman, in the June 7 memorandum, with an assessment of the success of his briefings. The response to date has been fairly good, particularly at the second echelon. The reaction of some in the cabinet, for example Romney and Hodgson, was that they were of course already considering political ramifications and there is little more that can be done. Our approach here is to concentrate on the undersecretary and other presidential appointees, where the job gets done anyhow. Others, such as Volpe, Peterson, and Butts, have been quite receptive, and should be real assets to the program. 3. John Mitchell and other key aides at CRP were briefed. The briefing memorandum prepared for the Mitchell session, Malik Exhibit Number 7, indicates that Mitchell was informed in detail of the information meetings held with the department and agency heads. Malik testified that this briefing paper probably clearly represents his discussion with Mitchell. 4. Stanton Anderson and Frank Herringer briefed the White House Constituent Group project managers and the CRP voting bloc directors on the various facets of the administration's plans to take advantage of the incumbency to the maximum degree possible. During a meeting at Camp David on May 25 and 26, 1972. Various documents appended to this report reflect the nature of that meeting and its participants. This meeting is of particular importance because it was attended by key aides in the Spanish-speaking, Black and Old Age areas where there was considerable responsiveness type activity. The briefing paper used at this meeting has been previously referenced. It parallels other documents already discussed with several significant additions. The participants were apparently asked to be alert to opportunities to utilize the resources of the incumbency to improve our position with your constituent group. It appears that they were instructed to attempt to come up with a list of 10 or so persons from your groups that you would like to see placed in government positions for campaign purposes by the White House Personnel Office. This group was also apparently told that, in a one-shot effort, all major grants and construction decisions for the next fiscal year, 72 through 73, were reviewed prior to the finalization of the budget to ensure that, to the extent possible, they impacted only politically beneficial areas. 5. Finally, certain state chairmen for the committee to re-elect the president from first and second key priority states received a briefing on the Responsiveness Program. The major purpose underlying this briefing was to encourage political-oriented requests for government action from these campaign officials. End of Section 22.
Section 23 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. 5. Results of the Responsiveness Program and other related activities. A. Activities respecting the Spanish-speaking. The portion of the Responsiveness Program presented in public testimony involved activities in the Spanish-speaking community. On November 7, 1973, William Marumoto, former staff assistant to the President, testified concerning the wide-ranging attempts on the part of certain White House and campaign officials to divert federal resources to organizations and individuals in the Spanish-speaking community to assist the re-election effort. His testimony and other evidence in the Select Committee's possession appear to demonstrate a concerted effort to reward certain administration friends and penalize its opponents. Marumoto's testimony prompted the following statement by Senator Montoya. In view of the motive that permeates the planning and blueprint of this mission, and the testimony of the witness, I feel very much obligated to comment on the incredible insult that the administration has perpetrated on the Spanish-speaking people of this country by this blatant attempt to buy the Spanish-speaking voters. They are not for sale in this country. There was a concerted effort to try to convince them that there was money in the trough if they just lined up, and the Spanish-speaking people of this country are not that kind of voter. According to the 1970 census, there were then more than 10 million Spanish-speaking citizens in this country. The plan to capitalize on the incumbency with respect to this community was an attempt to gain support, votes, and contributions regarding a constituency that had been heavily Democratic in the past. The administration concentrated its efforts in this regard on such states as Florida, Texas, and California, where the greatest number of Spanish-speaking citizens reside. The major activities discovered by this committee are now discussed. 1. Organization of Spanish-speaking effort. The leaders of the Spanish-speaking effort during the 1972 presidential campaign included officials at the White House, the Cabinet Committee on Opportunities for the Spanish-Speaking People, an independent office in the executive branch, more fully described below, and the Committee to Re-elect the President. For clarity, the major figures involved are identified. William Marumoto, former staff assistant to the President, was involved at the White House in a wide range of activities, including recruiting for federal employment, particularly from minority groups, assisting Spanish-speaking firms and organizations in obtaining federal funds, and public relations for Spanish-speaking efforts and activities. Antonio F. Rodriguez was Marumoto's assistant in the White House after September 1971. In the period from January to September 1971, Rodriguez was the chairman of the Cabinet Committee on Opportunities for Spanish-Speaking People. Henry Ramirez became chairman of the Cabinet Committee in September 1971. Carlos Conde, an assistant during 1972 to White House Communications Director Herbert Klein, was involved in the campaign's media plan to reach Spanish-speaking people. Alex Armendariz headed the CRP Spanish-speaking Voters Division. Benjamin Fernandez was the chairman of the National Hispanic Finance Committee, an arm of the Finance Committee to Re-elect the President, FCRP. According to Marumoto, the above-named individuals, with the exception of Fernandez, constituted the Spanish-speaking task force. The task force, officially known as the White House Spanish-speaking Constituent Group Task Force, was, according to Marumoto, an informal arrangement, which met every Monday afternoon during the campaign. While the exact lines of authority concerning these individuals is not certain, it is clear that all of them were heavily involved in attempts to use the incumbency to gain Spanish-speaking support. Furthermore, organizational charts prepared separately by Marumoto and Armendariz show the Cabinet Committee, the White House Spanish-speaking unit, and the Hispanic division of CRP as part of one overall campaign structure, although on Marumoto's chart he has Armendariz reporting to him, while the converse is true on the chart prepared by Armendariz. 2. Activities involving the dispensing of federal funds. There is substantial evidence that, respecting the Spanish-speaking area, political elements in the administration and campaign committee sought and achieved control over the awarding of certain government grants and contracts. When questioned concerning an OEO grant to a Spanish-speaking firm in California, Marumoto testified, Now, what was the role of Alex Armendariz from the Committee to Re-elect the President, which was the political branch of the CRP for the campaign, in meeting with Mr. Blancher of OEO and discussing your grant of $200,000? Why was he there? Marumoto: He was involved in the terms of signing off on any grants. When you say signing off, did that mean he would have to approve? Marumoto: Approve, yes. He would have to approve. Marumoto: Yes. Subsequently, Marumoto, while stating that Armendariz didn't have legal authority, of course, to sign off, testified that Armendariz had a say or input in the grant-making process. He then added, They expected him to sign off on it, and generally if he didn't sign off on it, it wasn't granted. Marumoto: Generally speaking, yes. Therefore, it would be fair to say that a very strong outside political influence was introduced into the grant-making process of the various agencies. Marumoto: Yes. Armendariz denied involvement in government grants and disclaimed the power to sign off on federal awards, stating, "I never engaged in specific discussion on any particular grant or contractor of any sorts." When asked about references to his name in the reports indicating he was influencing grants, he said the references worried him and that he frequently objected to White House staffers Frank Herringer and Jerry Jones about their inclusion. Documents obtained by the Select Committee contain numerous indications that the campaign team was interjecting political considerations into the grant-making process. For example, a March 17, 1972 White House memorandum from Maramoto to Colson, entitled Weekly Report for Brown Mafia, week of March 13 through 17, 1972, reads, "Alex Armendariz, Tony Rodriguez, and I met with representatives of Harry Dent's, Clark McGregor's, and Bob Brown's offices, with the grant officials of OEO, to discuss ways of improving coordination and more effective means of getting political impact in the grant-making process. Discussion pointed out the tremendous need for a centralized computer capability for all departments and agencies, whereby one could obtain data regarding grants to any congressional district and/or organization." Footnote: the term Brown Mafia was discontinued following the March 24th report, after Malek wrote to Maramoto, "Please drop Brown Mafia title. It would look bad if it ever got out." End footnote. To cite another example, on March 24, 1972, Maramoto wrote an administrative confidential memorandum to Colson, copied to Malek, that stated, "Attended a meeting called by John Evans regarding minority business enterprise. Asked that Armendariz and Rodriguez also be invited. Discussed were recipients of grants for fiscal year 1972, as well as those being considered for additional grants for fiscal year 1972. In a staff interview, Evans, then a staff assistant in the Office of Domestic Counsel, described his role as a liaison with the departments and agencies, who was mostly concerned with policy rather than specifics. He did note that he received input from Maramoto and Armendariz, among others, and acknowledged that political considerations played a role in the awarding of grants. He said, for example, that if a recommendation concerning an OMBE grant was made by Maramoto, the application was favored, or an explanation given of why it was not. The message went out, do something with it. Evans stated that while he did not favor funding an unqualified group, he would rely in part on the team's recommendations, and would tend to favor qualified groups who supported the administration over those who did not. Although he was approached by Armendariz, Maramoto, and Ramirez with suggestions that political contributors be funded, Evans said he never became involved with specific grants where that occurred. Another illustration of the input of political influence in the grant-making process is found in an administrative confidential White House memorandum from Maramoto to Colson and Malek, dated May 12, 1972, which reads, "Rodriguez and I met, along with representatives from Bob Brown's office and 1701, Under Secretary Lynn and John Jenkins, Director of OMBE, re-funding proposals to Spanish-speaking and Black groups. This is about the third such meeting we've had to either approve or disapprove funding proposals from OMBE. We are generating some new proposals from the SS in key states." A. Specific activities to help administration friends. Numerous memoranda obtained by the committee demonstrate that the Spanish-speaking team devoted considerable effort to helping administration friends seeking federal monies. For example, in an administrative confidential report to Colson and Malek, Maramoto declared, "Rodriguez met with Carlos Villarreal, administrator of UMTA, Urban Mass Transit Administration, to talk about setting aside specific monies for some of our Republican Spanish-speaking contractors." Another example of interest in aiding Spanish-speaking friends is found in an April 7, 1972 White House memorandum from Maramoto to Colson and Malik, which stated, "In the grants area, Rodriguez and I are working on the following: reviewing with John Evans, Bob Brown, and Wally Henley proposals and grants at OMBE to make sure that the right people are being considered and receiving grants from OMBE." In several cases, the committee attempted to ascertain the circumstances regarding the awarding of particular grants and contracts to the President's supporters. The results of these investigations follow. 1. J. A. Reyes and Associates. The beneficiary of a number of grants was Joseph A. Reyes. Mr. Reyes was active in the President's re-election effort, particularly regarding fundraising. In fact, Reyes was chairman of the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia section of the National Hispanic Finance Committee, NHFC, which was an authorized arm of FCRP formed in 1972 to solicit campaign contributions from Spanish-speaking citizens. Reyes and his company, J. A. Reyes and Associates, were the subject of several White House weekly activity reports forwarded by Maramoto to Colson and Malik. One such administrative confidential report, dated May 5, 1972, states, "In the grants area, the following transpired. Department of Transportation, working with UMTA, re a $70,000 grant to J. A. Reyes Associates of Washington, D.C. He is the chairman of the D.C., Maryland, and Virginia section of the National Hispanic Finance Committee." Reyes, in a staff interview, stated that he had been in the consulting business for approximately 10 years, and that most of his business arose from the Section 8A program of the Small Business Administration Act. The purpose of this act is to assist in the expansion and development of small business concerns owned and controlled by eligible disadvantaged persons. During 1971, Mr. Reyes's firm grossed between $400,000 and $500,000. In 1972, his firm's business doubled to $1 million, all of which was under the 8A program. According to Reyes, he received 7 or 8 contracts and 1 grant in that year. One such contract was a $200,000 sole source non-competitive agreement with OEO, awarded in July 1972. Although acknowledging conversations with Maramoto and Rodriguez, Reyes denied knowledge of any efforts by them on his behalf regarding this contract. In a committee interview, Arnold Baker, former National Project Manager of Field Operations, Migrant Labor Division, OEO, stated that the J. A. Reyes contract with OEO was for an evaluation of and assistance to the Emergency Food and Medical Services Program, and that the contract was given without the demonstration of a need for this evaluation as required by OEO regulations. Baker said that sufficient data and expertise regarding this program had been developed through prior evaluations, and it was the unanimous opinion of officials in the unit responsible for consideration of the Reyes proposal that a study was not necessary. Over their objections, the contract was nonetheless awarded. Baker believes that the award was based solely on political motivations. He stated that the project division had decided not to fund Reyes's proposal, but when Peter Mireles, director of the Migrant Division OEO, received word of this decision, he reversed it. According to Baker, sometime after the contract was awarded, it was canceled due to substandard work. However, Baker reported that it was reinstated by James Griffith, director of the Migrant and Indian Division of the OEO. Baker stated that this contract was rammed down the throat of the department officials, including himself. The Select Committee also interviewed Dan Cox, a manpower specialist with the Migrant Division, Department of Labor, who formerly was the contract application specialist with the Migrant Division of OEO, responsible for evaluating the Reyes contract. Cox agreed with Baker that the contract to evaluate the Emergency Food and Medical Services Program was not warranted, It was also Cox's belief that J. A. Reyes Associates was not qualified to make that evaluation. In addition, Cox stated that he was told by Peter Mireles that the contract was a political payoff. Mireles, in an interview, defended the need for the Reyes contract. Mireles acknowledged that some of his subordinates had questioned the qualifications of J. A. Reyes Associates, as well as to the efficacy of the proposal, but Mireles insisted that his decision was not the result of political influence. Mireles denied telling Cox that the contract was a political payoff. In another interview, James Griffith, now acting OEO Deputy Assistant Director for Operations, denied any political influence in grant or contract processes at OEO. He did recall, however, certain rumors as to the lack of necessity for the J. A. Reyes contract, but could not remember specifics. Griffith also related that a telegram was sent from the Office of Program Review to Reyes canceling the contract. Griffith felt this action was not programmatically justified, and he thus became involved in reinstating the contract. 2. Ultra Systems Incorporated. Another effort to aid an administration supporter is revealed in an Administrative Confidential White House Weekly Activity Report, dated May 19, 1972, from Maramoto to Colson and Malik. Rodriguez is assisting Ultra Systems Incorporated of Long Beach, California, with a $200,000 grant from OMBE. This organization strongly supports the administration. As in the case of J. A. Reyes and Associates, Ultra Systems Incorporated had strong ties with the National Hispanic Finance Committee. Fernando Huachaca, Vice President of Ultra Systems, was the NHFC National Treasurer. The proposed OMBE grant to Ultra Systems Incorporated was also the subject of a White House memorandum dated August 8, 1972, from former White House staffer Nathan Bayer to Armendariz and Rodriguez. I spoke with John Jenkins this afternoon concerning the current status of your priority OMBE proposals. In the case of Amex Civil Systems and Ultra Systems, John expects to have requests for information in their hands by the 1st of next week. I strongly advise you to encourage them to complete the RFIs as quickly as possible and return them to Jenkins. He assures me that even in the absence of their completion, he will have the investigation and security clearance begun and the audit begun. In a staff interview, Huachaca denied that there was any quid pro quo involved in the above grant, which was awarded in October 1972. Huachaca stated that he had applied to OMBE for federal funding in early spring of 1972. When nothing materialized, he asked Rodriguez, a longtime friend, if Rodriguez knew anyone at OMBE to whom Rodriguez could make an inquiry on his behalf. B. Action against persons not supportive of the administration. There is evidence that qualified firms that failed to share the administration's political goals and declined to participate in the president's re-election effort were penalized in their efforts to secure government funding. References to unfriendly or pro-democratic companies and individuals appeared with some frequency in Maramoto's weekly reports and in other White House CRP documents. Thus, a June 23, 1972, Administrative Confidential Weekly Report from Maramoto to Colson and Malik reads, Rodriguez working with Nate Bayer of the Domestic Affairs Council, re-identifying SS groups who have applied for federal grants at the Department of Labor who are unfriendly toward the administration. Bayer and Armendariz have both denied to the Select Committee that cutting off contractors and grantees not supportive of the administration was administration policy. But there is evidence that attempts to excise unfriendly recipients of federal funds actually were made. Moreover, both Maramoto and Rodriguez have admitted that they felt persons opposing the administration should not receive government grants. 1. Development Associates. Leveo Sanchez. One of the most instructive cases involved Leveo Sanchez, the head of Development Associates Incorporated, a Washington-based consulting firm. an administrative confidential memorandum dated July 29, 1972, from Maramoto to Rob Davison of the White House staff, notes that Sanchez's firm had been funded for $1 to $2 million by our administration. After referring to Sanchez's association with Sergeant Shriver and Frank Mankiewicz, the memorandum records that Sanchez's company had recently received over $900,000 in government contracts and was under consideration at the Department of Labor and HUD for additional contracts totaling $100,000. The memorandum continues, "This is a classic example of a firm not necessarily on our team, which is making a comfortable living off of us. These are grants that we're aware of, which indicates they may have a few others. I would recommend, if it's not too late, we stop the proposals at Department of Labor and HUD." Copies of this memorandum went to Armendariz and Rodriguez. 5 days later, on July 24, 1972, Armendariz wrote a confidential memorandum to Davison with copies to Maramoto and Rodriguez, which stated, "We have inquired about Development Associates and have learned of their close ties with the Democratic National Committee and Cesar Chavez. We fully concur with Bill Maramoto's memo of July 19th. The background of these memorandums is informative. According to Sanchez, in the spring of 1972, he was solicited for a campaign contribution by Joseph Reyes, chairman of the Washington, Maryland, and Virginia chapter of the National Hispanic Finance Committee. As discussed above, Reyes was the beneficiary of certain grants and contracts as to which Maramoto intervened. Reyes, Sanchez says, told him he was expected to make a $1,000 contribution to the president's re-election effort. Sanchez declined. On July 17, 1972, at the invitation of Maramoto, Sanchez attended a White House luncheon with Maramoto and David Weimer, now Deputy Special Assistant to the President, and formerly the Special Assistant to the Assistant Secretary of Labor for Administration and Management. Sanchez related that during this lunch, Maramoto told him that they had been very good to his firm and that he was about to be awarded a $400,000 contract from the Department of Labor. Sanchez said Maramoto then stated that Sanchez and Development Associates would be expected to show their appreciation in a substantial manner in regard to the president's re-election effort. Sanchez stated he informed Maramoto and Weimer he knew he would not receive a $400,000 labor contract and that Development Associates had previously received contracts because of its proficiency. Sanchez said he rejected the request to support the re-election effort and that Maramoto and Weimer then implied possible adverse consequences. When questioned concerning his meeting with Sanchez, Maramoto testified. Can you, to the best of your recollection, tell the committee what it was that you discussed with Mr. Sanchez at that meeting? Maramoto: If I recall, the other party that was involved in that meeting at that time was David Weimer, who was Under Secretary Silberman's aide in the Department of Labor, who had the responsibility on the other side, on the department side, on this Responsiveness Program. He and I had lunch in the White House staff dining room and discussed generally a number of things pertaining to Mr. Sanchez's operation. Who initiated that meeting? Maramoto: I believe I did, sir. I ask you very specifically whether or not you were making this recommendation, as you show in your memorandum, because you felt that this was a contractor who was living off of us and was not supporting the administration, and you were recommending he be cut off for that reason. Your testimony, as I recall it, was that that was the reason that you wrote the memorandum. Maramoto: That is correct. Maramoto denied that there was any discussion during the luncheon concerning contributions, and he did not recall any exchange regarding the labor contract. He stated he was not aware of any effort to solicit contributions from Sanchez at any time. But his testimony continued. That was shortly after, just 2 days after that meeting, that you wrote this memorandum. Maramoto: Right. Is there any relationship between this memorandum, written 2 days after that meeting, and the meeting? Marumoto: I am sure there must have been. If you are sure there must have been, can you recall what that relationship may have been or must have been? Marumoto: I guess it was our but our decision, that it appeared, from sources outside of our meeting, that he was not going to support the administration, so this was a recommendation that we made. David Weimer, in a staff interview, stated that no discussions of campaign contributions, re-election support, or government grants or contracts took place during this luncheon. Weimer further declared that he was not expecting Sanchez's presence and does not know why he was there. According to Weimer, he has never acted to influence a decision on grants, contracts, or loans for Sanchez or his firm. Sanchez, however, did experience adverse administration action. On September 25, 1972, Sanchez's company was graduated from the SBA 8A program. This graduation, which the SBA was pleased to effect, and for which the Development Associates was congratulated, actually meant that Development Associates could no longer qualify for preferred status under the provisions of Section 8A, and had to compete generally with other non-disadvantaged contractors. Not only does graduation from the 8A program adversely affect future grants, but a graduated company loses all previously awarded grants at the close of the fiscal year in which its eligibility ceases. In other words, graduation from the program can have a devastating impact. Marumoto acknowledged that there was a political input on the Sanchez decision. He could not recall any other Spanish-speaking graduates from the 8A program. Subsequent to Development Associates graduation, efforts to reinstate the company in the 8A program were made by Dan Trevino, its vice president, who also served on the Texas Spanish-speaking committee to re-elect the president. Trevino contacted Carlos Conde, a friend, to arrange for Trevino to meet with Henry Ramirez on this matter. Trevino met with Ramirez in Washington shortly after the election. At this meeting, according to Trevino, Ramirez stated that Development Associates had been generally uncooperative in the re-election effort. Ramirez, Trevino said, gave as examples of an uncooperative attitude Sanchez's refusal to provide campaign printing at Development Associates' expense, and his failure to make a campaign contribution. Ramirez told Trevino that Development Associates lost its 8A certification because of this attitude. When Trevino pointed out that he had been active in the president's re-election effort, Ramirez suggested that Trevino would have no difficulty obtaining Section 8A contracts if he divorced himself from Sanchez. Ramirez then suggested that Trevino see Rodriguez. The meeting between Rodriguez and Trevino, as described by Trevino, was quite similar to his meeting with Ramirez. Sanchez was pictured as uncooperative during the campaign and close to Shriver and Mankiewicz. Rodriguez indicated that the decision to remove Development Associates from the 8A program was not directed against Trevino, and that he would try to help Trevino in some manner. Trevino then turned to Peter Mireles, director of the Migrant Division of OEO, with whom Development Associates had a contract to service migrant workers. Mireles told Trevino that OEO was satisfied with Development Associates' work on this contract, but that he was getting pressure from the White House to discontinue it. Following this conversation, Trevino returned to Texas to await word concerning the result of his efforts. In January 1973, not having heard from Rodriguez, Trevino had Conde arrange another appointment with him, this one attended by Sanchez as well as Trevino. There, Rodriguez informed Trevino and Sanchez that an OEO migrant contract in which they were interested was slated to go to Amex, a West Coast firm, but that Rodriguez would try to assist in Development Associates' reinstatement as an SBA 8A contractor, despite Sanchez's lack of cooperation. The following month, the problem was still not resolved. According to Trevino, he again contacted Conde to arrange a meeting with Maramoto. At this meeting, Trevino said, he began to summarize the problems facing development associates, but Maramoto cut him short, indicating that he, Maramoto, was well aware of the situation. Trevino said that Maramoto stated that recertification was being worked on and that Rodriguez would be in contact with Trevino. Sanchez, however, has advised the Select Committee staff that Development Associates was never reinstated in the 8A program. Armendariz, testifying in executive session, denied any involvement in penalizing Sanchez. It will be recalled that Armendariz had written Davison that we fully concur with Maramoto's memorandum to Davison of July 19th, which recommended that Sanchez's proposals at Department of Labor and HUD be stopped. When questioned concerning his memorandum, Armendariz stated that when he said we fully concur with Maramoto's memorandum, he meant he concurred only with the description of Sanchez as having close ties with Democratic leaders and the Democratic Party. Armendariz, who received all of Maramoto's White House memoranda, testified that taking action against companies unfriendly to the administration is just completely contrary to my ethics in politics. 2. Activities respecting other non-supportive companies. Another instance where a non-supportive group received White House attention is illustrated by a May 26, 1972 Administrative Confidential White House memorandum from Maramoto to Colson and Malik. Expressed concern to OEO re a $3 million grant to the Mexican-American Unity Council, only to find there are some legal hang-ups to try to cut them off. They promised to at least monitor the group. Maramoto testified in public session as follows. What was the opposition to the Mexican-American Unity Council? Maramoto: I think this was a situation where they had received a grant from OEO before someone realized that they had a group that weren't necessarily supportive of the administration, and there was some inquiry of trying to unfund them. Upon checking with their general counsel, we found that it could not be done. Was there any question as to their qualification? Maramoto: I don't recall, sir. So the effort to unfund them really was based on your learning that they were non-supportive? Maramoto: Yes, sir. Still another example of the administration's attitude toward unfriendly companies is found in a confidential White House memorandum dated March 2, 1972, from Maramoto to James Lynn, then Undersecretary of Commerce, now Secretary of HUD. In line with our recent discussion regarding NEDA, National Economic Development Agency, and our comments of the tail wagging the dog, I am attaching an editorial written by a NEDA employee opposing the appointment of Chip Guerra as Deputy Director of OMBE. This is the latest example of the unwillingness to cooperate in a spirit of cooperation with the administration. I think before Commerce signs off on their $2 million grant, you should sit down with Frank Viega and explain the facts of life. I would appreciate being kept abreast of this highly important matter. NEDA was founded by Benjamin Fernandez around 1969 with the purpose of assisting Spanish-speaking businessmen. Frank Viega, former president of NEDA, in a staff interview, stated that he did, in fact, meet with James Lynn in 1972, and that Lynn informed him that the White House would like NEDA to help the president. Lynn allegedly indicated that the White House knew who their friends were. Also present at this meeting was Alfred R. Villalobos, former NEDA Executive Vice President and Chief Executive Officer, who in a staff interview indicated that Lynn had stressed cooperation with the administration. Villalobos further stated that from late 1971 until October 1972, he received numerous requests from Maramoto and Armendariz to perform services in relation to the re-election effort. According to Villalobos, considerable pressure was applied concerning the continuation of NIDA's federal grants and contracts. In fact, Villalobos said, he resigned his NIDA post in October 1972 so that NIDA would not have difficulty renewing its Commerce Department grant. C. Neutralization of political opponents. There is evidence that the Spanish-speaking re-election team acted to convince potential opponents of the president's re-election effort that they were in line for substantial government funding, when in fact there was no intention to make such an award. The subject of one such effort was the Southwest Council of La Raza, a Spanish-speaking group based in Tucson, Arizona. A June 9, 1972 administrative confidential White House memorandum from Marumoto to Colson and Malek states, Rodriguez working to obtain $30,000 for the Southwest Council of La Raza for a conference next month. This is the group we want to neutralize. Apparently, this $30,000 grant was made as a showing of good faith by the administration. On June 23, 1972, a White House memorandum notes that the $30,000 grant had been obtained from the Department of Labor and that Rodriguez was still working with the Southwest Council of La Raza. On June 29, 1972, David L. Weimer, Special Assistant to the Assistant Secretary of Labor for Administration and Management, wrote Richard Wise, an assistant to the Undersecretary of Labor. In seeking to create in key states an appropriate atmosphere for the re-election of the president, OASA has taken initial steps as follows. 1. Obtainment of a $30,000 grant from Manpower Administration to support National Conference of Southwest Council of La Raza. This is a beginning effort to depoliticize this grassroots group, representing a minimum of 7 states. Conference to be held in Washington, D.C. last part of July. On the face of things, more substantial government grants were in store for the Southwest Council of La Raza. On August 18, 1972, Marumoto noted in a report to Colson and Malek that he and Rob Davidson were working to obtain funding of a $6 million HUD proposal submitted by the Southwest Council. In addition, the Southwest Council was being considered for an OMBE grant. The council did, in fact, appear well qualified. On August 8, 1972, Nathan Bayer wrote to Marumoto and Armendariz, I spoke with John Jenkins this afternoon concerning the current status of your priority OMBE proposals. In the case of the Southwest Council of La Raza, John met with them this morning and spoke with them for about 2 hours. John is very impressed with the group and says that he would have no difficulty in funding them. He awaits your signal on this matter. The signal never came. In fact, the evidence suggests that there was no intention to grant the Southwest Council of La Raza $6 million or anywhere near that sum. Rather, it appears that the Spanish-speaking team intended to neutralize this potentially hostile group by holding out the promise of substantial federal funding. The following is from Marumoto's public testimony. Now, were you aware of an organization called the Southwest Council of La Raza? Marumoto: Yes, sir. Did you engage in any discussions with them concerning any grants? Marumoto: Yes. Could you tell us what discussions you had with them? Marumoto: The Southwest Council of La Raza is an active democratic group that I believe was founded in Arizona and now is expanded into the Southwest states. Were they supportive of the administration? Marumoto: Well, in some discussion that some of our people had from the campaign staff as well as our staff, there was some discussion about them supporting the president. They, in turn, said they would, provided they could get some federal contracts. Did you discuss any particular federal contracts with them? Marumoto: I believe there were some discussions. I had only one meeting with them, if you recall, and the others picked up on it. I think what finally happened was that the committee to re-elect the Spanish-speaking division recommended a strategy for working with them, that they be funded for $30,000 for a national conference that they wanted to hold. Dash. What were they actually looking for? What kind of grant? Marumoto. I believe they were looking for either 2 or 3 grants at maybe 2 or 3 different departments or agencies. Dash. That amounted to approximately how much? Marumoto. I am sure of 6 figures. I do not know. Dash. Sums about $400,000? Marumoto. It could be more. I do not know the exact figure. Dash. What was being offered to them at that time, or suggested, was $30,000 for a conference? Marumoto. Right, with consideration for assistance in a few months. Dash. Mr. Marumoto, do you recall discussions we had yesterday concerning this particular organization, and your statement to us that at no time did you believe they were going to get any grant, but that you were in a sense engaging with them in what has been known as a stroking session? Marumoto. We were neutralizing them. Dash. You were neutralizing them? Marumoto. Yes, sir. Dash. And by holding them at bay, not giving them a grant, but discussing the possibility of a $30,000 conference grant, this sort of at least held them away from being an opponent if they were not going to be supportive. Marumoto. That is right. D. Malek's comments on grant-making activity as to Spanish-speaking constituents. Malek, when questioned concerning the grant and contract activities just described, testified that, I do not believe I knew that they, Marumoto and Armendariz, were participating in the review of minority business enterprise grants. When confronted with copies of numerous documents sent to him describing such activity, Malek stated that he is not certain he read the memorandums. He added that he was occupied on many matters and that reading an activity report, which did not require action on his part, had a low priority. He said that if he had read the passages in question, he would have interpreted them as evidencing cooperation with Spanish-speaking groups to help them develop the skills with which to apply for grants on a substantive basis. Malek also stated that, in his opinion, it was improper for campaign officials to have sign-off powers respecting government grants and contracts. He said it was inappropriate to deny funding to a responsible organization simply because they were not supportive of the administration. End of Section 23. Recording by Maria Kasper. Section 24 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. 3. Cabinet Committee on Opportunities for Spanish-Speaking People and the Media Effort. A. The Cabinet Committee. The Cabinet Committee during 1972 was composed of 11 members chosen from the President's Cabinet and high-level non-cabinet posts. It had a staff of 35, mostly of Spanish-American descent. As described in a fact sheet, apparently prepared by that committee, the Cabinet Committee on Opportunities for Spanish-Speaking People is primarily a vehicle for carrying out the President's program for Spanish-speaking Americans. Signed into law on December 30, 1969 by President Nixon, the committee is to assure that federal programs are reaching all Spanish-speaking people, provide technical assistance, and identify new programs which will benefit Spanish-speaking communities. An independent office in the executive branch of the government, the Cabinet Committee is responsible to Congress through the President. While there was some ambiguity in 1972 whether the chairman of the committee, Henry Ramirez during the 1972 campaign, was subject to the provisions of the Hatch Act, the balance of the staff clearly was. Nonetheless, there is evidence that the Cabinet Committee's staff became directly involved in the 1972 campaign. For example, a document prepared by Armendariz contains the following statement. The Cabinet Committee on Opportunities for Spanish-Speaking People will provide research and staff support to the White House Task Force for all phases of the campaign effort. In addition, its chairman, Henry Ramirez, should be a powerful recruiter of Spanish-speaking support. Whether this document, addressed to Robert Merrick, who was in charge of planning and research at CRP, reached higher officials in the campaign or government is not known. However, an unsigned confidential memorandum entitled Interest Group Reports on CRP Stationery, dated December 16, 1971, and addressed to Attorney General Mitchell, stated, "The Spanish-speaking report makes detailed recommendations for highly visual social and economic development projects and for publicizing the same. It suggests heavy exploitation of the Cabinet Committee on Opportunity for Spanish-Speaking Peoples, which is now closely allied with Colson's shop and Bill Maramoto on political and public relations questions." On January 4, 1972, Jeb Magruder sent a memorandum to Attorney General Mitchell that declared, "Central to all our efforts in the Spanish-speaking area should be full politicization of the Cabinet Committee, now on an $800,000 budget and going up to $1.3 million in July. The group now works through Finch, but Colson has begun assisting on the political and PR side. Carlos Conde, a Spanish press type, has been put on the committee's payroll and will be working out of the White House in cultivating Spanish media, much as Stan Scott does for black media." Further activity by Conde is described in an administrative confidential Maramoto memorandum to Colson and Malik, dated July 28, 1972, that states, "Conde completed the updating and checking for accuracy on the Administration Achievement List. The pertinent departments reviewed it, updated it, and signed off on their section as being factually accurate. Sent copy to Maramoto for rapid approval by Domestic Counsel, and then to Armendariz for insertion in Speaker's Kit." B. The Media Plan. There is evidence that the Cabinet Committee's media resources were used extensively for campaign purposes, and that the committee media operation was reorganized with the specific purpose of improving its performance in this regard. This activity is described in a memorandum from Carlos Conde to 7 White House and campaign officials, including Colson, Malik, Ramirez, and Armendariz, dated May 31, 1972, and entitled Spanish-Speaking Task Force Media Team. The campaign to re-elect the president is to present his record and his administration as second to none. The best way to do this is through an effective communications plan that highlights his record in all of the public sectors. The development of the best possible bilingual communications network is essential to the success of the overall plan. The Spanish-speaking media plan developed by this office is now underway, but it has become increasingly apparent in the past several weeks, however, that the Spanish-speaking division of the Committee to Re-elect the President will require more support than the plan originally envisioned. This situation has forced Armendariz to depend frequently on this office and on the Cabinet Committee staff support. The Cabinet Committee's Public Information Office, though integrated to the Spanish-speaking campaign plan, has not fulfilled its function well because its staff requires broader journeyman experience. The memorandum presented 2 alternatives, the second of which, the one favored, was to revamp the existing media structures within the Cabinet Committee and other groups to support the campaign. Apparently, the reorganization was already well underway. A memorandum from Maramoto to Colson and Malik, dated April 28, 1972, stated, "For the past 2 weeks, Conde has been spending considerable time with the Cabinet Committee's Public Information section, putting a reorganization plan into effect and helping implement some projects that came from the reorganization. On June 2, 1972, Maramoto wrote Colson and Malek that Conde was meeting with Ramirez and another official of the Cabinet Committee concerning a revamping in personnel in order to give better support to Alex at 1701. Part of the effort to gain additional help for the campaign effort involved the use of Diana Lozano, a Cabinet Committee employee until July 12, 1972. In April and May of 1972, Lozano worked on a number of re-election media projects. The May 31st Conde Memorandum notes, "Assisting part-time is researcher-writer Diana Lozano of the Cabinet Committee, who also does special assignments for Chairman Henry Ramirez and Alex Armendariz." The memorandum also argues the need for a researcher-writer on Spanish-speaking topics, and states that Lozano was willing to take leave of absence from the Cabinet Committee to join CRP. On his copy of the memorandum, Malek wrote, "Let her work from where she is. No way she can be added." Moreover, in a memorandum to Conde dated June 5, 1972, Malek stated, "If, however, Alex can still demonstrate the need for Miss Lozano's help, we can arrange for her to remain at the Cabinet Committee, but spend part of her time supporting our activities." But 2 days later, steps were taken to put Lozano on the staff of the Committee to re-elect the President, where she officially started working on July 12, 1972. When questioned concerning the use of Lozano on the campaign before she joined CRP, Malek, in executive session, stated he did not know she was covered by the Hatch Act. Armendariz testified in executive session that he never requested support from the Cabinet Committee. When shown documentary evidence that he had asked the Cabinet Committee to send him daily news clippings and to translate certain campaign material, he stated that these matters were nothing more than requests for information from the Cabinet Committee. C. Hoy. The Cabinet Committee published a minority-oriented newspaper called Hoy, which apparently was used in the re-election effort. There are a number of memorandums from Armendariz or Malek to Ramirez, suggesting how Hoy could further campaign goals. An example is a memorandum from Armendariz to Ramirez dated May 11, 1972, which reads, "Your committee's image should be positive and show power, not civil rights. The picture on the first page is bad news. All 3 individuals, non-Spanish speaking, are minority advocates. Not a positive Spanish-speaking picture, in my opinion. Don't build others, just the president. His record with the Spanish-speaking." Emphasis in original. Another apparent attempt to use Hoy for political purposes concerned Mayor John V. Lindsay of New York, who in 1971 switched to the Democratic Party and unsuccessfully ran for president. Attaching a May 14, 1972 newspaper article describing Lindsay's cut of funds from a bilingual education program, Armendariz on June 7, 1972, wrote to Ramirez, "How about taking a slap at Lindsay?" In response to a staff inquiry concerning this request, Ramirez stated that he complied with Armendariz's requests when he wanted to comply. He said he may have issued a release on his own initiative criticizing Lindsay, as he similarly issued releases criticizing other officials and agencies. 4. Other efforts by the Spanish-speaking task force to promote the president's re-election. A. La Raza Unida matter. A significant matter uncovered by the Select Committee was an apparent effort to pay La Raza Unida, a Texas-based Mexican-American political party, to take a neutral stand in the 1972 presidential campaign, rather than endorse the candidacy of Senator McGovern, as was anticipated. The first surfacing of this scheme appears in a pair of memorandums on CRP stationery addressed to Attorney General John N. Mitchell, one dated December 16, 1971, designated confidential, and entitled Interest Group Reports, and a similar memorandum dated January 4, 1972, from Magruder to Mitchell. These documents concerned various interest group reports compiled by Bart Porter and the staff of Charles Colson. The December 4th document notes that the Porter-Colson Spanish-speaking report advocates consideration of undercover funding for La Raza Unida, a splinter party, in exchange for an agreement that La Raza Unida runs presidential candidates in California and Texas. And the January 4th document states, "Perhaps the most interesting suggestion the report makes is that consideration be given to undercover funding of La Raza Unida, a left-wing Chicano political party in the Southwest, in exchange for an agreement that La Raza Unida run 1972 presidential candidates in California and Texas. La Raza Unida has done very well in several state and local elections in California, New Mexico, and Texas." Subsequent memorandums reflect serious consideration of activity of this type. On June 26, 1972, Armendariz wrote, "Met with Jose Angel Gutierrez, La Raza Unida leader from Texas, for a get-acquainted session, discussed La Raza Unida's plans and the effect La Raza Unida party is having on the president's campaign. Will continue negotiations with Gutierrez." A September 8, 1972 CRP memorandum from Armendariz to Malek, the subject of which is the Raza Unida Party National Convention, states, "The issue of an $8,000 contribution for Muniz's campaign from the Republican Party was brought up in a meeting off the convention floor. A promise was made to publicly condemn McGovern if such a donation were made." Malek responded to this suggestion by writing on the top margin of the September 8th memorandum, "Do you think we should do this? I'm doubtful. How could GOP contribute to a rival candidate? In addition, it seems too cheap. Raza Unida's principles should be worth more than that. Fred." However, the matter apparently did not die there. Less than 1 week later, on September 14, 1972, Armendariz sent a confidential memorandum to Colson, copied to Maramoto, which relates, "In a private meeting several weeks ago, Gutierrez approached this office for a quiet Republican contribution to La Raza Unida. A promise was made to publicly condemn McGovern if such a donation were made. This possibility is still under consideration on the grounds that an effort to maintain the neutrality of La Raza Unida is to our advantage. The contribution would be used for the campaign of Ramsey Muñez, Raza Unida's candidate for the governor of Texas, who won a strong endorsement from the convention. The highest-ranking Raza Unida candidate, Muñez is an attorney and distinguished high school and college football player. He has a clean image, a professional appeal, with no record of militancy, and apparently has the enthusiastic support of the party. The dangers of such a move arouse question as to whether the end will justify the means. Such a contribution would be certain to annoy Texas Republicans as well as Connally Democrats supporting the president. Furthermore, Raza Unida may have no alternative recourse anyway, which would give us no reason for sticking our necks out. In any event, it is obvious that any contribution should not come from the Committee for the Re-election of the President, but from an independent third source." On October 30, 1972, in regard to his dealings with La Raza Unida, Armendariz wrote Maramoto, "Please be assured that so far everything went as expected." Armendariz noted that La Raza considered both parties untrustworthy. He commented that their aim was not an endorsement of the president by La Raza, which was unrealistic, unnecessary, and unwise to expect, but to disassociate it from the Democratic Party, for which its members have voted unanimously for decades. The purpose of disassociation is to elicit criticism of McGovern. A copy of this memorandum went to Malek. Meanwhile, the Spanish-speaking team was apparently attempting to secure the neutrality of La Raza Unida by utilizing the grant process. Involved was a $391,206 OEO grant to the Zavala County Health Association, which Texas Governor Preston Smith had vetoed on July 27, 1972. An October 9, 1972, CRP memorandum from Armendariz to Malek states that it is important for political reasons that the administration override that veto. As Armendariz explained, should the poll gap tighten in Texas, the neutrality of La Raza Unida will be important. Our studies indicate that there is 70% approval of Raza Unida among Mexican Americans in Texas. The fact that there are about 1 million political Mexican American voters in Texas, and that Humphrey won that state in 1968 by only 38,000 votes, substantiates the possible importance of La Raza Unida's neutrality in this election. We have no way of publicly supporting this group without antagonizing Republicans and making La Raza Unida look as though they had sold out. At the same time, neither do we want to antagonize Raza Unida supporters and drive them back into their old position as Democrat voters. The Zavala County grant provides us with an opportunity to support the party indirectly in a positive and legitimate manner. Such an action is likely to strengthen their position of neutrality, which is so politically beneficial to us. On October 2, 1972, Armendariz wrote a confidential memorandum to White House aide Kenneth Cole, again stressing the importance of keeping La Raza Unida neutral through Election Day, and explaining that La Raza Unida would become more conciliatory if certain specified programs, in addition to the Zavala County grant, could be sprung loose within the next few days. In his November 14, 1972 campaign report, Armendariz, indicating satisfaction with the role played by La Raza Unida, stated, "As the Raza Unida convention endorsed no candidate for president, it was clearly to the advantage of the GOP to attempt to maintain the neutrality of this group. A Zavala County health grant became a controversial issue despite the fact that this administration overrode the veto of Governor Smith. To placate irate Raza Unida leaders, overtures were made to assist them by expressing interest in grants of interest to them." When questioned in executive session concerning his role in this episode, Armendariz claimed that at no time did he approve a payment of $8,000 to La Raza Unida in exchange for their neutrality, and that his memorandums should not be construed in this manner. He portrayed his role as only a conduit for information. Armendariz said he had no knowledge that any campaign contribution to La Raza Unida was actually made. B. Reyes-Lopez-Tijerina matter. On August 29, 1972, Henry Ramirez sent a memorandum to Armendariz on Cabinet Committee stationery, attaching a letter to Ramirez from Reyes-Lopez-Tijerina, who was then on parole following his conviction for assaulting government officials during a demonstration in New Mexico. Ramirez's memorandum states, "Please see attached letter with specific reference to the third paragraph. Mr. Tijerina indicated that he would work for us in return for due considerations. I await your recommendations if you want me to move on this matter." The Tijerina letter, dated August 14, 1972, reads in part, "I'm very glad that I got to know you. I also want it very clear that I am very thankful for what you mentioned to me in your office concerning my probation, parole, and the possibility of a full executive pardon. As I said it before while I was in your office, I want to repeat in writing, most of the Spanish-speaking people in the United States would feel grateful if an executive pardon would be granted. In the meantime, I want to offer my service or contribution without reservation to your service, all the Spanish-speaking people, and to harmony between our people and all others in the United States. Please do not hesitate to call me any time for any service." On the bottom of Ramirez's memorandum, Armendariz made the following handwritten notation: "HR talked to Lujan, call 9672. Armendariz testified that he took no action concerning the proposal, but told Ramirez to call Congressman Manuel Lujan, Jr. concerning the problem. Ramirez stated in a staff interview that he believed the Tijerina case should have been reviewed, and that he sent the memorandum to Armendariz because he was a good contact man who could bring the problem to the attention of the right people. Ramirez claims his help was not conditional upon campaign support. Armendariz and Ramirez stated that the Tijerina matter was not pursued further. Congressman Lujan, when contacted by the committee, said he could not recall discussing Tijerina with Armendariz or Ramirez. C. Alfred Hernandez matter. Alfred Hernandez was head of the Spanish-speaking Democrats for Nixon effort. Evidence developed by the Select Committee suggests that while negotiations were underway to gain his support for the re-election effort, there were also discussions with him as to his interest in a federal position, particularly a federal judgeship. While all participants deny a quid pro quo arrangement, various memorandums and documents reflect the relationship between support and appointment. A May 26, 1972, administrative confidential White House memorandum from Marumoto to Colson and Malek reads, Conde traveled to Houston with Armendariz to meet with an influential Mexican-American Democrat who is thinking of supporting the president in November. Alex is to continue the discussions with him and work out the scenario if he comes aboard. On June 8, 1972, Armendariz wrote a memorandum, recipient not indicated, regarding Hernandez. After describing Hernandez's Democratic credentials, the memorandum continues, Impressed with the president's record in assisting Spanish-speaking and disenchanted with a lack of recognition from Democrats, Mr. Hernandez is considering taking action in public support of the president. Mr. Hernandez has hopes that this move will bring him better recognition than he has received from Democrats. The following day, June 9th, Armendariz, Conde, and Marumoto met with Hernandez regarding his potential support of the president. Then on June 12th, Marumoto wrote Hernandez a letter. It was good to have seen you again, and particularly to hear of your interest in supporting the re-election of the president. I want to emphasize that if you implement your plans as we discussed, the president will adequately recognize you. Finally, a memorandum dated August 18, 1972, from Marumoto to John Clark reads, If any vacancies come up for the federal bench in Texas, 1701 and our operation would like to see Judge Hernandez appointed. He is a Democrat who is presently heading the Spanish-speaking Democrats for the President and is a 3-time past national president of LULAC, the largest Chicano service organization in the country. It would be a real coup if we could appoint him. The propriety of the handling of the Hernandez matter was pursued by Senator Talmadge in his questioning of Marumoto. Talmadge: Were you not aware of the provision of Title 18, Section 600 of the United States Code that makes it a crime to promise federal employment or other benefits under consideration for political support for a candidate or political party? Marumoto: Yes, sir. Talmadge: Isn't that the indication of these documents that I have just shown you? Marumoto: One moment, sir. I would like to re-emphasize that there was no promise or no offer whatsoever to Judge Hernandez about a federal judgeship. Talmadge: The letters speak for themselves, but I understood that you made a specific pledge that he would be appropriately recognized. Marumoto: That is right. Talmadge: And then shortly thereafter you recommended him for a federal judgeship. In fact, Hernandez was not offered a federal judgeship after the election. He was, however, offered a commissionship on the Consumer Safety Products Commission, which he declined. D. Ed Peña matter. The evidence before the committee indicates that certain administration and campaign officials sought to discharge Ed Peña, Director of Compliance, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, for favoring Democratic candidates. On May 19, 1972, Marumoto wrote an administrative confidential memorandum to Colson and Malek, which reads, Working with Kingsley, Ramirez, and Rodriguez, re the dismissal of Ed Peña, Director of Compliance at EEOC. 2 weeks later, on June 2, 1972, in a similar memorandum, Marumoto wrote, "Continuing to work on the following vacancies. Developing a case re Ed Peña, Director of Compliance at EEOC, GS-17, who has been violating the Hatch Act." Then on August 25, 1972, Peña became the subject of an entire confidential memorandum from CRP staffer David E. Florence to Armendariz, which dealt with Peña's activities at a convention of the supposedly nonpartisan LULAC Supreme Council. Peña was accused therein of attempting to undermine our efforts. The memorandum continued, "Later, Pete Villa commented to me that Ed Peña thought LULAC was getting too Republican and that he, Ed, wanted LULAC to invite Shriver to the October Supreme Council meeting in Washington. It is my belief that one of the reasons Pete Villa and Roberto Ornelas follow Ed Peña around and speak up for him is so that they will be in thick with the McGovern administration if McGovern is elected president. It is my belief that it would be wise to terminate Ed Peña from his position as a GS-18 at EEOC." When questioned at public hearings concerning Peña, Marumoto testified as follows. Montoya: "Tell me about Ed Peña. Why were some people anxious to get him fired?" Marumoto: "He was just vocally expressing anti-administration sentiments." Montoya: "Did the White House have a policy of doing that to every employee of the government who was against the president?" Marumoto: "No, sir." Montoya: "Why did you pick on Mr. Peña?" Marumoto: "I guess he was the most visible." Montoya: "Was there anything different from what Mr. Peña was doing than from what various persons were doing who were working in similar positions who may have been Republicans?" Marumoto: "I don't think so." Mr. Peña, in fact, retained his position. E. Request for a demonstration. The evidence presented to the committee indicates that in one instance Marumoto asked an official of a federal grantee, NEDA, to supply people to stage a demonstration in support of the mining of Haiphong Harbor in front of the offices of the Los Angeles Times. Marumoto testified as follows. Who was Mr. Alfred Villalobos? Marumoto: "He was at that time the executive vice president of that organization, NEDA." Did you ever ask him to stage a phony demonstration in front of the Los Angeles Times office? Marumoto: "Yes, sir. I don't know if I agree with the term phony." What term would you use? Marumoto: "I was asked on that particular occasion by Mr. Colson, when the Los Angeles Times came out with an anti-administration editorial. I believe, I can't recall the particular subject, but we had asked if Mr. Villalobos would organize a group to demonstrate in front of the Los Angeles Times. Did you receive cooperation with that request? Marumoto: "I think after a couple of days he called back and said he just could not do it." In a staff interview, Villalobos indicated he did not think Marumoto's request was proper and therefore decided not to honor it. F. Holding back census data. In one instance, the campaign team unsuccessfully attempted to delay the release of information by the Census Bureau, which was considered detrimental to the re-election effort. An administrative confidential White House memorandum from Marumoto to Colson, dated July 7, 1972, relates, "Conde discussed with the Census Bureau the upcoming social and economic report on the Spanish-speaking. The report will show that the Spanish speakers are doing better by comparison than the blacks, and the question is whether the report should show that comparison. It will have a Spanish-speaking Anglo comparison, which of course will show the whites in a dominant position. The representative also talked to Des Barker on this. Conde discussed this with Alex Armendariz of 1701 and the inclination is not to show Spanish-speaking black comparisons. Report is due out July 20th, and Conde will look over the figures with the census representative and determine if, other than census, media dissemination is warranted. A July 12, 1972 CRP document from Armendariz to Marumoto, entitled Selected Characteristics of Persons and Families of Mexican, Puerto Rican, and Other Spanish Origin, March 1972, reads, "We have reviewed Mr. Joseph R. Wright, Jr.'s memo to Mr. Desmond Barker on the subject matter, and offer our views on the subject, hoping some action can be taken to stop publication for the reasons mentioned below. Our position is that any statistical data which show the Spanish-speaking community lagging behind other elements of the population will be construed as the fault of the incumbent government." Emphasis in original. 2 days later, Marumoto, in a July 14, 1972 White House Administrative Confidential Memorandum, wrote Colson and Malek that Armendariz and I reviewed the census material on the Spanish speakers that is to be released soon, recommended some information be held back. Marumoto, in public testimony, confirmed that an attempt was made to restrain publication of census data that might have had an adverse political impact in the Spanish-speaking community. However, in a committee interview, Desmond Barker of the Census Bureau said he recalled no contact from White House or campaign officials concerning this data. He stated that the information concerned was not held back but was released. End of Section 24. Recording by Maria Kasper.
Section 25 of the Watergate Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, Volume 1. Section 25. B. Activities respecting Black constituents. While activities of a responsiveness nature in pursuit of Black votes appear not as numerous as those regarding the Spanish-speaking, documents obtained by the Select Committee indicate that there were, nonetheless, certain efforts in this area. Several examples follow. 1. James Farmer Matter. On April 18, 1972, Paul Jones of CRP wrote a confidential memorandum to Malek entitled Meeting with James Farmer that stated, in full text, "In the Brown-Jones meeting with James Farmer, the following points of interest were discussed. 1. Farmer's willingness to work in support of the President. It was agreed he might better serve at this time by maintaining a non-partisan posture. Jim expects to build on the attitude coming out of Gary. 2. His speaking engagements. He is to send a list of his engagements. We will seek to arrange media interviews in connection with his key appearances. 3. Farmer's interest in funding for his think tank proposal. He's seeking $200,000 seed money from HEW. This should be moved on, but should allow for a final Brown-Jones checkoff in order to reinforce Farmer's involvement. Additionally, there is some need that the think tank initially focus on key issues of interest to Black voters. On April 28th, Frank Herringer submitted to Malek a confidential talking paper for use in briefing John Mitchell on the basic tenets of the Responsiveness Program. This document, which, as Malek at his executive session testified, fairly represented the briefing given Mitchell, contained the following statement. Paul Jones wants favorable action on an HEW grant for James Farmer that would enable Farmer to have time to speak in support of the re-election. Mr. Farmer did receive a $150,000 HEW grant, as the communications from that department, found at Exhibit Number 18, indicate. Jones, in his executive session before the committee, denied that he had any checkoff powers related to the Farmer grant or any other governmental grant. A question, of course, remains as to the propriety of this CRP official participating in governmental grant processes. Although Jones admitted in executive session that certain officials, for example Brown, were attempting to influence federal funding processes for campaign reasons, he claimed that he was personally not involved in such activities. Brown, on the other hand, claimed in executive session that, while he did involve himself in the grant-making process, he never promoted a grant for re-election purposes. Malek testified that, in regard to the farmer transaction, he believed he took no action to ensure that farmer's application was approved and instructed no one to do so. He denied that any improper quid pro quo was involved in the farmer grant. After Malek testified, the committee obtained a May 2, 1972 memorandum from Malek to Robert Finch, former Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare and White House aide, which is reprinted here in its entirety. Following our conversation, I have had several meetings with Jim Farmer and have had him meet with Bob Brown and Paul Jones, the head of the campaign's Black Vote Division. The results of these meetings and follow-up actions which I have instigated are as follows. 1. Farmer has been given a grant from OE to fund his project here in Washington. 2. He will now be able to spend a major part of his time on the above project while also making time available to the re-election efforts. 3. He has agreed to do speaking on our behalf and also to talk to key Black leaders in an effort to gain their loyalties. I feel that Jim is in a position to make a major contribution to our effort and am confident that he will. At the same time, we are going to try to maintain his involvement in a manner that is not overtly partisan and does not harm his credibility. Many thanks for getting this started and for putting me onto it. Upon appraisal of this memorandum, Mr. Malek maintained his contention that there was no improper quid pro quo respecting this grant, but stated that the memorandum indicated that he or his staff checked on this matter before the award was finalized. Mr. Farmer, by both affidavit and letter, also has denied that there was any quid pro quo involved in this grant, stating that it was not payment for any services rendered to the campaign. He has, in fact, averred that I did no campaigning whatever in any shape, manner, or form. That fact is a matter of the public record. 2. Charles Wallace matter. On July 14, 1972, Jones, in the memorandum that is Exhibit Number 19, reported to Malek under the heading Major Accomplishments that, through White House contacts, initiated new efforts to assist Charles Wallace, President, Wallace & Wallace Fuel Oils, in overcoming present constraints to expand his business. This has, for the time being, allowed us to assist a staunch Nixon supporter. Neither Mr. Jones nor Mr. Wallace was able to inform the committee exactly what constraints were overcome by the new efforts that were initiated. Mr. Wallace, in an affidavit dated April 13, 1974, states that on October 26, 1972, he received an SBA 8A contract for an estimated $2,146,220. Wallace, in this affidavit, claims there was no quid pro quo arrangements that promoted this contract, and the Select Committee has received no substantial evidence of such an arrangement. However, the committee notes that on September 12, 1972, Wallace sent approximately 2,000 letters to minority SBA 8A contractors seeking their support for the president's re-election, as the documents collected at Exhibit Number 19 demonstrate. 3. Additional involvement of campaign officials in governmental processes. Other documents obtained by the Select Committee reveal election-motivated involvements by campaign officials in decision-making processes respecting the expenditure of federal funds to aid blacks. For example, 1. In a January 17, 1972, weekly report, Jones wrote Robert C. Ottle, CRP Administrative Director, that data was collected in connection with setting up briefing books on 1. Black communities throughout the nation, 2. List of key contacts by states, and 3. Minority recipients of grants, loans, and contracts. A need is to develop coordination with agencies on future grants and contracts to ensure maximum benefits. Emphasis added. This communication was passed on verbatim to Mr. Mitchell, then the Attorney General, in a confidential January 19th memorandum by Mr. Ottle. 2. In a confidential weekly report dated March 24, 1972, to Malek from Jones, the latter wrote, "A meeting in the office of John Evans resulted in agreement on strategy to effectively deal with OMBE." 3. An April 4, 1972, weekly activity report from Jones to Ottle stated, "We met during the week with members of the Washington team in review of OMBE grants to work out strategy for greater impact in connection with the campaign. We also were in contact with local trade association representatives who offer possible funding alternatives and developed a proposal in this regard." 4. Jones, in a weekly activity report to Malek dated September 7, 1972, stated, "Attended White House OMBE meeting to clarify status of minority-oriented proposals that have been submitted by active supporters." Emphasis added. 5. In another weekly activity report dated February 22, 1972, James wrote Ottle, "We attended the National Meeting of Opportunity Industrialization Centers, OIC, Minority Employment Program. OIC is presently receiving approximately 80% of its budget from administrative programs, yet scheduled speakers who were critical of the president, Roy Wilkins, NAACP, Ralph Abernathy, SCLC, Vernon Jordan, National Urban League. We are pursuing, and are in definite need of, assuring that future grants, loans, contracts, and appointments serve the Black community in a more positive manner than in the past. Examples of such funding coming back to haunt us is seen in the Model Cities, OMBE, and OEO programs." An almost identical paragraph is contained in a February 25, 1972, memorandum for the Attorney General through Jeb S. Magruder from Robert Ottle. In an earlier confidential memorandum dated February 18, 1972, to Magruder, Jones had recommended that the administration bring under closer scrutiny its program of grants and loans, and specifically that Labor Department manpower personnel follow up with OIC. 6. In a January 10, 1972 weekly report, Jones wrote Ottle, "In Chicago, Jones conferred with the Reverend Jesse Jackson, formerly of SCLC's Operation Breadbasket, of the recently formed organization PUSH. Jackson is now seeking financial support for the new group, which has an economic thrust, and is also anxious to meet with the president. His support and/or neutrality, lack of active support of another candidate, could go far in favorably swinging Black votes to RN. He is considered a definite possibility and appears anxious to move. Some early decision, policy-wise, should be made regarding follow-up posture, and Jones suggests that it should include input from Bob Brown. At Jackson's invitation, Jones attended a luncheon of leading Black businessmen of Chicago. A number are ready to assist us and had praise, during a press conference, for the administration's efforts and assistance for minority-owned banks. Jones suggests an additional area that should be considered for federal deposits is with minority-owned savings and loan associations, and at an early date. Reverend Jackson, however, has informed the Select Committee that he never sought or received federal funding for PUSH. For a time, he was a supporter of Senator McGovern. 7. On May 11, 1972, Jones sent a weekly activity report to Malek that declared, "Coordinating and developing with Bob Brown's office a strategy for a $30 million negotiation for the Department of Labor." Neither Jones nor Brown were able to provide significant details to the committee as to the subject matter of this negotiation. 4. Solicitation of contributions from Black recipients of federal monies. There is evidence that campaign contributions were sought from Blacks whose firms held government contracts, grants, and loans. The most prominent example of this activity concerned the solicitations for a $100 a plate campaign dinner for Blacks in Washington on June 10, 1972. Contributing to this dinner, for example, were Jack Crawford and Charles Wallace, who have previously been identified in this report as government contractors. Another individual solicited was Sam Harris, who is president of the Trade Association of Minority Management Consulting Firms and also president of Sam Harris and Associates, a Washington-headquartered firm with government contracts. Harris, in a committee interview, indicated that, in regard to solicitation for this dinner and other approaches in 1972 for campaign contributions by Paul Jones and others, he was made to feel that his continued success in obtaining government contracts would, in significant degree, be dependent on his contributing to the president's re-election. Harris testified that he did make several contributions to the president's campaign. He said he was also asked, in regard to the June 10th dinner, to assist in arranging the attendance of other Black government contractors. One incident related by Harris is particularly relevant. Harris states that on the day before the election he was called by Norris Sindor, an assistant to Brown at the White House, and told that his company was on an HEW list for a $250,000 HEW contract, a circumstance that surprised Harris since he had never submitted a proposal to HEW. Harris said Sindor then asked for a $1,000 contribution to the campaign, which Harris subsequently made after Sindor observed that the HEW award would more than cover the amount of the contribution. Several months later, having heard nothing from HEW, Harris asked Sindor about the contract but did not receive a satisfactory response. The contract never materialized. Sindor, in a staff interview, denied calling Harris the day before the election to inform him he was under consideration for HEW funding. He also denied soliciting Harris for $1,000 on that day, although he admitted requesting contributions from numerous people, perhaps including Harris, at various times. C. The Responsiveness Program Progress Report. Mention has been previously made of the June 7, 1972, confidential eyes-only progress report on the Responsiveness Program from Malek to Haldeman. While this report, in an attachment apparently written by Robert Davison, details 12 separate results of the Responsiveness Program for the week ending June 2, 1972, the present discussion is limited to several of these specifics. 1. EEOC, University of Texas matter. 2 paragraphs of the report deal with an EEOC investigation concerning the University of Texas. The first was prepared by Davison, the second is Malek's summary of Davison's account. Senator Tower was informed by Vice Chairman Holcomb that Ed Pena, Director of Compliance, had recommended to Bill Brown that EEOC sue the University of Texas. Brown appeared to agree. If such a suit took place, the result would be a serious negative impact in a key state. Brown denies that the suit is under consideration. This should be followed carefully. We garnered from reliable sources in the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission that the commission was preparing to sue the University of Texas for discrimination in the hiring of faculty. This could be disastrous in Texas. When queried, Bill Brown, chairman of EEOC, agreed not to pursue it. I will continue to follow this situation closely. Chairman Brown of the EEOC has submitted an affidavit to the Select Committee denying the specifics of these paragraphs and presenting his account of the events that transpired concerning this matter. His statement is that the only contact with him in this regard was from someone seeking information. He states that he was not pressured by anyone to forego an EEOC proceeding. Malek has testified that the statements in this memorandum constitute puffing on his part, and that he did not personally keep abreast of this matter as claimed. In any event, several observations should be made. A contact of some nature was made with the EEOC. It should be recalled that effecting legal or regulatory actions for re-election purposes was one of the goals of the Responsiveness Program set forth in the March 7, 1972 Malek to Haldeman Memorandum. Malek claimed to Haldeman that his forces had squelched this proceeding. Both Malek and Haldeman testified that Haldeman did not express disapproval of this action or instruct Malek to seek endeavoring to influence proceedings before regulatory agencies. 2. Dock and Wharf Builders Investigation. The progress report contains another apparent claim of interference with a regulatory proceeding, this time in the Labor Department. First, Davis's statement of the matter in the backup document, then Malek's. Local 454, Dock and Wharf Builders, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, requested 5/10/72. Herman Bloom, Spector's assistant at the Pennsylvania CRP, requested that the subpoenaed records of Local 454 be returned. The business agent of the union is a Republican supporter and could be very helpful to the administration in impacting the blue-collar vote in a key county. The books were returned on 5/23/72, and the union given a clean bill of health. The Department of Labor ruled that Local 454 of the Dock and Wharf Builders Union in Philadelphia, whose steward is an active backer of this administration, was not responsible for the illegal actions of its president. This action was requested by the Pennsylvania Committee for the Re-election of the President, and they report that this action had a very strong impact on local ethnic union members. The request for action in this regard came to Malek from Al Koppinen, a CRP staffer. While Mr. Davison did make contacts with labor on this matter, the Select Committee has not established that his contacts actually produced the result claimed, at least by implication, in the progress report. But the evidence does suggest that an attempt to influence the labor proceeding was made. Further, there is testimony that Haldeman, when this result was reported to him, did not criticize Malek for his actions, nor order him to refrain from operations of this nature. 3. Fannie Mae Inquiry. On March 29, 1972, Harry Fleming of CRP sent Malek the following confidential memorandum. Our Pennsylvania Committee for the Re-election of the President has brought to our attention that Michael Stack, a Democrat ward leader, last year earned $58,000 in mortgage foreclosure from Fannie Mae. Mr. Stack happens to be the ward leader in the same ward as William Austin Meehan, who is the Republican leader in Philadelphia. Meehan can't understand why the type of work that Stack is doing has to be given to a Democrat ward leader who is working against our interests. Perhaps a qualified Republican could be found who could handle Fannie Mae business in that particular area. Any help your office can give rectifying this situation would be helpful. The progress report to Haldeman supplies certain details of the response to this request. William Meehan, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, requested 3/29/72. William Meehan, Republican ward leader in Philadelphia, has requested that his Democratic counterpart, Michael Stack, be prohibited from receiving the substantial compensation he earns as a fee attorney for Fannie Mae. The impact of such action would not be of great benefit to the re-election. It is not possible for us to significantly change Mr. Stack's earnings, as he is a close friend of Congressman Barrett, a member of the key HUD committee that appropriates funds for Fannie Mae. Further information respecting contacts by Bob Davison on this matter is found in the affidavit of former HUD official Richard Goldstein. D. GSA Matters. 1. Campaign involvement in GSD contract awards. Evidence received by the Select Committee indicates the campaign officials were participating in the selection process for the awards of GSA architectural and engineering design contracts. The following passage is from an affidavit obtained by the Select Committee from John E. Clark, a former White House staffer who, as his affidavit confirms, had certain responsibilities relating to the Responsiveness Program. The Responsiveness Program generated activity with architectural engineering contracts awards by GSA. When contract awards were to be made, which are non-bid awards, the Architectural Engineering Contract Award Board would select 3 to 5 firms who were technically qualified to fulfill the contract, and these firms were recommended to GSA. I would then be contacted by Larry Roche of the GSA, and Roche would give me the names of firms who were being considered for an award. I would call Lee Nunn at the Finance Committee to re-elect the President, FCRP, and ask Nunn if the committee had any preference as to which of the firms should receive the award. It is my understanding that Nunn would then check with various sources on the Hill, as well as other political sources who might be affected by the contracts to be awarded, and ascertain whether or not there was any preference as to the award. In a day or two, Nunn would call me and state there was no preference if there was none, or indicate which firm was preferred if they had a preference. I would relay the message to Roche at GSA. Mr. Clark told the committee that there were 8 to 10 instances in which this procedure was followed. He also expressed his view that the responsiveness concept respecting GSA worked well. Mr. Roche, in an affidavit submitted to the committee, admitted that Mr. Clark's recommendations were accorded considerable weight. He could not recall during a committee interview a specific situation where Mr. Clark's recommendations were rejected. Mr. Roche gave the committee a list of 9 contracts where Mr. Clark had an input. Mr. Nunn, however, could not remember any specific instance where the names of potential GSA contractors were submitted to him for comment, even though he conceded this very well could have happened. Mr. Clark stated that a second progress report to Haldeman, which the Select Committee has not obtained, contained information as to his activities respecting GSA contracts. 2. Solicitation of political contributions. The following finding of facts is from the Civil Service Commission's opinion in the matter of Louis E. Spangler, etc., CSC number F 1783-72, etc., March 29, 1972, in which 6 GSA employees were found to have taken an active part in political management in violation of Section 4.1 of Civil Service Rule 4 and 5 U.S.C. Section 7324A2. The record shows that during a meeting in his office on November 4, 1971, Louis E. Spangler, Acting Commissioner of the Federal Supply Service, General Services Administration, GSA, advised George W. Dodson, Assistant Commissioner, Office of Automated Data Management Services, Federal Supply Service, GSA, that a salute to the President dinner was scheduled for November 9, 1971, that tickets were available, and that he, Mr. Dodson, and his subordinate employees could purchase or contribute toward the purchase of the tickets. Mr. Dodson relayed this information to his division chiefs at a meeting held in a conference room adjacent to his office on the same or the following day. Respondents Elliot Gold, Reuben T. Morgan, Joseph A. Weisgerber, and Stephen White were present at this meeting. Mr. Dodson informed them that they had a management objective to meet, namely, the purchase of 1 1/2 tickets for a total of $750. That employees who contributed toward the purchase of a ticket would have their names placed in a hat, and the person whose name was drawn would attend the dinner. Thereafter, Mr. Gold solicited and received contributions by checks from 4 employees totaling $225. 3 checks were for $25 and a fourth for $150. Mr. Morgan solicited and received one $25 contribution by check. Mr. Weisgerber solicited and received 2 $25 contributions by check, and Mr. White solicited and received a check for $25. The checks received by Gold were turned over to Dodson at the latter's office. Weisgerber delivered his checks to Dodson at a local restaurant. The record does not show what disposition Dodson, Morgan, and White made of the checks received by them. However, the no contest plea in each case, under the stipulation and waiver of hearing, is taken as an implied admission of the truth of the allegations contained in the letters of charges. Wigmore on Evidence, Section 1066. It is found, therefore, that the salute dinner was a Republican Party political fundraising affair, and that the proceeds of the sale of tickets to the salute dinner, as shown above, were channeled by the respondents to the Republican Party, pursuant to a plan communicated by Louis E. Spangler to George W. Dodson, Jr., on November 4, 1971. The 6 individuals involved were given suspensions without pay, ranging from 30 to 60 days. E. Activities regarding the staffing of federal positions. As remarked, one objective of the Responsiveness Program was to ensure that personnel placements with the government were made to benefit the president's re-election campaign. In fact, the White House Personnel Office, WHPO, under Malek and Daniel Kingsley, had been engaged in a program to ensure that political considerations were taken into account in government staffing long before the 1972 election campaign began. The evidence suggests that WHPO personnel intended that political considerations be taken into account not only in regard to placement on part-time boards and commissions and the employment of other non-career personnel, but also concerning the staffing of positions in the competitive service, that is, executive branch positions governed by civil service laws and regulations. In fact, as subsequently discussed, Malek's testimony in executive session indicates that the departments and agencies were asked by the WHPO to give special consideration to politically important prospects, even in regard to career positions. The political use of government positions in regard to the Spanish-speaking community has been treated previously, but it is useful here to note other aspects of the government staffing process. 1. Part-time boards and commissions. A March 1, 1971 memorandum from White House staffer John Freeman to Kingsley, copy to Malek, discusses staffing strategy for part-time boards and commissions. While this memorandum complains about the absence of staffing programs for strengthening and broadening support for the 1972 elections, it does note that Al Kauppinen did establish a procedure for securing the appointments of major financial contributors. This has been successful and should be continued. The memorandum contains recommendations to meet 1972 campaign needs. One proposal was to ensure that a large percentage of appointments were made from states crucial to the president's re-election. The recommendations also contain the following entry. 3. Financial contributor, list compiled by WHPO with inputs from RNC, senior WH staff, stands, etc., would be placed primarily on presidential boards or given appropriate patronage rating and deferred to departments. Also of interest is an August 31, 1972 memorandum from Clayton Uter of CRP to Frank Herringer that states, "One of the names I submitted to you several weeks ago for a possible appointment to a committee of some kind was a man named Wenck from South Dakota. Obie O'Brien, our Nixon chairman, says that he believes we will get a very large contribution from him if an appointment comes through. Can you check on this for me? Or should I just call Kingsley?" On September 6, 1972, Herringer wrote Kingsley that Clayton Uter and the Nixon chairman from South Dakota believe that Mr. Wenck, resume attached, will be a big help to us if we can appoint him to the advisory board or commission. I assume that a departmental in agriculture would be the only alternative. Of course, time is of the essence. The quicker we can get a commitment, the better. Please let me know the prospects. I would rate this a must. 2. Non-career personnel generally. On February 17, 1971, Horton transmitted a memorandum to Malek and Kingsley, to which was attached a document entitled Talking Points on Changes in Management of Non-Career Personnel. This memorandum, here quoted in full text, appears to indicate White House views as to how non-career appointments by the departments should be made. Because this paper will be left with the departments, we deleted direct references to making patronage placements. However, the concept of setting departmental patronage targets and the responsibilities for follow-through should be made clear verbally. The following points should be made clear to the department and agency heads. 1. Informal targets will be established on how many full-time and part-time placements each department can reasonably absorb. 2. Following these guidelines and reflecting the skills of the individuals, the WHPO would assign selected politically important candidates to appropriate departments for placements. 3. It would be the department's responsibility to match the individual to an appropriate job and report the results back to the WHPO. Both Kingsley and Stanton Anderson, a former WHPO staffer, stated that this passage accurately reflected that office's concept as to how non-career staffing should be handled. 3. Competitive service positions. The evidence accumulated by the Select Committee suggests that the WHPO was referring applicants for competitive service positions to the departments and agencies with the urging that political considerations be taken into account in the employment determination. Several documents discovered by the Select Committee are particularly informative in this regard. The first is a form used by certain senior administrative officials to instruct the WHPO concerning the political value to the president of a particular placement. Malek Exhibit Number 10 is an August 30th, 1971 memorandum using this form from Clark McGregor, at that time head of White House Congressional Relations, to Kingsley concerning a particular applicant. This form contained the following entry to be completed by the sender. 4. Value of placement to the president politically. Highest political value. Must place. High political value. Place if possible. Moderate political value. Handle courteously. Little political value. Handle routinely. Upon receipt of an important request for placement, the WHPO would make a staffing recommendation to a particular department or agency that included a grading respecting the political value of placing the individual in question. The WHPO operated in part through special referral units established in the departments and agencies. The Civil Service Commission at this writing is pursuing disciplinary action against a number of HUD and GSA officials who were connected or worked with the special referrals units in those institutions. The CSC claims that these persons, on request from the White House and others, took political considerations into account in the staffing of competitive service positions. An example of a WHPO request to the departments and agencies is Malek Exhibit Number 12, a November 9, 1971 memorandum from Stanton Anderson of WHPO to Mac Warren of GSA, re a Leslie Cohen, which reads, attached is the resume of Leslie Cohen. Mr. Cohen comes highly recommended to this office and consequently is rated as a 1 or must placement. We would appreciate your investigating the possibilities for him in your department in California. We would also appreciate it if you would keep my office closely informed of your progress on his behalf. Records received by the Select Committee indicate that Mr. Cohen was treated as a must case and offered a position by GSA, but declined to accept. Mr. Anderson, in an affidavit submitted to the Select Committee dated June 4, 1974, has denied he asked the GSA to consider political factors in determining whether Mr. Cohen would be offered a career position. His affidavit continues, more generally, all referrals that were sent from me to the departments and agencies under the standard White House rating and referral system were for non-career Schedule C jobs. This was always my intent and my expectation. In some instances, of course, these White House referrals were qualified for career employment, and their applications were processed in accordance with normal career procedures, if the candidate was interested in a career appointment and he completed the necessary civil service employment forms. At no time, however, did I ever ask a department or agency to violate the law or civil service regulations to place a person in a career position. It should be noted, however, that the Cohen referral quoted above does not specify that it was for a non-career job. Moreover, a May 7, 1971 memorandum to Jack LeMay at GSA from Anderson calls into question certain assertions in his affidavit. This document reads, "Enclosed is the resume for Mr. George M. Sheary, Jr. He is looking for a GS 13 or 14 PIO type position. He will be qualified with the civil service so he can fill either a career or non-career slot. He is a must. Please consider his qualifications and get back to me with the possibilities as soon as possible. Thank you." Emphasis added. When he read this document, Mr. Anderson contended that Mr. Sheary was a must only for a non-career slot, and reiterated that he had no intention to pressure any department or agency to violate civil service standards. Mr. Kingsley has stated to the committee that must or high priority referrals were not in reference only to non-career jobs. He said it was left to the body involved to determine where a recommended individual would be placed. Malek's testimony appears to comport with Kingsley's statement in this regard, and provides other evidence respecting what was expected from the departments and agencies. Hamilton. Is it true that you were instructing the agencies and departments when you referred names to them whether or not the placement was a must political placement or a high priority political placement? Malek. During my tenure in that particular position, we did use the term must place occasionally. Rather than taking that literally, it meant that it was the highest priority and that we would want the agency to search very hard for an appropriate position. Hamilton. But the basic question is whether or not your staff was asking the agencies and departments to take into consideration political considerations in hiring, and I take it the answer to that is yes. Is that correct? Malek. Now I think we have to differentiate here. There are two different ways to approach this. One would be to say that for this particular career position, we want you to hire this person because of the political advantages, regardless of who else is qualified, or whether that person we are recommending is qualified. That we were not doing. What we were doing in the case of a career position is we would be submitting the name of a person to a department and asking them to determine where this person would be qualified to serve. And then, once determining that they were qualified and competitive to serve in that position, to try to get them into it. So, what we were really doing is facilitating the personnel process and getting somebody in that door where, without the political push, they may not have been getting into the door. But we were not interfering with the competitive process of filling a particular position. Hamilton. Are you saying that before the campaign, these referral units at HUD and GSA were not handling career personnel, competitive service personnel? Malek. No, I am not saying that. What I am saying is that those referral units existed throughout much of the administration, and they had two purposes. One was to do the screening and assist in the recruiting and evaluation and placement of people into non-career positions. And second, to take all of the patronage requests that were sent to them directly by the Congress or through us to them and funnel them to the appropriate place in the department for consideration. So that if we would forward to them, or if a congressman would forward to them a particular recommendation, they would then either evaluate that person for a non-career position, or if it was determined that there were no non-career positions and that a career position was desired, and it was important to place the person, they would then circulate that person through the department so that he could be evaluated for various career positions. And if he qualified and was competitive for one of them, brought on board. I think that is a distinction. Hamilton. Was it your understanding that the referral units in the various agencies were to give special consideration to names sent over by the White House that were designated must? Malek. Yes. Yes, they were to give special consideration, absolutely. But the special consideration was not in competition for a specific job, but to ensure that the person was exposed to a range of jobs for which he or she was qualified. End of section 25.